Hello and welcome to the world premiere of the 2022 Peptide Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Matt Cook, and I'm so incredibly grateful and excited to be here with you today. We want to thank all of our sponsors, so go check them out. Hi, welcome to the Peptide Summit. My name is Dr. Matt Cook, and it's my double honor to have part two of two with Dr. Isaac Eliaz. And of all of the people that we're talking to, I think he's probably one of the most thoughtful, incredible doctors who has a life of wisdom that we need to understand and hear about. And so I'm delighted and grateful to have you again on the podcast. I'm super interested in continuing to listen and hear where you're coming from, because I think you're one of the brightest minds that has ever been in integrative medicine. And I think that probably many of the things that I do and what we do in our practice is derivative of stuff that you fundamentally have developed. And I've been hearing for years, oh, Isaac Eliaz does this and that, and then I would kind of follow those directions, and now we're talking to you on a regular basis. And Dr. Eliaz also has a fairly significant focus on teaching, and so I'm excited to hear about that. And then we're gonna really dive into the nitty-gritty of taking care of people. So welcome to the show, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for your kind words and for the opportunity to participate with the second interview. And really, one of the big things with this is like I feel like I made a new friend, you know. So
yeah, you did. Yeah.
We're looking forward to spending more time with you and learning from you. You're doing amazing things.
Yeah, I'm delighted that your daughter is going to be doing residency at Stanford. So I always like sometimes you don't need an excuse to be close to each other, but then when you are, then that excuse is good.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you.
How are you feeling? What's happening?
I'm good. You know, I'm back from Israel, and which had quite a miraculous story that maybe I'll plug in at the right time during the interview because it's relevant to peptide therapy.
Okay, good. That sounds good. So then today, you know, we're going to talk about apheresis, the galactin-3 blocker, and some adjuvant IVs. Let's where would you like to start?
I really would like to start by a little bit talking about my approach to peptide therapy.
Oh, perfect.
And really, when you look at peptide therapy, the power of peptide therapy is it really, if we look at our, Matt, if we look at our regenerative power, there's a certain stream of regenerative power that we have. The body goes through, through wear and tear and regeneration. When you use peptides, it's like you're opening the dam and the water is washing. You get an opportunity to really regenerate. And when you regenerate, you can address so many things that are going wrong, right? Many of them inflammatory driven, fibrosis is a result, infections, autoimmunity, cancer, removal of toxins, etc. So once we open the dam, the real art is how do we guide the water to the right channel? How we make sure it goes to the channel we want, it gets the result that we want without side effects, without going to the places that are not our favorite places to go. So this is really the process that I specialize. A lot of people refer people to me before peptide therapy to get them in the right way. And I've found sometimes that really it's the adjustment pre-treatment, if it's peptide therapy, if it's therapeutic apheresis. I often tell patients it's the healing we did and the acupuncture and having the intention and opening the blockages that allowed the fancy treatments to work. So this is really what I want to share today, and what I will also share with the different free guide that I will send to the viewers during the summit. And so if we look at this, it's an opportunity to step back and see where does it all start from.
Okay, perfect. Take me there.
So really, this is what I call understanding the survival paradox, which is really the topic of my book I finally wrote in my 60s, The Survival Paradox. And so what is a survival paradox? It's really, if we really want to look and understand it, we have an innate survival response. It's what keeps us alive, you know? And this survival response is really all-encompassing. And the survival paradox is all-encompassing, because as part of survival, we either fight, we run away, or we hide. And all of this have profound physiological, pathological, psychological, emotional, psychospiritual, and community social effects. Because the inflammatory response is the result of our survival drive. As part of survival, what is survival? We, as people who want to survive, as a body that want to survive, as a cell that want to survive, cannot accept mentally, emotionally, experientially, the idea that everything that is expressed will fall away. We hold to things. And this basic holding identification is at the root of the survival paradox. So we want to try to change this as much as possible. Like, for example, in Judaism, in Kabbalah, it's called the tikkun, the fixing, our life journey. But from a medical point of view, we want to create the space to try to minimize or transform this very narrow reactivity in order to allow peptides, for example, to work. So it's really a shift between reactivity, something that the cell reacts to a poison. We react to somebody insulting us. We are struggling with something. It's an automatic movement of reactivity. And the reactivity happens immediately through the autonomic nervous system, right? It's our fear, fight, flight. And as part of it, again, immediately we either fight, create inflammation, or we run away and hide, we create fibrosis. And then the system can be balanced. On a deeper level, on a biochemical level, we start a survival response. And this survival response is at the root of our inflammation, our improper aging, our fibrosis, and every chronic disease. And it also exacerbates acute diseases. So while I want to touch today on the bigger things that we can do, really what my passion is, what I call open heart medicine, really transforming reactivity to responsiveness. Whatever comes to us, instead of reacting with survival, it's just like water to the fire that opens our heart, generate love, compassion, and healing for ourselves and for everybody else. But on a biochemical level, and it's interesting, you know, Matt, how my career is focused around this unusual training in meditation and healing for decades, being the doctor of the greatest meditation masters in the Himalayas and the one-on-one student, and researching galectin-3, which no one knew is a survival paradox initially. We just knew in the early mid-90s that it causes metastasis in cancer. And then I started watching, wow, memory is getting better, joint pain when you block it with modified cyprospectin. And I realized galectin-3 drives inflammation, fibrosis. So on a practical level, we really want to block galectin-3 on an ongoing basis. If there is, I'm now coming to the conclusion, and we see it from our research. A lot of my research is in cancer, but we see in other fields, in sepsis, in acute kidney injury. I published important paper that if we can block if we can block galectin-3, and I developed, you know, the first commercially available galectin-3 blocker, modified cyprospectin, pectosol. If we can block it, we can shift the survival paradox and allow for change. And what's fascinating for me, I just came back from Israel and I talked with the oncologist who has been leading our studies for 7-8 years. And what we are seeing, some people, the survival paradox will shift right away. And the PSA, for example, in biochemical relapse of prostate cancer, the PSA will flatten and go down very quickly. Some, it can take a year until we see the results. But we are now seeing results in metastatic disease with blocking of galectin-3, which nobody imagined, you know? Think about it, the only side effect is feeling better. And why? Because we are shifting. So today, I want to talk about this understanding of the survival paradox and about how to address galectin-3, specifically in the context of peptide therapy, as this is our topic.
And okay, that sounds good. Now, from a spiritual, emotional perspective, in terms of like, it sounds like you're helping basically that person come out of fight or flight into as more of a state of consciousness, a conscious awareness. What have you found is the most effective strategy to help a patient make that step? And just calling it out, I think, is potentially a strategy. But
it is actually calling it out or allowing the patient to find it. It's like off topic. I'll tell you a story that I talk about in my book. A patient came of mine, an accountant, CPA, in the mid 2004-5, with metastatic, I think it was metastatic ovarian cancer or breast cancer, I don't remember exactly, finished all treatment. There was one more line of chemotherapy. And it was the first visit. And usually in the first visit, I'd have people look at what were their priorities before they were diagnosed, survival, how they react, what are the priorities after the diagnosis, everything changes, and what is their wish list. So we talked about it, and then she disappeared for 6 months, and I was surprised because we had a deep connection, you know? And then she came after 6 months. I told her what happened. She says, listen, it took me 6 months to think about what you asked me. And I quit my work as a CPA. I'm now an artist. I write poetry. And then when everything changed and she was ready to do her chemotherapy with my support, and sure enough, she responded for years, you know? And why? Because she let go of this survival drive. So the way to do it, coming into consciousness, like what we call mindfulness, very popular now, is the first step. But mindfulness has an effort, because in mindfulness, we try to be mindful. Anything that has an effort is limited, because real freedom has no effort, you know? Mm-hmm. And the way to really let go of effort, to go beyond meditation, which is very hard, almost rare, but I can guide people on the steps towards it, is by connecting to our heart. Because the mind thinks, right, here with the thought, here with the thought, here with the thought. What does the heart do? It flows all the time. Mm-hmm. It never stops. It's flowing. The moment it stops, we're dead. So when we connect with our heart, we can have a responsiveness to whatever the heart gets. We talked about it last time. All the dirty blood in the previous interview, all the dirty blood that comes to the heart connects with the universe, and it gives clean blood. So this is a process that we have to change for us to really get acceptance. And interesting enough, galectin-3 is especially harmful in ejection fraction preserved fibrotic heart failure, where the heart becomes stiff. It just cannot open itself. It still gives the same percentage, but it's not ready to accept and give. It becomes very, very stiff. So this resistance, we start in one level with addressing galectin-3 as the foundational. You can understand why, because we know now that galectin-3 drives these processes. You know, I published some key papers last year with John Kellum, with the #1 intensive care doctor in the world considered. And we were showing both in the ICU, when patients come with sepsis, with no kidney damage and no pre-existing conditions, the level of galectin-3 at time of admission will determine who will die, who will get acute kidney injury. And in very acceptable animal models, when we blocked galectin-3, we completely attenuated the interleukin-6, the cytokine storm, and the kidney damage and death of the animals. So why? Because galectin-3 is so primary to our inappropriate immune inflammatory survival-driven response. So this is one part. And the other part, on the other end, is learning how not to react. I was telling you this story. I was in Israel. I have a foundation there for many years with a group of volunteers, and we have together, I led retreats for about 4,000 people. And after the COVID, we finally did it in person. So it was an open day. I had a clear COVID exposure because nobody goes with masks in Israel. It's insane. And I was checking twice a day. And I thought this open day, I wasn't feeling well, but it was like 170 people was limited in the hall, the same number in Zoom. And I did okay. I taught all day, but I didn't feel great. And then the next day, the 7-day retreat was going to start. People were waiting for 2.5 years. 45 minutes before the retreat, I check and I'm COVID positive. And it was remarkable. I had to either struggle or totally let go. I called the person who was kind of working with me to what I need for the retreat. We did one more test and we just said, it's going to work. Everybody let go. They let go so much that they even videotaped and documented the process among the volunteers. And they just say, that's it. It's a lesson in letting go. And the amazing thing, half of the people never met me in person. Practically everybody stayed. And the volunteer pulled an amazing retreat from teachings I gave before. And I miraculously was antigen negative in less than 48 hours. So then once you do 2 days in a row, you're allowed to go out. And I was teaching from far away. I was able to participate. It was the most amazing retreat. Why? Because people just let go. They let go of the concept that they're not going to see me in person. And people are telling me, who have been with me for years, it was the most amazing retreat for them. So this is just a story that just happened to me. That's the making coffee. Just like 3 weeks, I was in Israel and I taught and I came back. But, and I'm fine now, but it's just an example of what would have happened if I fought. I would have been more inflamed. I mean, it is, I'm waiting for 2.5 years. I prepared for months and you just let it go minutes before the event. So this same process, we want to understand it when we really prepare for peptide therapy. Because why? Because peptide therapy is like a retreat for the body, right? You're giving it concentrated, powerful tools that can take them in many ways. So the first step, so if we really understand this, if we really understand it, if we really get to this point, we really understand that there are steps that we want to take, and which I really want to discuss with you a little bit.
Okay, perfect. I would echo that, and I would say even thematically, in when we see people, that is like something that we are trying to do with everyone, and sometimes with things like a stellate ganglion block or ketamine or just talking. To me, I think talking is my most effective way of coaching people into an idea of letting go and receiving and getting into that accepting kind of idea. Because if there's fibrosis in the heart, there's a mental, emotional, spiritual aspect to it, and then interestingly, something like, the Pectisol C is an amazing product that is a great place to start. But talk me through overall then how we would start in terms of preparing the body.
So you're so right about the fibrosis. In my book, I write about mental and emotional fibrosis because they definitely happen. It's about rigidity. So the first step is to create a space for change. And that's why detox and preparation is so big. And we've talked about it, and I know it's a lot of what you do as your preparation. So the first thing when you prepare for a peptide treatment is really to have the intention, both for the doctor and for the patient. What do you want to change? What do you want to happen? Now, it's very tricky. So that's a very simple instruction, you would think, right? But how can you have the motivation to change without grasping to it, without the hope that it will happen and the fear that it won't happen? Because if you are coming from a place of hope and fear, you are contracting. So you need to allow this motivation and clear plan to come from an open space. So one of the basic things, because peptide therapy can be an intense therapy and can be an ongoing, but if someone is coming to you for one of your intense sessions, right, they have so many tools, is for them to create space. And how do you create space? By creating time, by slowing down. So don't come to peptide therapy in the middle of a 4 weeks busy time where you have no time. You gotta allow time for change. So first, when you create time, things arise. Now, I know it from my personal experience, reflecting back, I think I mentioned to you that for 20 years, I would go to the mountains to meditate for 2 months a year. And for 10 years, half day, every day. And I don't know how I did it, but I remember one time when I went for like 4 or 5 months, it's incredible, the insight and the regeneration, because the whole survival drive just falls and falls and falls and falls. So as we have insights, it's important not to contract them. And again, galectin-3 will create this lattice formation or biofilm in infection or arteriosclerosis or in acidic, hypoxic microenvironment, right? And right away you can see the diseases. So we want to create the space. So first, prepare. Good diet, of course, it is not inflamed. Also, good hydration. The body needs to communicate. We need to be well hydrated. Once we prepare, we want to expose. And the exposure is the part where galectin-3 is done on one level, the injection that you mentioned are done in another level, and but galectin-3 leads the way because we got to dissolve the lattice formation. We can try to change things, but if they are covered with the microenvironment of inflammation, of lack of circulation, and galectin-3 forms it, as part of the lattice, coverage. It's it's a pentamer that comes together. And I will share with the summit, I'm going to send some of the chapters of the book on the survival paradox, galectin-3 and modified perspective. People will get a sense of how it works. So we want to really dissolve it. And then once we start...
And when you say, do you mean you're dissolving biofilms?
Yes, because because people are not aware. It's part of it is me not telling enough. The main structure of the biofilm is galectin-3. All the glycophospholipid, all the glycoprotein, we know it, it's well published. We published like 5-6 papers on this with the USDA. And so that's why many people with Lyme disease, with mycotoxins, will tolerate, won't have side effects. They have to start sometimes with low dosages, which I will share, but they will tolerate well modified cytospectin because it's very gradual. It's not only dissolving the biofilm, but it's also reducing the inflammatory unhealthy response. So you don't get this aggravation. Now, some people are very toxic, you have to balance. So part of it, we really want to prepare for as long as we need. And so modified cytospectin is one part, but also going through this process and then help the elimination, the discharge and elimination. Helps the main discharge organ, the liver, which we help all the time. There's so many preparation, and helps the elimination, urine, bowel, skin, breathing, and use the heart. All the other organs in the body eliminate. So we generate toxins and we try to eliminate them. The heart doesn't need to eliminate. Whatever comes to the heart gets transformed, like wood in the fire. The heart doesn't care where the carbon dioxide came from. If it's a breakdown of a cell, a certain molecule that happened while somebody had a trauma, or a result of epigenetic from multi-generation before, or a result of a pesticide, the heart connects with the universe, exhales, gets the clean air, the infinite healing potential, and gives it out. So that's a bigger view of open heart medicine, of transforming the survival paradox. And that's really what I just touched at the end of my book. I hope sometime next year. I mean, I'm kind of sharing with you because we talked about topics and teaching. Instead of a summit, I want to do a 7 day of leading people through the process. It's a process. It's profound, what happens to people. I mean, people's cancer markers get better, people's diseases go away. but also traumas get dissipated. And you see the same thing. You got an incredible shortcut because you are an anesthesiologist, you have ultrasound, you really learn this stuff. You go to a ganglion. Ganglion is holding all these years of traumas, or generational traumas, right? You dissolve and then you wash it with supplement, with IVs. So that's the preparatory phase. And then also allow the peptides to work. Take the time to connect with the change. Connect and keep the flow going. Like if something amazing is happening, it's great, but keep it going. And it's really about somaticizing the healing process. One thing with meditation, people meditate outwardly, and it's very good to disconnect from the body, right? The idea is that we somaticize, we connect with the body. And honestly, I don't know why I waited so many decades until, sometimes like what I can feel now, but I say, wow, how come I didn't feel it like 20? And I've been meditating for 47 years, why did it take so many years, like the last 10, 15 years, really a big shift, maybe 20. I mean, first I was a slow learner, I had a lot to peel, but also it's an amazing journey. And then this flow of healing is really what happened with the heart, right? The heart flows all the time, like a flowing river. So the freezing, the grasping, the survival response, we got to let go of it. So simply is addressing and placing galectin-3. When I talked to Avram Raz, we discovered really the galectin-3 and the lectins in the late 80s and published the first paper in JNCI in 95 about prostate cancer. We collaborate, we write some papers, and we say, wow, nobody imagined, I mean, he didn't imagine, I saw this inflammatory fibrotic effect early on, and I kind of jumped on it. And now that's most of the research, But I think the reason why we have to address galectin-3, not only with modified cytospectin, we are so divisive. We are so in our own world. Social media is like a galectin-3 stimulator because it creates this micro environment of opinion, of belief system. And, people struggle against each other, instead of just opening our heart first to an opposite idea. That's a mindful approach, right? But if our heart is totally open, there are no opposite ideas. It all flows anyway. The essence is always the same. So that's really the deepest healing. Like I talked about this one patient, and the part very esoteric, what happened to her when she left her body, but I don't want to mention in the air. Somebody can read in the book. But what happened, and it doesn't happen to me all the time, is a patient went through healing without me doing anything. Because she was able to really take it. So a lot of my approach is empowering the patient. That's your approach also, like you said, talking works better than anything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you got the peptides. So what happens, you got them on the right highway and then you just pedal to the metal, and then, right, you see it all the time. Amazing things happen.
So then I would, I have this kind of interesting idea around that. So then we would be simpatico about this idea. And so then imagine there would be a trajectory of a person who might come to see us, but then now they're just sitting and you're at home listening to this and thinking about coming in. And so then imagine that, like, at some level, everything is okay right now. Like everything is totally cool. Now, in a way, what I'm trying to do is, and what we're trying to do is just to promote that idea and help you feel that idea and talk about that idea, and then model that everything is okay through conversation. And so then I figured this one out this year. This is new for me, like in the last 6 months, because I have Michael and Tanisha are my medical assistants. And so then what I do is I'm kind of talking to them, but I'm pitching my ideas of health. But there's ideas of culture and other ideas that we talk about, just the ideas of the day. But I like to win. and I like to be positively received. And so then what happened is I'm dealing with millennials. And so then I noticed that the trajectory of what I say is very modified because I had to modify a bunch of my ideas so that I would be well received by the millennials. But then what happened is it led me to change a bunch of my ideas, and like, people were gender was a topic that is a hot topic, for kids. And so then suddenly I just was like, oh, okay, I just receive all of that. And then interestingly, it's been a heartwarming experience because the more that I let go and receive, then the more I realize, oh, everything's okay. And then if you can kind of get into that framework, then as we start to drive biochemistry, there's always a mental, emotional, spiritual issue on top of biochemistry. And so if you're receiving and everything is okay, and really, I would say everything is okay, even though there's problems and difficulties and we have to kind of manage through those. But at like the spiritual level, everything is okay. And then, so then I'm always trying to kind of support and then get to that conclusion, because then everything else is easy.
It's so much to talk about it. It's so true. One of the qualities that you just described that you have, and it's a prerequisite to being a really good holistic doctor, is letting go of our concepts. Just like there are dogmatic conventional doctors, there are dogmatic alternative doctors. Some of the biggest healing of the most holistic patient, I got an amazing story in my website about such a cancer patient that was documented by an independent TV program, is letting go of concepts. Some of these holistic patients had their biggest healing when they did chemotherapy, and they broke the concept, They broke the concept that something is toxic for them. So for us, what you're describing is the ability to let go of concepts. So framework is one level, but again, when we connect with the heart, we have no choice, because if we hold, the heart doesn't work. So if you look at the heart, and I think we mentioned in the other interview, the first thing we do after we finished all the work of getting dirty blood, connecting to the universe, moving it to the left ventricle and shooting it to the whole body with no discrimination, we nourish ourselves. We receive as part of giving to others. Self-love is part of loving others. Very opposite to narcissism, very much. And interesting for the heart, if you look at the heart, it's the only organ that nourishes itself after it finishes its work. We could have had a physiology where the heart would get nourished in in the atrium, in other places. No, it does it only through the coronary arteries when it's finished its work. It's this selfless service. So when you connect with this, you start loving yourself with the flaws that we all have. You just start loving yourself as part of loving others. It took me decades. And wow, now I rejoice in it because it's proportional to how much I can love others. It's a profound experience. And in this retreat, when I was like sick on the bed, all the plans of everybody that was holding to me, Isaac, we need you. And I let go and they let go. And it changed something in my heart, like I was mentioning to my family. There are a lot of things going on in my life now. And I'm just perpetually happy. And but you know what? I'm not forcing it on myself. Mm-hmm. It's my physiology, and it's nothing special also. It's the birthright of all of us. Mm-hmm. When we connect, when the separation breaks. So in the peptide therapy, it's a real tool. If we can get to this place through detox, we talked about the importance that I overlooked of removing pesticides. We are full of pesticides. You're in the South Bay. You would say people live in a nice place in Palo Alto on the way to the airport. It doesn't matter. You're getting jet fuel additives sprayed over you. And I see it in my testing. You see it also, in the urine test, huge amounts of all these metabolites. So it's part of the cleansing. It's part of the preparation. It's part of moving So I'm doing a lot of work. I just started a clinical trial on this. And the more we prepare, the more we create space, the more we know what we want to change, and the more we can bring a motivation that is bigger than us. Like, then we will heal in a deeper way. So that's an important point. I just want to add to it. Like if somebody,
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Yeah, I'll go ahead first. So if somebody tells you, oh, I love playing golf and then I got cancer, and you ask them, what happened when you healed? So I'll just go to playing golf. Well, the body did it already. There is no big incentive for the body to recover. Is what would you do differently? What would you do differently? Not only for yourself. Then suddenly we are not contracted, because what our heart does, it gives all the time. And and the people are not realizing that the heart electromagnetic field is big enough. It reaches every cell in our body all the time. When we are happy, every cell in the body heals, and people around us, it reaches them. And when we don't do it, we go into a sympathetic mode, or we go into a galectin-3 enhanced mode. That's why you can get people so many differences when they dissolve the galectin-3 lattices. So I'm looking here, I'm explaining the biochemistry, but as we started this, you and I are really interested in the big picture, in empowering people how to really do it, and to really explain to people, because blood goes everywhere, because the molecule of air that comes to our mouth or nose is connected with the whole universe and with everything that happened in the universe, not only now, also in the past. The photons are running, right? And in the future. And the heart can always transform anything. Anything and everything is possible. Not everybody will be a miracle, but anyone can be a miracle. And the key to this is connecting to the heart, connecting to the flow, connecting to the change. And that's what you and I have been talking right before the interview about. How can we teach this? How can we tell people there are enough tools, there are enough choices for us to really heal? And that's really, and into this, you got this superjet called peptides, it's or other people will use herbs, and other people will use body work, and we can combine them. Right. But the idea is that the tools becomes bigger than, the tools are part of a bigger picture. If we get lost in the tools, if we get lost in the biochemistry, well, just look at Western medicine, right? They are losing, the doctors are so overwhelmed now. I mean, it's painful for me. They have no time to think about the biochemistry of a cancer drug, for example. I do a lot of work with cancer. They don't have time, they tell me. We just don't have time. Just tell us how it works, what's the protocol, because it is not that I'm any better than them. They just have to see so many patients. I decided not to be a part of the system for the good and the bad. There is a cost to it, but we want to take time and do things ourselves, right? So when you and I talk, we're excited about what we do. We're doing it for decades. I mean, I've been treating people now for almost 40 years, and I'm just getting more excited, Mm-hmm. I go to the clinic, it's like I heal just by being with the people and working with them.
Me too.
Why? Because we are flowing. And right. It's nothing about us. It's the right of every person. So it goes back to, we cannot control what is going to come from the outside. We never know what they will bring, but we can control our response. And that's the transformation of the survival paradox. That's the preparation for peptide therapy in this discussion. That's addressing galectin-3 on a physical level. And we are publishing papers to support it. It's kind of neat. I'm in the final stages of administration of a very large NIH grant to continue my research. And we get to connect with each other, just accept each other. If we can just do it, like my daughter told me years ago, she's an ordained Buddhist Lama. She said, when she was very young, she said, if each person could just open their heart to somebody on the other side and understand them, the world will have peace spontaneously, So the peace outside, the environment that is heating up, the inflammatory world, We got some challenges, but we do have solutions. That's the beauty.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Yeah. What I find that once I get into a flow, then I just feel perfect. The rest of it, I just feel better. Everything that I do, I feel better after that, and then going to the next one. And some things are challenging, but that is and so then learning how to get into that state. And it's interesting because that as I was something came up the other day. I had the surgeon that I loved, who was very busy, and then he loved Pink Floyd, and so we would always listen to Pink Floyd. And I felt like most of my life I could kind of grip a situation and drive it into being okay. There was a situation that was out of control, like, and especially in anesthesia. And that was because I could go into fight or flight and force my way to take a situation that was profoundly out of control. Somebody was dying or something, or just huge physiological perturbations of anesthesia and general surgery and problems. But then now I almost never do that, because then now I just kind of wait and receive and relax and kind of get into kind of a calm state, and then wait for the idea to kind of expose itself to me. And interestingly, that first strategy is an amazing strategy when you're like 37 and everybody loves it, but it's like a terrible.
We all did it. We all did it at this age. You noticed when you said your eyes went up because you're connecting and getting the information.
Yeah.
I hope we spend some time together. I'll show you a trick how to move to. There's another level of doing this. When we meet, I'll share with you.
Oh, nice.
It's really neat. But that's the idea. If you're totally open, it just comes to you with no effort. And then there is a certain quality that you pass to your patients. That's the healing that you said. It's not what you're telling to them when you talk to them. That's important. I mean, don't tell them but it's the energy that goes with it. It's the intention. It's the privilege of working with someone, and at the same time understanding we're no better than them. We're all in the same boat. One day we are the doctors, the next day we are the patients. We're all in the same boat, and we just share with each other, and we just have certain tools that can help people. And this is like the interdependence, the mutual support that is so needed in our society. We are really, really a lot about what we are talking today beyond the summit is really like, we are really on a 911 call right now to try to somehow shift this inflammatory state that the world is in.
And you did a pretty good job of being an example of that through your COVID thing, and then like we were talking, you took Paxlovid, the Pfizer drug, which would be very helpful. But then by being in, and so then like directionally, I think that's going to be a very valuable tool for people to have. But then suddenly mental, COVID has been such an overwhelming fear generator for so many people. But then suddenly, okay, how are we thinking about it? Mindset, number one. Number two, there's all of these things on the supplement side that you can do. There's some good medications now that you can do. And then opening up to that process. And then it's awesome to hear that part of it. But then maybe this would be a launching part to talk about peptides. I think that it's one of the interesting areas would be with infections. And so as a prep, I love this idea of breaking down biofilms, because biofilms can be places where infections can sort of hide out and be a place where they can sort of retreat to when we start to treat infections. And so then as a prep, we're always thinking about ways of breaking down those biofilms. But then, maybe talk me through how you're thinking about peptide therapy vis-a-vis infections, but then in general, maybe once with this approach in mind.
Right, so it's interesting. So the biofilm is one part. If we look at we talked about galectin-3 and in biofilms, galectin-3 will mobilize the immune system in the first few minutes, but then it will shut down the effect. Because we have to remember, just like we want to survive, the infectious agent also want to survive. The spike protein of the COVID is almost identical in structure to galectin-3. It's survival tool, how it hangs and it attaches. So in this sense, I think that, if you use more generalized peptides or use exosomes, or you're creating a wash of regeneration. And so often, I will use all the things that I've described. I will often try to have a session with the patient just before, for example. And as you know, I use therapeutic apheresis. So I get a deeper cleaning especially of lipid-soluble toxins, of mycotoxins, pesticides, which are often sitting on lipid-soluble. That's why I see the greatest dramatic shift. And then I think this day we have this selection of different peptides, which I don't actively, I use more generalized things, and I work more in the preparatory, in managing the patients. I've simplified my life, as I mentioned to you. I was, for many years, I was in the survival drive, like you mentioned at the beginning, of developing new therapies. Mm-hmm. I can say now that I did whole body hyperthermia for years because I don't do it anymore, I was probably the only one in the United States who was doing it quietly, hundreds and hundreds of treatments. So I developed a specialty, how to enhance heat therapy with infections, with chemotherapy, how to attack, how to balance. So now I'm at a place where I'm more like supporting. I'm an old man already, I'm taking it in a different way. And I'm learning that when you really refine your skills, you need to do less to get more. So in this sense, I think that if we follow this logic, and it was so exciting for me when we connected, is when we talked about your recognition that certain muscles, like we talked about the neck muscles and ganglia and the PTSD and past traumas, that you are addressing this. You are basically opening a highway for change instead of just dripping or injecting certain peptide that will make somebody feel good for a few days, and can help in an infection, of course. But again, you want to make sure you don't drive an inflammatory response. It's very important. And again, I have specific research on this, that I published, and just we don't have time to get into all of it. It's key. It's key really to remember that the powerful tools are part of a big picture. And you and I really resonate there. It's very tempting for doctors and for patients to pull a nuclear weapon without thinking about the very small weapons or tools they can use that can sometimes get the same effect or get them ready for the treatment. That's really the overarching strategy that I really wanted to emphasize in this specific summit, and that I will share with different appendixes, like 10 steps to optimize your peptide therapy, where I kind of outline practically how to do this. So the reason why I talked about the detox process, because we detoxify all the time. Every time we exhale, we detoxify. So since the exhalation takes twice more time than inhalation, we detoxify most of the time. We need to detoxify to allow for transformation to help. On the membrane level, we're talking about membrane receptors, insulin receptors, in many diseases. We don't want to go into the different ones. The beauty, as you said, we talked before the interview, which is so true. We have the tools, and once we have the tools, we can pretty much treat anything. We won't be successful with in everything, but we have the tools to address. I remember I had a colleague of mine who worked with me for many years as a doctor. She still comes, she's retired. And somebody came with this horrific, somebody called with, I think, double lung transplant and liver transplant and 3 more diseases. And they said, Isaac, can you see them? I said, yes. And how can you see them? He said, well, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to hear the stories.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just had a case like this with a patient that saw one of the biggest centers in the country for years and years. And here I am sitting in my chair, Zoom call, an hour, and you're unveiling the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody took the time to sit back and have no preconceived ideas, but yet have to admit a certain level of knowledge that you do accumulate over decades. So it's an idea that you learn the knowledge and then you unlearn by letting go of concepts. So that's a process that is needed for healing. And within, peptide is really one of the key waves of the future, together with different stem cell therapies, with different targeted therapies. But we cannot lose the holistic view, which is, in my feeling, a danger. You can see it in many places where, you know, even things that you're supposed to be an alternative are now very driven towards drug and medication, and keep it within the big context, and then use the biochemistry, use a powerful tool. That's how you get amazing healing.
Okay, so then I'll give you one from my perspective. You'll like this, and then this also kind of gives you a sense of maybe how we're thinking about things. I had a lot of experience taking care of, you know, real crazy substantial PTSD situations, and so we had been doing stellates forever, and the in parallel to that had a lot of sort of significant Lyme patients and Lyme and mold and complex illness. And I had always been a little nervous about taking people who are real fragile and treating them up front. And so I had always delayed doing the stellate. But then we started over this last year doing more of that. And then everyone did well. And so then I started to realize, oh, okay, so thematically, that fight or flight stuff, moving that up in patients with complex illness. Now, what else are we doing? We're thinking about detox and stuff like that also, just like you. So then that's good. And so then, and then just for some people out there doing stellates, one thing that you'll find is that, I think that there's ultimately going to be a very strong correlation, and I found one article about this, that there's slightly decreased blood flow to the brain in patients with complex illness. It seems there's a correlation between that and like the small fiber neuropathy that these people will get. Stellate will increase that blood flow. And so then and what I do now is relatively lower dose, especially for complex illness patients, like just 3 cc's, 0.5% ropivacaine. And then I will just put a very small amount, like 1 cc to 0.5 cc by the vagus nerve next to the carotid. And so then I come very carefully, and I'll just put a little bit there by the vagus. And then what happens is when you do it like that, and that's a very advanced injection because your needle's right by the carotid artery. But then what will happen is they will get, their eye will droop, and they'll get a profound kind of Horner syndrome. And then the reset will happen. But then the reset will, because I'm using a small amount of local anesthetic, it comes back pretty quickly. So it's pretty easy for people to go through. And then sometimes people will get a headache, but then that headache, that's because they're getting more blood flow, and then that will reset.
I want, because it's so valuable, I want to give some, so it's really interesting. Your first concept, the fact that you moved it up, it's called in Chinese medicine, tonification through sedation. You need to slow down, you need to create a space. That's exactly how we started the conversation. Mm-hmm. When you block, the body forgets the memory. It just forgets it. And it comes back in a different way. So you're creating space for them. Space for change. And that's really key, definitely. And that's, we do this a lot. It's actually, you are, you know, in my book, there are 3 chapters about how to change. So first is detoxification. The second healing the scars of survival. And that's what you're doing with your injection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know, of course, we have the external scars, but you're able to go into the internal scars.
Mm-hmm.
It goes straight into the nervous system and really releases this PTSD. Often it's multi-generational. You know, in my book, I tell the story about myself, my grandfather, his Holocaust trauma, where I never met, I'm named after him, and how my healing affected my mother without her knowing even. So you have a lot of shortcuts with this treatment. That's so neat, but that's really what's happening. You are basically erasing genetic and mainly epigenetic tendencies and traumas of this life, and then you're creating a blood flow that can allow things people can pick up in a different place. It's beautiful.
Right. Yeah. And you know, there's a song, John Prine has the song called Sam Stone. I don't know if I told it to you, but it has a line, little pitchers have big ears. And so little kids, they hear everything that mom and dad say. And so that's how they pick up that epigenetic trauma. Because
totally.
if mom and dad are not okay, then probably that means they're definitely not okay. Right. And so then that gets them running that energy that I'm not okay.
Yeah, totally.
But then if you could kind of come to this realization of, oh, I'm okay. And interestingly, when I now, a lot of times people will come in and they'll say, oh, I already did this. I already started doing breathing exercises. I changed my diet. And then they're well on the way. And I don't even have to do it because they're receiving that they're going to listen to this and they're going to sort of understand a little bit of the framework and then get into this headspace, which is why I think there's going to be an acceleration of how effective we can be because people are sort of bought in. I got an idea. So then I'll tell you this one, and I think you're going to love this one in terms of 1.5 of preparation to get to the 2.0 of, like, let's say doing peptides. So then the one thing that I found is there's these new category of peptides called bioregulator peptides, and they tend to be small. They're only 2 or 3 or 4 amino acids. And so because small peptides, people react to much less than big proteins. And so then for people who are toxic, then those small ones, they're going to be less likely to have immune reactions to or mast cell reactions to. Now, if you do therapeutic plasma exchange or plasmapheresis or anything in that category, that's going to regulate immune function. So that's going to be optimal. But so then the bioregulator peptides regulate organs. And so then one of the things that I have found is that for patients, if I have them start, and there's one for the spleen called Vilon, and then there's one for the liver, Livogen. And so then I'll do the immune bioregulators and then the spleen thymus as part of my detox. And I'm kind of introducing the idea carefully and slowly. And it's almost, my analogy for it is do you remember when, did you ever read The Hobbit?
Yeah.
So then remember Gandalf, he comes and he puts a little sign on the door that says, oh, there's going to be transformation here. But then what happens is he comes in and then he's introducing this idea very casually to Bilbo that there could be something significant happening, but he doesn't overwhelm him too much. But even then it's a little triggering. And so then what he has to do is talk to him. And then he has 2 of the dwarves come, and then 2 more, and then 2 more. And eventually they're all there. And then eventually everything happens. But he didn't overwhelm them by having all 12, because if all of them came, it would have been too much.
Totally.
So then peptides is kind of like this. And then the small peptides, KPV, GHK, I think are amazing sort of initial things, particularly in the complex illness thing. And then adding in immune stuff, obviously, is going to be helpful.
Amazing. You're doing amazing work. So much, really. It's so true. We often do this in even as part of healing, like in my retreats. We will address every organ, with color and sound. It's kind of similar. You are giving very, very gentle messages. And you're allowing, the more gentler they are, I think the peptide is smaller, it can penetrate to smaller areas, to areas which are difficult to really get to,
Yeah.
So definitely, okay, that's so neat.
And the liver, there's an aspect of, if you fix the gut, then that's crucial, because that's the detox pathway of our body. Right. Which is why it's lucky for me when I do podcasts, because I just get to sit here and I have the constellation of all of the different gut healing concoctions that I've made. But then I noticed that once that starts to happen, then liver function starts to get better. What's your number one top couple strategies for turning detox pathways on and supporting in that direction?
So I have I developed a very specialized supplement, because one of the keys with detox is the organ support that you mentioned. So one of the flaws of detox, including detox formulas, they don't realize the body needs energy to detoxify. The body needs circulation to detoxify. So a good detoxify strategy, you always need to have adaptogenic herbs. I work a lot with a combination of herbs and nutrients and how they relate to each other, and minerals. And the thing that you said with the small peptide is beautiful, because, for example, I will prepare tinctures that support each of the organs based on the detox cycle, which again, it's a whole lecture. I don't have time. I a little bit touch on it in my book. There is certain flow when the liver lets go of blood, right? What happens? It goes, hepatic vein goes to the right heart, goes to the lung gets affected first, then it goes to the heart, then it goes to the circulation, then it gets to the kidneys. So you see different stations. So you want to prepare the body, exactly what you're doing with the peptide. Chinese medicine was aware of it. And so in this sense, but I think now I'm also adding a lot of pesticides binding and support.
Which would be, what are the top 3 binders for pesticides?
So right now, I developed a product called Glyphodetox, because it's specifically, you really look at pesticide. We have this concept that it's okay to have a certain level of pesticide in the body. It's like a little bit of poison is okay. No, 0 poison is okay. Mm-hmm. So if you look at glyphosate, there's only one of them. And the glyphosate formulations have so many toxic additives. Glyphosate disrupts the gut membrane. It causes gluten sensitivity. It causes dysbiosis. It delivers inflammatory compounds into the brain. If we look at pesticides, we look at the 3 kingdoms. We look at the water, we look at the plants that affects meat, and we look at the minerals, the earth. So I address both of them, because I always believe, we talked about it, wherever there is a problem, nature will also introduce a solution. So I use specific pectins, not pectazole has its own benefits in binding mycotoxins and stopping inflammation. I use high molecular weight, high esterification pectins to bind in the gut. I use alginates. Again, it's very similar polyuretide mechanism, but greater mechanism. And alginates were shown to bind many pesticides. And I use kelp, because kelp has life in it. It has the minerals we need, right? It has the energy. And then I use shilajit. Shilajit is this concentrates from Ayurvedic medicine that I've been given by different people in Asia like 15, 20 years ago. And actually, I analyzed them then before they were popular. It was amazing how clean they were, like no heavy metals. I was amazed. They are rich with minerals, and fulvic acid can bind glyphosate, can bind heavy metals. And then I use glycine as a way to stabilize the gut membrane, to help glutathione, and also to help the exchange with glutamate and with glyphosate in the brain, the neuroexcitatory damaging effect of glyphosate. So I use this together with pectazole, and then I have a certain probiotic that I really love. I really love Eco Probiotic. Reason why I love it is because it's liquid. It's the beneficial bacteria is grown on healing herbs. That's what we talked. So it's fed healing herbs and some of the pectosol. So you get a liquid that for the 50-60% that it works, you will feel a difference in your gut in an hour or two sometimes. You can feel the healing.
What's it called?
It's called Eco Probiotics.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm going to try it.
And it's liquid. So, it's like, because it's about having life, like peptides can bring life. They can bring energies. They can create change. It's a similar process. We want to create a movement. and then there's so many preparations, but it's also about really separating between what we want to take in, nourishment, and what we need to let go of. It's the same process. And that's why is the ileocecal valve so problematic? And then appendicitis, but the whole area, right, for us, not only because the terminal ileum absorbs a lot of things, that's one of the ways, because it's a clear demarcation between until here I absorb, and from here on I let go. So people have a confusion with this. You can see changes in the way they eat, in their eating pattern, in taking the time to eat. They confuse between what is theirs and what is not theirs. They hold two things, same survival. So the ileocecal valve is a reflection of a lot of what we talk today, about how to nourish ourselves and how to let go of what we need to let go. So, this is what anal personality and constipation is. We hold on to what we're supposed to really let go. So, there can be mental constipation, and there's a certain acupuncture points for doing it. So all of these I put into my treatments, and I try to somehow take this, as you can get a sense, highly individualized care, like each person is a universe, and there's some way, a way to translate it into supplements. And often the formulation process comes to me in dreams or in meditation. And I got this bunch of researchers who help me. And it sometimes takes 2-3 years from the point I get an idea for a simple supplement until I feel okay enough with it that I put it out.
How long do you, let's say there was a person that had a moderate level of pesticides and glyphosate, and they started taking a protocol like you're outlining.
Right.
How long do you think it takes to really detox effectively that from the body?
It's a great question because we are not living in a vacuum. Right now I'm doing a clinical trial, and most of the people are around the cornfields in Iowa, so you can see glyphosate, you can see, and it's incredible, the other toxin, even like from gasoline products and environmental, it's like insane. So it depends. I usually like to tell, if somebody is relatively healthy, then for example, for glyphosate detox, I'll tell them to take 2 twice a day on an empty stomach for about 2 to 3 months. If they are really sick, take it longer. And of course, some people are sensitive, they have to start slower. But then we have to realize something like removal of pesticides is something that we have to do for the rest of our life in a small dose, because we are constantly exposed. I'm very lucky. I live in West Sonoma, and there are no airplanes that fly above us. That we are very lucky. I realize now how lucky we are because now in the last few years, I'm realizing how much, there is leaded gasoline in planes. There's so many additives. So it depends on the exposure. So a certain level has to be part of a daily regimen. It's just like you said, if we take good care of the gut, if we don't absorb the pesticides, if we don't take them in our lungs, and then you got the pectosol, which is well published on removal of heavy metals, multiple papers. I presented some of the first one in 2005, I think. It was like one of my big discoveries. Removes lead, removes mercury, removes arsenic, cadmium. It actually removes uranium and cesium. We published on all of this. So, but we also are breaking the lattice formation. We're creating communication between the body. We're reducing abnormal inflammation. We're regulating the immune response. And then if you get this, and on top of it, these are simple things that are also very affordable. On top of it, then you have then, you know, people like you and I build a more sophisticated treatment system as needed.
Okay, I'll react to several things you said, and this just kind of interesting. So then one thing is that you were talking about the ileocecal valve. So for people who don't know, there's this valve that is between the small intestine and the colon. And the small intestine is 30 feet long, but it's only about as big around as my finger. And so there's not supposed to be any bacteria or anything in there. It's sterile, and there's absorption happening of minerals and stuff and food. And then the large intestine's a fermentation factory that's as big around as my arm. And it's 5 or 6 feet long. And then that's kind of the final aspect of digestion. And so then there's this theme that people will have trouble transitioning from small intestine to large intestine, a lot of times because actually people can get yeast and bacteria that start to go upstream and start to live in there, causing inflammation. And so when we think about detox strategies, then fixing that and kind of managing that, and a lot of times we do that with herbal antimicrobials and stuff, and they call that SIBO or SIFO. So fixing and managing those, and having a diet and lifestyle around that can be important. And I think about it. I thought I was a genius and I was going to be I bought a farm and became a farmer, trying to grow organic food early. And then there was pears and blackberries on the farm, and I ended up eating so many of them, I got SIBO. And so then I got to fix that, which was amazing because it was like I learned how important the gut was. And now I just kept doing that, and I just keep working on that gut thing. And now I just can't even believe how good my gut feels. And I think that's an example of how I just feel better and better and better the more that I do around that category. I'm going to personally go through your protocol, and I'm going to do it for a year. I had a patient that worked in an auto body shop that had the worst Great Plains lab I'd ever seen from exposure at work. And then he took your modified citrus pectin. I never told you this, and this was like before COVID, and for a year, and then it went basically to a perfect score, and it took a year. And so then that was the moment.
No, mate, I don't know how I did it, because I'm outgoing, but somehow people who talk to me say, no, you are like, it's the best secrets in town. That's why now I feel like I have to share this with the world, because it's a gift from nature, you know, and we have done so many years, you know, we are close to about 80 published papers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's, so when I hear this, I say, wow, you know, it makes my day, you know, it makes my month, it makes my life, because you hear these stories and you don't know them until you meet doctors who tell you these stories, you know?
Right. And so then that one made me realize that, you know, we're Bay Area people. And I was at, about 6 years ago, I was at the Bridge concert that Neil Young gives. It's a concert that is a benefit for a school that takes care of kids with fairly profound, you know, neurological and cognitive and developmental issues, called the Bridge School. And then he got up at the end of the night and he said, you know, you really make my day and my week, and really you make my entire life by being here, because there's people, it was a helpful kind of positive thing. And interestingly, then, you know, I heard that and I just felt so good. And I think about that moment all the time, you know, and I feel, and so it just reminded me of that. But then interestingly, I think that is our most important strategy, is helping people feel good. And so then as I go back into listening to that last little bit, the idea of doing something to help people feel a little bit better is crucial to this whole thing. And so then you heard Dr. Eliaz say, that he uses the adaptogenic herbs. And so I think that that's an important little tool, because then these are things that will give you some energy and give you a little bit of starting to feel a little bit better. And then that is so crucial, because then that allows you to believe in the story that we're telling, or potentially that you're telling to yourself, that you're actually going to get better. And so then,
it's interesting. There are certain adaptogenic herbs that are bigger than one person, we say. They can create a communication, like a community support. Sometimes we like Wang Chi astragalus is an example, which actually is an adaptogenic, but at high dose become actually a detoxifier.
Which one?
Astragalus.
Oh, yeah.
Wang Chi. So sometimes, like when somebody is very sick and weak, I would have the family take the same herb with the patient to create a community of change and support. But yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. We need the energy to make the way. So that's one principle. And often you can't see it when you look at an ingredient list. And that's the value. Like, for example, I was once in a meeting I formulate for a lot of people and a lot of companies here and there. And you meet with scientists who really know a lot about the biochemistry, but they are not clinicians. They don't have this big picture. So then what you get is a list of ingredients based on research. There's no glue. When you look at a formula, you have to feel it. You look at it, you feel it, and you say, okay, is there a flow? And for me, if I feel my formula doesn't have a flow, I put it aside. I tell my people, let's meet in a month or two, or in 2 weeks, or in 3 months. Then they bring it back. I look at it. Sometimes it goes like this. Sometimes it takes years and years until you're there. Wow, you can feel the power. It has a flow. Mm-hmm. And in one level, modified citrus pectin pectosol, which is supposedly one ingredient, but it's not. It's so magical. The structure of the pectins, people still are not totally clear. We are the first who showed that low molecular MCP pectosol gets absorbed into the blood. We put some marked antibodies on the pectin, so we could track it, and we track the half-life. But it has all these side branches and neutral sugars and the concentration, and there's a lot of wisdom in nature. Just like what you're saying, the peptide is a piece of a protein. So you're taking something which is created, and you're using a small part of it to really target it very specifically. And that's the beauty of keeping the big picture and having these very targeted tools,
Okay, good. So then, and I've got an idea for you, because then this one would be aligned with this theme that we've got in terms of like preparing the body. And so then one of my ideas is that the reason to do adaptogenic things is to feel a little bit better. And the reason to feel a little bit better is to help believe in the story. And so get into a heart space. What is the heart like from Chinese medicine? Peace. Right. And then to get into an idea of peace around that, and to get into an idea of feeling good. And so then one thing that I found is that there's some peptides that will help with mitochondrial function. And so then I kind of consider them to be adaptogenic.
Totally, absolutely.
Peptides. And so then some of them are hard to get, like SS31. Humanin would be a little bit in that category. Mod C would be somewhat in that category. In terms of feel good and sort of cognitive enhancing and kind of an adaptogenic from a neurological perspective, FGL would probably be in that category.
And I have a question for you. Do you feel that they will selectively go to healthy cells and won't do the same, for example, for a cancer cell?
So then this is the defining question that we need to think about in terms of cancer versus non-cancer. But in general, the one thing that is worrisome from a cancer perspective is thymosin beta-4 is potentially used by cancer cells. And so then what I like is the fragments of thymosin beta-4. It's like a keychain with these different fragments. And so then we'll use the fragments, which are small pieces, rather than that. But then,
well, I can tell you, because I'm doing a cancer summit in February, and this is going to be your topic in my summit to talk about peptides in cancer. I would love to totally interview you on this.
Oh yeah. So then, but I would like to interview you on it, because I think it's such a interesting question, because the most important thing is to manage biology, get these detox kind of things going on, create an archetype of a story about yourself.
So
and then,
let me answer your question a little bit toward the end of the interview. So it goes back, believe it or not, to the survival response. What response the cell is going to take. So if you are, for example, we can see that PD-L1 inhibitors, which is like the big new immunotherapy in cancer, stop working with the presence of galectin-3. Merck knows it. The non-small cell lung cancer patient don't respond to Keytruda if galectin-3 is elevated. Why? Because the immune response is not correct. So you get the extra cellular and the membrane. But there are certain natural compounds that will allow a different response based on the metabolic status, the P53, the mTOR1, the AMPK. Again, we can't go explain all of it. And honoculol is one of them. It's one of my favorites. And because what honoculol will do, it will create an oxidative pressure just on the cancer cell. When the mTOR1 is turned on, when hypoxia-inducing factor is turned on, when pyruvate dehydrogenase is blocked by PDK, then it will become an anti-cancer effect. In the normal cell, it's amazing. It will recognize AKT, all the different, I cannot speak inside the cell. It will recognize when they are normal, it will become a powerful antioxidant. And it will do a similar effect in the brain. It will convert glutamate to GABA, so a very relaxing effect. So again, honoculol is from the magnolia bark. Now, I was very instrumental in bringing honoculol to the forefront, especially in cancer. And I can talk about it because I'm in California. I have to be careful. I can't do it anymore. I did honoculol IV for cancer patients, and it was amazing together with regular treatment. And I published 2 or 3 case reports. I didn't want to, I had 14 cases. It got accepted to another journal, but at that time, I was concerned regulatory-wise, so I didn't. Unfortunately, with all the regulatory tightness, we can't get it. I'm the only one in the world who ever did honoculol IV. I mean, one day a big center will do it, and that's great. I was in touch with John Hopkins at some point. But that's this regulatory. That's exactly what you're talking about. And yeah, it's for us to figure beyond an interview to really spend a few hours together and kind of come with some of these
well, so we're in the middle of sort of a framework of getting a clinic set up in a where there's no limitations from a jurisdictional perspective, and that's actually going to happen, I think, probably this year. Which means that, and then we're going to build a sort of a clinical research organization that I would love to have you part of that will help facilitate that.
I'd be very glad to be part of it.
But then what I was going to say was, I actually think, and you took the words out of my mouth, but I'm going to re-say it because then I think this is so crucial. We need to, after that initial sort of framework of our initial mindset of kind of getting going, have an anti-cancer strategy that we basically are running permanently in our lives. And so then these strategies, whether they be supplements, whether they be, because if we're driving an anti-cancer pathway, then you can take and put growth factors and things that are stimulating, and then manage senescence, and then manage these conversations kind of with that in mind. But we're always having 2 or 3 things that we're doing that are anti-cancer.
Yeah, of course. It's how we started the conversation today about making sure we use the right channels. And in this sense, we have shown a lot that that's really the value of again, it comes back to so fundamental. Is what drives cancer. What is a cancer cell? A cancer cell, and maybe it's a good place to kind of close the discussion. Cancer cell is a cell that wants to survive. It's not willing to understand that it's mortal. The cancer cell is a manifestation of the survival paradox. So what does it do? It creates a microenvironment, so nobody can tell it what to do. And then it's going to survive, then it wants to expand, then it creates metastases, and and then how it's driven by hypoxia-inducing factors, by mTOR1, which is what happens when we don't breathe. We get into survival mode. So in this sense, pectosol as an example is just an example from one example that I happen to work on about what we talked about, but that's really how we started the conversation today. When you asked me, that's the idea of the strategy. How do we take the tools into the right highway? And unfortunately, cancer is a risk for all of us, definitely.
Mm-hmm. But then interestingly, and then this has just been my one of these ideas that I have, you know, I did this 3-year doctorate of medical Qigong program with Jerry Allen Johnson, which was super amazing. And the last year was integrative oncology. And so then that was like, and I was kind of afraid to even go into that or talk about that because, and even now, you know, we're more focused, I would say, on infections and things, although a number of people have been calling me and asking me about those topics. And interestingly, I think that when, and then this would be, I could go along with the trajectory of our conversation. If you are in fight or flight, then the immune system goes, wait, because the immune system goes into fight or flight and then doesn't really do its job. Whereas if you can get into relaxed and kind of accepting and kind of connection, then the immune system is working. If the immune system is working, it finds that cancer and then takes it out. And so then
it's really how it works. That's how it works. And we showed it in our recent paper on biochemical relapse of prostate cancer. It's exactly this. Prostate cancer was removed. It's coming back, starting to grow. There are no big metastases. They took the modified cytospectin and 80% it slowed down, stopped, or got better. Why? The MCP, the modified cytospectin, didn't kill the cancer. It allowed our body to function properly and take care of the cancer.
Right.
And some people live in metastatic disease. Same principle, exactly.
Right. And so then the interesting thing is that how do you prepare the body for peptides? In a way, there's a narrative that's a psychological and spiritual narrative that everything is okay. If you're using the modified cytospectin, that is like what's actually going in your body and continuing that narrative that everything is okay. And then as that happens, it's like we become aware at a deeper and deeper level that everything is cool. And then it's from that framework then we're beginning to pick and choose within the diversity of everything that we have to start to rewire and turn things on and move into the future.
I know I can't mention the name for political reasons, but one of my patients and my greatest teacher, even if I didn't spend a lot of time with him, is the Eliaz. I'm saying Eliaz for geopolitical reasons. It was the most legendary meditation master in the last 20 years of the 20th century, in the beginning of the 21st. And he told me, his instruction to me says, so in Buddhism, we call it, you tear down the hut of ordinary mind. If you dissolve the survival, the grasping, then everything will be okay, even if it's not okay. As long as you hold, nothing will be okay, even if it seems okay. And this is really what we are talking about. And we are interesting. And he told me, you got to teach this in the West and find medical ways, and meditation ways of doing it, which is, I said, what is he talking about? But then kind of it's, he has left his body almost 20 years ago, and now here I am doing this and it's my passion, but it's exactly what you're talking about. It's, it's beautiful.
It's a little bit like, I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to talk about my favorite topic of all time, which is Star Wars. Because that's what happened with Obi-Wan Kenobi, because, Darth Vader is, and everything is not okay. Darth Vader is about to kill him. And then he connects into peace, and then he transcended. And then that was like this.
Exactly.
It's the same thing, you know what I mean?
Of course, it's all the same. It's just different manifestation of the same essence, absolutely.
This is a spoiler alert. There's going to be a spoiler alert on this one, but then it's kind of worth it. I have been watching Picard, and it's a new sort of version of Star Trek, and so then the character Picard is just staggeringly, amazing, and then the actor is just the greatest of all time, and so then Patrick Stewart, and so then what happens is he goes into the situation where he basically gives up his life to save someone, and he gets traumatized, and so then there's this episode where he goes into a coma. And then when he goes into a coma, basically, he immediately regresses to the greatest trauma of his life. And so then he's a child locked in a room in a basement. But this is almost like a analogy for what happens to all of us. We retreat back to this deepest trauma, and what is that trauma? It's an epigenetic trauma, because it was a trauma that came from his mother that probably has genetic aspects to it, and that probably has aspects that relate to how he can construct of his consciousness and reality on this plane. And so then the journey is, how does he go back and help this little kid come out of that room, so that little kid, and then in healing the trauma of this little kid, what happens is that then he heals himself, and then he wakes up from coma.
This is the crux of what I teach in open heart medicine, and what I take people through in my retreats, in a unique way, going internally into the cells, and also what I do in the clinic. That's really healing the scars of survival. I just touch it in one chapter before the last, but that's the secret. And the Galactic 3 is one concept about it, because we hold. But this is really, eventually, this is, wow, what a beautiful story. It's exactly what we do. Because right now, the way we are responding and the way we are thinking and the way we are feeling is a result of countless people who created us in the last just 2,000 years. If you look mathematically, 25 years per generation, 1,500 already in infinite number. And what we're doing now is going to affect countless generations in the future. Mm-hmm. And when our mind goes to the past, think about our parents, and we feel like we are there and we can experience them. Well, 2 generations forward, when they think about it, they're affecting us right now. So I teach on it, especially during the retreat. There's a special diagram that I show sometimes, and then people go through the experience of multi-generational healing. That's what I told you with the story before the interview, how I healed, and I had so much energy. Suddenly with the COVID, I could just teach for 12 hours. Anyway, I did a certain healing on this for the group, and it affected me. But that's because when we clean this, what you do with the stallion ganglion, I can't tell you how important it is. Head and body, okay. When you're relaxing, we are finally at the moment a little bit. We're not driven by stuff from the past. So this is something with ultimately in meditation, we can do every second of the day. The value, for example, in meditating with open eyes is that right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm actually meditating. It's no different than if I sat. There is no difference. Everything moves. There's an ongoing movement. That's really the infinite healing potential. That's beyond time. It's something. And Yeah, but it's anyway, we sure covered. We've been talking for almost 2 hours. This is
I know we have to go, but then that ties into my ultimate theory that I'm kind of running all the time. And it's interesting, my one of my nephews is here with me with my sister. And so then, and if we were talking about that idea, little pitchers have big ears. And so then imagine there's some trauma that's going down and that's going down. So then it was like your dad had it and then I have it, right? But then interestingly, to the extent that that heals, my theory is that actually kind of begins to heal just backwards. And so then you begin to heal that generational.
I gotta stop you. It's not a theory. That's the whole thing that I do with people. Like in my book, we read the book. I always had pressure in my chest. I'm named after my grandfather, okay? My grandfather died from stomach cancer at age 50. After escaping from Poland, they were very wealthy. They escaped the day Hitler came in. And here, my grandmother survived to 98. We are at her gravesite. She died, and my mother said for the first time, 10 out of 12 siblings of your grandfather were killed by the Nazis. We never knew. My grandfather never talked about it. He stomached it. All my life, I think I told you, I had this intense pressure in my chest right here. I mean, people can see it, figure up like right here when I touched, okay? Now I feel no pain.
Mm-hmm.
Then through the meditation and through psychological work, I connected with his trauma. I'm named after him. I never met him, of course. And suddenly it's about 5-6 years ago, whatever it was, all the pain went away completely. Mm-hmm. But then my mother, who could never watch any program about the Holocaust, was suddenly able to open the TV
mm-hmm.
and watch things about the Holocaust because the healing went backwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this is really, it's not only a theory. This is open heart medicine. That's the idea of healing. So your theory is actually, I mean, it has a lot of practicality about it. This is the ultimate healing.
But then interestingly, then once that happens, then what happens is instead of generational trauma flowing towards you, generational healing is flowing towards you.
Totally, multi-generational healing. That's
which actually is what happens back in Star Wars, because then after that whole thing, then ultimately Anakin is healed. And so then,
as long as we are back to Star Wars, it's all good. Yeah, but it's happening in Star Wars and it can happen in life. We see it in group retreats where there's a group healing, and we really, just us being aware of it, and this is for every viewer, doctor or patient, we have the privilege of being healers, not only of ourselves, but of all people connected to us. If we remember this and we put this energy and intention out.
And then they told me to, and just the fact that they told me to do something means I'm potentially not going to do it. And so they told me to keep this to an hour. But then the most important thing is that I think that this is the most important conversation of this whole Peptide Summit. And the reason is because to hear this as a framework and then connect to the idea that you can begin to kind of tell your narrative, tell your story, and then as that starts to happen, that's kind of healing your throat chakra, which then a lot of times allows you to kind of come into your heart. But then this as a framework, and as a framework of some very simple things that you can do that can start a process that you can then begin to kind of project manage detox, project manage the gut, project manage just your lifestyle and your wellness, and then consciousness. And that once you start to heal those things, they say that the trauma leaves a score in the body. But then interestingly, then when you heal it, and then you begin to feel generations of healing flowing through you, and it's just magical. Then that is the framework of the introduction. I studied with yoga with a very interesting two people. One was Arkady Shirin, and one was Shandar Ramate. And then these are like I think the best yoga teachers probably that of the world. And then Shandar started something called shadow yoga. And then he said that the initial situation in yoga was preludes. And so then we did dance, almost like dance type of movement that was relatively simple movement. But then you had to work on the preludes for the longest time before you could actually even begin practice. And so in a way, I would almost frame everything that we talked about today as a prelude. And interestingly, then that then sets natural processes in effect.
Exactly what we talk. Wow, I have to tell you, because I've been around a little bit, your patients are very lucky. And the one thing is really that you know, but kind of a reminder for other people, like especially people put acupuncture needles and they try to feel the energy. No, just relax. When you put your injection, just keep your heart open. Just keep everything open, and then you'll see everything becomes different. And yeah, you really created an amazing package of knowledge and intention. It's inspiring for me.
And I would, if I had to only give one person credit, I would give Arkady credit. He was just it's amazing, but maybe my parents too. But I'm so grateful to have you as a mentor, and I look forward to our collaborations and research and to learning from you. And I'm on behalf of the world, I'm just grateful that you came to this planet and decided to help us. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. Wow, what I really enjoyed. Take care.
Okay, have a wonderful life. If you're enjoying these presentations so far, consider taking home lifetime VIP access to the entire Peptide Summit at a special discount right now. And remember, you're not only getting on-demand access to all 30+ expert interviews and bonus gifts, you're also helping support our mission and getting this groundbreaking health information out to as many people as possible. Welcome to the Peptide Summit, and you guys are on with my good friend, Ben Greenfield, and we're going to talk about peptides today. How's that sound?
Well, that sounds pretty exciting. I think for the 0.001% of the population who finds peptides exciting.
It's a small segment, but I think it's going to
there's a few of us.
There's a few of us. Maybe just at kind of a high level, tell me what your experience has been, because you've been, I would say, an early adopter and somebody that has been a great source of information and education, getting it out there. But what's been your experience using peptides over the years?
Well, if by early adopter you mean try new things out with reckless abandon and throwing safety to the wind, that's possibly a fitting description. I kind of got interested in peptides simply because I spent a lot of my life competing in a sport, specifically Ironman triathlon, and then actually obstacle course racing and Spartan racing after that. That is kind of a sport where you're constantly chasing an injury, right? There's constantly like a nagging ache or pain. There's constantly like some ankle or knee or hip or shoulder that's talking to you, but rather than just like resting and recovering and allowing it to heal, you instead figure out a way to get it mended as quickly as possible, because you're signed up for some darn race that you paid a bunch of money for and that you're scheduled to go compete in, and God forbid you should cancel that or drop out, because then the world will end. As we all know, anybody who's done an Ironman triathlon knows that you have to show up to the starting line come hell or high water. So anyways, I began to use peptides, particularly BPC 157 and TB 500, as a way to nurse sore or injured joints back to recovery or to racing status more quickly. And they kind of worked like really well, which really surprised me, like better than almost anything that I'd used. And I was just using subcutaneous injections, either systemically, kind of near the abdominals where the very, very small amount of body fat that I actually have seems to reside, or just as close to the site as possible. So, yeah.
And then that's, that has been my experience. And so then also being somebody that exercises a lot and then having injuries, that became how I started using it. And then in COVID, I started having people with pain that were like, I can't come see you until 2023. And so then I was like, okay, well, let's just start doing peptides, and including with you. And it's kind of amazing when you have pain kind of down by a joint, and especially for somebody like me that was known for doing injections into joints. And then to just be able to inject subcutaneously in the soft tissue kind of close to a joint, it's shocking how helpful it is being able to do that. Would you do that? How soon around training or a competition would you start to do things like BPC and TB 500 around a joint?
Well, when I first started using those two peptides, I alternated one day BPC and then one day TB. They're obviously working in two different mechanisms of healing. The former more the inflammatory component, and the latter a little bit more the soft tissue component. But I didn't really have any issues with injecting all the way up to literally like the morning of the race to manage pain or to speed up healing. And I didn't find any contraindications about using something like that literally on race day. I had one friend who was using TB 500 who commented to me that he injured his shoulder in the gym. He felt as though he may have torn the tendon a little bit, and literally just like walked into his kitchen and injected TB, and like the next day felt really good. And my son, my 13-year-old son, he did a 2 or 3 hours of tennis and then lifted weights and then had a jiu-jitsu match. And this was like last week. And he walked in the house rubbing his elbow, and I'm like, what's wrong? And it was hurting him. And so we put some magnesium oil on it. I did a little soft tissue massage on it and put him to bed. And he woke up the next morning and his elbow was just like still hurting. And so I said, all right, well, I'm just going to inject it. And so I had some BPC 157 and literally just jammed straight into his elbow. And this was at like 8 a.m. And again, like, I don't know if it actually works this quickly, but by noon, he was like good to go. And his elbow hasn't hurt at all since. So it seems like there's kind of an acute reaction, which is pretty surprising with these. And so, I mean, and as you know, Matt, like I, after using BPC and TB, just began to use a lot of other things pretty successfully. Like my favorite stack, and I run this stack a couple of times a year, actually, for simultaneous fat loss and muscle gain. And it also seems to crush sleep pretty well too, is tesamorelin in the morning, like pre-fasted workout, and then CJC ipamorelin in the evening for kind of like that growth hormone surge. And, I'll do a couple cycles of that throughout the year. And that's another one where I almost just like can't keep weight on when I use that stack, but it's, simultaneous to muscle maintenance or muscle gain. And, of course there are a lot of others, but BPC and TB are like always in my refrigerator shelf. And then for travel and stuff, I really like thymosin alpha and LL37. And then I run that tesamorelin CJC, a couple of times a year for around 8 to 12 weeks or so. And that's a pretty good stack as well.
Okay. And so I'm going to translate for people. The tesamorelin and then tesamorelin and generally is combined with ipamorelin, and then CJC is generally combined with ipamorelin as well. And those basically tell your brain to make and secrete more growth hormone. And so then rather than taking growth hormone, you actually tell your body to make it. And so that's what that stack is. TB 500 is basically the fragment of a fragment of thymosin beta 4. It's the fragment 17 to 23. And then BPC 157 is kind of an anti-inflammatory. And then for what he's talking about for traveling, LL37 is actually a fairly significantly good antimicrobial. It's like almost like an antibiotic. And then thymosin alpha 1 is an immune regulating. And then I think that is kind of a nice, particularly if you're out traveling, meeting people at this time when COVID's still sort of swirling around the edges. Those are intriguing. And so then you can see whether you're strategizing sort of your training sort of over the arc of the year, whether you're traveling or whether you're just at home dealing with aches and pains of life. Suddenly there's sort of a diversity of ways that you can think about using these peptides to kind of regulate basically your biology.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of interesting. I had been looking into this when I was using tesamorelin and CJC, and that's that one thing that'll increase the cell receptor sensitivity to the growth hormone surge that you get from that stack is quercetin. And so obviously, you know, quercetin is something I know you use in your practice, Matt, and it's actually, you know, pretty common in functional medicine for it to be used for a lot of immune protocols, whether injectable or oral. But it's interesting that it seems to also pair pretty well with those growth hormone stacks too.
That's awesome. And it also is kind of it's a little bit of a senolytic. And so it's kind of nice to kind of do something for senescence when you're stimulating growth.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. There are some people who kind of like to cycle on and off of that growth hormone stack. And then there are some people who will kind of continue to take the CJC ipamorelin over the whole course of the year. Some people will sleep a lot better with it. And some people, it will incrementally add to sleep, because sleep is one of those things that if your body's not working well, then that can be a challenge. And so,
but honestly, like I've been getting the best sleep ever lately.
Oh, really?
Like, so good. Yeah.
What do you what's working for you?
Well, of course, like I continue with my normal sleep hygiene practices, right? Like I keep the room cold, and I even use one of those chili pads. And then when I travel, I just like take a lukewarm shower before bed, and then wear socks, because if you like warm the arteriovenous anastomosis vessels, like in the hands or the feet, while you sleep, it kind of like paradoxically cools the core. So when I travel, I'll like do a shower and wear wool socks, but then at home I'll just use the chili pad and then keep the room pretty cold, and the chili pad, I'll put that at like 55 degrees. And then, you know, I still use blackout curtains, and, you know, keep the room super dark, whether I'm traveling or whether I'm at home. You know, I don't have any business books or any business activities in the bedroom. You know, the bedroom's only for sleep and sex. And then the noise component is I always cover up ambient noise with some type of white noise generating device. But the things that I've been doing lately, because as you know, Matt, it's like you're always tinkering, going for that extra 1%, or you know, trying to get the sleep score on your device from a 85 to a 90 or 95 or whatever. And I've been like consistently just crushing like 8 to 8.5 hours of amazing sleep on a regular basis. And so the changes that I've made, the only things I've changed are I installed a really, really more intense blue light producing device on my desktop, and about an hour or so after I get up, by the time I'm in my office, I blast that thing up to full capacity, and I still run the infrared lights in the morning, which I always have done to kind of simulate sunrise. You know, I have one of those Juve panels, but I've added the really, really bright blue light, and so I'm getting really good circadian architecture kind of started off first thing in the morning. And then the evening, a couple of things. Oh, and then one other thing I do in the morning is, you know, it's like the best $10 I've ever spent on Amazon, especially for travel, because, you know, when you travel, you don't quite have as much say over the bright lights in the refrigerator, or, or the hotel room lights or whatever. I bought just a little headlamp on Amazon. That's a red light headlamp, right? So when I get up in the morning, until the time of day has arrived at which I want to send my body a message that it's time to get up, I'll wear that red light producing headlamp and just not have any other light sources at all. And I'll also have on my blue light blocking glasses. And so, especially for me when I travel and I'm at a hotel or whatever, like it's so nice because I'll just have no lights until I actually want it to be light. And then in the evening, I of course continue with that blue light glasses and, turning off all the devices and keeping the room pretty dark. But what I do now is when I'm at home, I'm only using 3 things before sleep: L-theanine, GABA, and then 5-HTP. So L-theanine, GABA, and 5-HTP, all of which have pretty good human clinical research on them for things like sleep latency and restfulness. And then the only modification that I make to that now is when I travel, because there's a little bit more stress and a little bit more circadian rhythm disruption, is I add melatonin and CBD when I travel. And that's it. It's like super simple. So I'm not taking a whole bunch of stuff before sleep anymore. It's just like theanine, 5-HTP, and GABA when I'm at home. Then when I travel, theanine, 5-HTP, and GABA with CBD and melatonin. And that plus like that light hack with the super bright light in the morning and like no light at all in the evening. Like it's working really well.
That's amazing. What dosing are you doing of the sleep stack?
Well, I don't want this to sound like a commercial or whatever, but the main reason I started using those 3 was because like at Keon, we worked to develop like the sleep product, and it's got all 3 of those. I don't even remember what the ratios or the amounts are, but we use basically the bare minimum of what's used in human clinical research, and then just like put each of those in there. But then I can tell you for the CBD and the melatonin, I do go pretty high in that, right? So I don't really use it much at all when I'm at home, but when I travel, I actually do around 150 to 200 milligrams of full spectrum CBD oil and around 200 to 300 milligrams of melatonin. And I'll usually, in a suppository or in an oral. And so I'm super high dose on the CBD and the melatonin. But again, like for me, when I travel, just be able to wake up and have slept like 8 to 9 hours. And a lot of people are concerned about melatonin inducing grogginess, but in terms of the suprachiasmatic nucleus and the ability for it to be able to kind of basically turn over that melatonin more quickly, as long as you get a ton of exposure to bright light, like bright blue light, when you wake up, like it banishes any melatonin induced grogginess pretty quickly. So yeah, I go pretty high dose of melatonin, CBD, pretty low dose on the otother 3, the theanine, 5-HTP, and GABA. I don't have the label of our Keon one in front of me, but it's really not that much of any of them.
Okay, so then I've been doing the theanine and low dose melatonin every night, but then I'm going to try your product because I like the idea of adding that stuff in.
Yeah, we kind of took a deep. I interviewed Angelo, who I think who's the CEO at Keon. I interviewed him like a week ago. And the podcast should still be up on my channel, of course, but we took a deep dive into why we chose those 3 ingredients. And again, like I was kind of at the point of sleep where I was trying this, I was trying that. I was, throwing stuff at the wall just to see what would stick. And then once this came out, like I just quit using anything except just like 3 little capsules of that. And I just keep it on my nightstand, and I'll take it, and within like 10 to 15 minutes, I literally feel like I've had a Valium or something, but I don't wake up groggy.
I like the idea that you said of like sleep architecture, because as you begin to design and circadian kind of architecture, as you begin to design your life around that, you get like now, like, I remember I used to do like 24-hour shifts all the time. And so I was like up and down, and now I go to bed every night at the same time. I get like, I also get like 8 hours of sleep every day. And so That's, I think, and if you can, it's interesting talking about peptides. If you can manage pain and then you can manage sleep, that goes a long ways towards like basically after, if you manage food, that's going to cover like 90% of like almost everybody's problems.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, like, there are, I know we're talking about peptides, sorry, but the, like, there's also the DSIP, which I know some people like, and I have found, I have to admit, like with DSIP, deep sleep inducing peptide, if I've been like traveling a whole bunch and stuff's just kind of, pardon the expression, effed up from a circadian rhythmicity standpoint, I've found that melatonin sledgehammer that I talked about works really well, like going super high dose on the melatonin for a couple of days. But the DSIP, like 3 or 4 hours before bed, I actually have found that if you've had sleep issues and you just got to kind of hit the reboot button, it seems to work pretty well. And, I've maybe used DSIP like 10 times ever. And it's usually been when I just feel like I've been traveling so much, my circadian rhythm's off, there's too much going on. And then I'll just use that. And it seems to just like restore my sleep architecture really well, for what it's worth.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like, I don't think it's something that is a regular thing, but then if I'm out on the road and I'm gone for, a week doing meetings, and then sometimes I'll use that a little bit, like just to kind of reset from the jet lag. And I'll find it to be helpful. The other thing that kind of, and then this is paradoxical because I find better results when people take it in the morning, is the pineal gland has 2 peptides that are made there, pinealon and epitalon. And then some people will notice when they take those. And interestingly, people used to take a lot higher dosing of them, but like we've been using a kind of a lower dose, like 1 milligram a day of pinealon and epitalon, and that is helpful for some people. And then they'll take that in the morning as part of resetting that circadian kind of architecture, like you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. And what's interesting is, obviously daytime energy is related to circadian architecture. And I've actually found, because, you and I started talking about this a few months ago about these new peptide bioregulators, based on a lot of Dr. Kovanson's research out in Russia. And you sent me some to try, and I began to stack those, a couple of capsules of each, 5 days on and 2 days off. And, my energy levels went up considerably, but my libido got like annoyingly high, like super duper high on those bioregulators as well. And so I guess from an HPA axis standpoint, or perhaps they're acting, directly on testicular function or something, like those from a like energy, sexual / endocrine and libido standpoint, because I've like messed around with melanotan before, for example, and that works as advertised, but it's like really nothing compared to these peptide bioregulators. I think I would say that the peptide bioregulators are probably my favorite thing that I've found in the last 10 years. Probably. Yeah. I mean, I know they're working systemically on a lot more than just libido, but that's the main thing I noticed. And before then, using that same kind of line of thinking of like supports like, or doctrine of signatures, I'd been using a lot of the ancestral supplements. That's the guy, Brian Johnson, the Liver King, who's super popular on like TikTok and stuff. He looks like a Viking, but they make like prostate and thyroid and, everything from like fish eggs and marrow to liver and kidney and heart and spleen and pancreas, everything. And I had been taking those, and then I kind of like, I didn't want to take too much. And I started using the peptide bioregulators and kind of quit using that organ stack. And I think the organ stack's pretty good, and I felt pretty good on it. But again, like, holy cow, these bioregulators, they must just be acting with even greater specificity on the cell receptor or something, because they freaking work. Holy cow.
So then imagine, just for people to think about this, imagine that in each organ, there would be little proteins that sort of regulate what happens in that organ. And so what they were able to do, and if you want to try these, you can call us and we can send them to you. What they do is they take an organ like the liver, and so then they will isolate the 4-segment amino acid of the bioregulator peptide out of that. And so these are all small 2, 3, 4, 5 amino acid peptides. And because they're smaller, you can take them orally and you can absorb them. Whereas a big 50 amino acid peptide is too big. If you take it by mouth, your body will start to chop it up. And then by the time it gets absorbed, it won't be able to have its clinical effect. And so then they have a bioregulator for every organ, and then several for the brain, 1 for the cortex, a couple for the pineal gland, 3 for the immune system, 1 for blood vessels. And so we like to combine 5 to 8 to even all 16 of them. Do you think that there was the timing was such that your sleep could have potentially gotten better when you started taking the bioregulators?
Yeah, I think there's potential for that. Obviously, when we're talking about stacking a lot of things, it can be difficult because there's a lot of times a little bit of overlap when you're trying a few different protocols. I think that it probably does help with sleep. The main thing I noticed, of course, was the energy and libido, but kind of related to, I guess, both the sleep and the energy thing is I owe you a quick word of gratitude, because you actually shared with me about this idea where I think you were doing this in the morning, but I've actually been doing it like at night, kind of as my dessert after dinner, is making the chia seed pudding, where you just take a whole bunch of chia seeds and you soak them in water and make like a chia seed slurry. And then in the water, when I soak the chia seeds, I add quinton to it. So I get like this hyper mineralized solution that's a chia seed slurry. And then I put organic prunes in there, like the equivalent of 4 organic prunes for the evening before I go to bed. And I wake up and I just like poop like a champ. And it's super simple, right? It's just like chia seeds and minerals and prunes. And I realized that for people who are watching their weight or trying to do intermittent fasting or compressed feeding window, maybe you're not going to wake up and eat all of that so that you can have a good bowel movement. But I found just like substituting whatever I'd normally eat for dessert with that instead, I mean, it's like incredibly satiating, and it seems to work so well for just like great morning poops. And you had told me about that, Matt, and I was like, yeah, I'm not a prune fan, I don't know, but man, I started doing that. And I guess the only thing that I add in there is I still do take magnesium in the evenings, which seems to help soften the stool as well. But since you told me about that, I'm going to return the favor and tell you about what I do in the mornings now. That's pretty amazing for like my morning breakfast and energy levels. Is I do liver, like I soak liver in buttermilk or kefir for about 24 hours, and then I rinse it and I blend it in a blender, and it makes like this raw blended liver, and I pour that into molds. And then I freeze them and I keep them in a Ziploc bag in my freezer. And so in the morning, I will get ice, and then I'll take about 6 of these little frozen liver capsules and I put them into the smoothie. And then I do bone broth and colostrum. So my morning smoothie, and this is like top of the totem pole for energy levels, it literally feels like lifeblood while I'm drinking it, is basically liver, bone broth, and colostrum. And you can add anything, like you could add some stevia or some monk fruit for flavoring. You could add a little bit of like nut butter or something like that, or avocado if you wanted even more calories or consistency or creaminess or something like that. You could top it with cacao nubs or coconut flakes or spirulina or whatever. But the main base of the smoothie is basically frozen raw liver, colostrum, and bone broth, and it works super duper well. And my only concern was, of course, in people who eat a lot of organ meats, and this is kind of a thing that Dr. Perlmutter is talking about a lot now, is uric acid and some of the potential physiological issues with uric acid and, you know, crystal formation and things like that. And he has a new book about this called Drop Acid. And so I tested blood uric acid levels after that smoothie. And then I tested them after just doing like a blueberry ice milk type of smoothie. And my uric acid levels were remarkably higher after the liver smoothie. They're like 7 to 8 consistently. And ideally they should be below 4. And they were below 4 when I didn't do the liver. And so then I asked Dr. Perlmutter, and he mentioned that it's probably smart of him. I know a lot of guys will do this, Dr. Stephen Gundry wrote the book about lectins, and then, you know, designed and now sells a supplement that apparently will break down lectins. And then, you know, Dr. Perlmutter wrote a book about uric acid, and then he actually has a supplement that's supposed to drop uric acid. But I got his supplement, which is called Drop Acid. It's like quercetin and tart cherry and some of these things that will lower uric acid levels. And I just basically dropped like 4 of those in the smoothie and then tested a few times. And actually, when I put those into the liver smoothie, my uric acid levels, like blood uric acid levels, an hour or 2 later are actually lower. So it's one thing to think about if you are doing like a lot of organ meats and stuff like that, is the uric acid. But it turns out like some of these things that reportedly will lower uric acid, at least in my own experience, seem to work for that. So you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, if you want to call liver cake.
You can have your liver cake. So then where do you get the liver from? Liver King? Like Liver King, that company is Ancestral Supplements, and they do like encapsulated liver, which I like, but I mean, I order meat and stuff from US Wellness Meats, and I always have them throw some liver in. And so I am just doing like liver from US Wellness Meats that I freeze. But you know, if you didn't want to do that, you could just use the capsules. I think Ancestral Supplements does a good job with the capsules. But one other thing about them is they also do they do like bone marrow capsules, and their bone marrow capsules. You've eaten bone marrow before, Matt, right? It's got like that rich, salty, umami flavor. It's like, it tastes really good. I actually had some bone marrow last night with my sons. We made bone marrow for dinner. But the Ancestral Supplements company, they actually encapsulate bone marrow. And you know, it's in these little gelatin caps, and it sounds super funky, but I've actually been like popping that stuff like candy. Like literally, like when I have an appetite craving or like I want a snack or whatever, I'll literally just like drop like 6 to 10 of those capsules in my mouth and chew on them, and they taste like super duper good. It's just literally just like chewable bone marrow capsules. Probably, I'm gonna bet that, you know, right now we have bioregulator peptides from the liver, bioregulator peptides from the brain. Realistically, there's probably bone marrow bioregulator peptides that you're getting when you take that, I bet.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. But I feel honestly like I feel super duper good right now at this point in my life. The only thing that still bugs me, and you and I have done a podcast and stuff about this, so it's no secret, like I have left knee issues. But aside from like a buggy left knee, like and I'm sure it's a lot of this stuff that we're talking about right now, but I just feel amazing. Like I feel like I'm like 17, 18 years old.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. When you do the liver, how much water do you add to the liver when you blend that?
Oh, when you blend it, you don't need to add any water. Like you soak it, you know, you soak the liver, and I like to use kefir, just because the enzymes break it down. You get a little bit of the gamey flavor out of it. Buttermilk also works really well. In a pinch, if you don't have either of those, lemon juice will work okay. But what I do is I soak it for 24 hours, and then I just give it a good rinse, and then from there drop it into a NutriBullet, and I don't even need any water. Like it just blends, like okay. You know, the same way as you'd blend like an avocado or whatever. Okay,
I'm 100% gonna try that this week, because that's amazing. I for some reason Instagram or somebody showed me a picture of you, and it looked like you were probably coming back from like the walk that you're on right now, and it said Ben Greenfield Life, and you looked super healthy. And I think as you begin to hear, even in this conversation, it's like we're talking, and I'm literally going to do 100% of the stuff that you're talking about because I love to try it. And then basically what we're talking about is figuring out how to hack your life and figure out how to adopt these techniques and strategies into a lifestyle. Because basically, what we say is basically, now that we figured out how to do this, that's basically like 90% of the battle. You need a nice place to live, and then that's about it,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these things that do stack that that we haven't talked about, that of course I do, and I know that you try to practice as well, like regular sauna practice, some type of discomfort from cold on a regular basis, sunshine, earthing, grounding, really, really careful attention paid to sourcing of water and hydration, and then also the mineralization of that water. And then, and I also know that you appreciate the fact that, we're not only tuned beings electrically, and so we do need to pay attention to the electrical soup in which we bathe ourselves, but then also we're tuned vibrationally. And so, that means that the energy frequency of the emotions of the people we surround ourselves with, but then also the ability to be able to tweak ourselves using vibratory energy, such as like music, singing, chanting, humming, gargling, breath work. Like I honestly think sound medicine is just amazing. And I know that you and I both love music. We have a band called Rocky Roots, for everybody listening, just so you know.
Hey man,
RockyRootsMusic.com.
I'm working on a couple songs for us. I'm working on a couple songs.
Yeah. Well, me too. Like I just love music so much. Like and sometimes I feel disconnected from it, and sometimes I don't feel very well, and then I'll look at my day and I'll be like, oh, I didn't listen to any music today, or I didn't listen to a song today, or I didn't play my guitar today, or I didn't think around a piano today. And it's like that missing vibratory energy from my life is really interesting. And like my wife has this philosophy. She thinks that in heaven, like when people talk to each other, everything will be singing and music. Like everything we say to each other will just be all singing. I think you and me and Barb were joking about this at some point at your house or something, Matt, how we were just like, hello, goodbye. But basically, like this idea that we're just like supposed to be musical beings, and so many people don't have music or singing or vibratory energy like that in their life, dictates that like that's a huge thing. And I like now when I get up in the morning, my wife's actually on a 10-day silent meditation retreat right now. So usually she does this, but I fully support it. And I do it when she's gone. Is very first thing, like when I wake up after I wash my face and, scrape my tongue and do my coconut oil pulling and all my stupid morning Ayurvedic stuff in my bathroom, is I go downstairs and I light an incense stick and I just put on like amazing music. I like this channel called Elevation Worship on Spotify because it's just like super, really like epic spiritual music. And I just put that on. I bathe the house in burnt incense and music in the morning. And I just love that my sons can wake up to a house that's full of like vibratory energy and sweet smelling incense. And it's just like a perfect way to start the day.
They're going to have like, the rest of their lives, they'll always remember that. And it's going to be like something that they track and hone to probably, and influences them forever.
I hope so.
Me and Barb love to send videos to our friends, and you've gotten quite a few of these. I have a bunch of them to send you. We record ourselves singing along with like Elton John and Garth Brooks and George Strait and Jackson Brown and James Taylor and the Beatles and all of our favorite kind of people.
Yeah, I love that. I didn't even send you. Sorry, this is nothing to do with peptides now, I've realized, but I didn't even send you that. I wrote and recorded while I was on this very walk a few months ago. I like had a lot of ideas about color that I was thinking about, and I wrote and recorded new song I put out on YouTube a couple weeks ago called Canvas Cries.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Send it to me. I'm going to listen to it.
I will.
You know, it's interesting. Speaking of singing, this is a peptide thing, but this is probably legitimately my favorite thing that I've ever sort of figured out that I'm in kind of this process on. And what I have noticed is as I get basically my body tuned, then I'll start to get a vibration that I'll feel in my chest. And so today I haven't done anything, but I can kind of feel it, where I can feel a sense of a vibration, almost like an ohm type of sound. And then when I do that, I can sing better. And so then I've noticed if I dial myself in with peptides or with stem cells or exosomes or really anything, that I'll start to feel it come in, and then I'll suddenly feel better, and then I'll notice that I can sing better. And technically, I did give you peptides when we recorded our in LA, which
I remember.
I don't know if you felt you sang any better with them, but I have noticed that I do sing better when I'm taking them.
That doesn't surprise me, and I think there might be also an effect from a vagal nerve standpoint if it is affecting the nervous system and particularly vagal tone. And like the vagus nerve, I don't know how much you've looked into this, but there's a really good correlation between vagal nerve tone and the health of the throat chakra. And it might be because the way the cranial nerves are kind of snaking down through there, or something to do with the cervical spine, or I don't know. But basically, this idea of increasing vagal nerve tone being able to help one actually interact with vibratory energy, particularly like singing and chanting and alming and things like that, more effectively. There's actually something to it. And what's really interesting is there's actually a device. I don't know if you know about this one, but it vibrates the collarbone, and it's a vagal nerve stim, but unlike like a something that you'd normally wear around the temples or like right on the neck area. This one actually stimulates the vagus nerve through the collarbone. And it was developed originally for like anxiety and relaxation, but it literally feels like a cat purring on your collarbone. And it feels really good. It's called it was developed by a guy he's a TCM practitioner based out of the UK. And he began to use this in his patients and found that it shifted their state of relaxation really, really well. It's called a sensate. And you literally
I have one of those.
Yeah, and you wear it around with like a lanyard around your neck. And technically you're supposed to lay down when you use it, so you don't have to use the lanyard, but you put it right over the collarbone and it vibrates in correspondence to special audio tracks that you play via the Sensate app. And related to vagal nerve toning, and then also just this idea that we're sound beings and we respond really, really well to sound vibrations and frequencies. That's a really cool device.
So then I'll tie this one together. You're not going to believe this. Not only is everything that you said true, but then interestingly, a branch of the vagal nerve called the recurrent laryngeal nerve actually goes to your vocal cords.
That doesn't surprise me.
And so then it's kind of interesting that I've found that the vibration techniques and anything that will stimulate and turn up the tone of the vagus nerve, but also really any of the cranial nerves. Those are basically all where rest and relax is coming out of the brain. And then that is basically an antidote to basically the fight or flight side of the equation. And so if you can turn that up, that kind of helps to balance. And probably one of the big problems of our life and our era is that we tend to be too stuck in fight or flight,
Yeah, and related, I mean, that's probably why the physiological double nasal inhale followed by the the audible sigh works really well. I mean, and I don't know if anybody's tried this, but it's literally in through the nose and then sigh audibly out. So it would sound like this. So it's like in nasal, out audible, in nasal, out audible. That is a really, really great way to relax yourself super quickly. Like especially if it's pretty intense, like an argument or, you know, or something happened at work or a really disruptive email or something like that. You just step away and breathe like that for a minute, and it seems to hit the reboot button better than just about any breathwork tactic.
That's probably incredibly helpful, needed advice for a lot of people out there. Do you have a breathing technique when you do cold therapy?
Yeah, cold therapy is just box breathing. I've tried everything, and box breathing just works for cold therapy. And that was, you know, like that's what a lot of operators, you know, like the SEALs will use for increasing HRV in high stress environments, or even preparing, you know, to pull a hair trigger, you know, while sniping or being in the Pacific Ocean or a cold bath for training or whatever. It's like, and that I did Commander Mark Devine's Navy SEAL camp for civilians called Kokoro a few years ago. And that's like the top breathwork tactic that they teach for particularly the ice bath cold component is box breathing. And it really does, like for the cold, just work super duper well. So if you want to really kind of like generate a little bit of internal fire and then slip into parasympathetic mode, is you do 2 or 3 minutes of Wim Hof, and then, you know, preferably you're like sitting next to your ice bath or whatever. And what I like to do, and you want to be careful that you don't get super dizzy when you stand up, is I'll just sit next to like I'll go like 32, 33 degrees on an ice bath. I'll sit next to it and I'll do about 3 minutes of Wim Hof. And then, you know, you finish and you do that full inhale where you just shoot a little light out the top of your head, and then a full exhale. And while I'm holding the exhale, I'll just like slip into the tub and then go straight into box breathing. And if you want to feel really amazing, what you do is you do about 2 minutes of box breathing in a tub like that. And then you just slip out of the tub, sit down next to the tub, do another 2 to 3 minutes of Wim Hof, hold the exhale, get back in the tub and do 4 minutes of box breathing. And 3 rounds of that is just amazing in terms of either like starting your day or, you know, throwing something like that in on the weekend as like a recovery breathwork session. But it's just basically 3 rounds of 2 to 3 minutes of Wim Hof, hold the exhale, slip into the tub, 2 to 3 minutes of box breathing, and you just do that a few times through.
Okay, I'm gonna try that. I do something very similar to that. It was Dr. Harry McElroy, you know Harry, who's great.
Yeah.
And so then he came and stayed with us last night. And so then we got up early and did a sauna. And I walked out, and I don't know why, because we were in the sauna and I thought, well, just something called me. And then I said, I'm going to go look over the edge of the deck. And then like 5 feet away, there was a deer just standing there. And
oh, wow.
And I just looked at it, and it looked at me, and it was chewing on some leaves, and it wasn't scared at all. And I just looked at it, and I kind of started talking. I was like, hi, how are you? And and then it put me in, it was looking me right in the eyes and didn't move, and it just was chewing. And then it put me into like the super chill state. And then I stood there for about a minute, and then I could tell it would have sat there for an hour. And then I went over and I just melted into the tub with that energy this morning, which was kind of it was an amazing way to start the day.
That sounds pretty amazing. It's, you know, if you were up here in Idaho and Washington with all the rednecks, someone would have asked you, you know, whether you had the tenderloin or the backstrap for breakfast with your eggs and sausage. But yeah, I have a lot of deer up here, and it is super peaceful to just watch them. And yeah, watching nature, watching wildlife. I mean, there's definitely something to that, back to the vagus nerve and parasympathetic activation, even just like fixing the gaze on the horizon, having a big picture window that you look out at various points throughout the day, having a fish tank, or having something where you can actually watch nature moving. Like a lot of this stuff, like people like to hear about the sexy stuff, the peptides and the vagal nerve stimulators and the laser lights on your head. But sometimes it's very simple things, including just like watching animals in nature and breathing and, singing good music. Like it's just, a lot of this stuff is not that complex.
Yeah, it's not that complex. And those are the things that people have been doing for 5,000 years. And anything that has that 1,000-year trajectory of people have been doing it for a long time is probably what's going to work. And, I love that, people like you and us, and we're all sort of naturally coming around basically the same ideas. And then we're just basically filling out, around basically that lifestyle design. Then, oh, okay, well, what can help with what can help with, how can I modify to manage my pain a little bit better? How can I, it's amazing, I'll be exercising and something, it's like something will hurt, and then I'll inject, the fragments. I mix the fragments of TBE and BPC together, and then I'll do that. And then it's like, I'll forget that I had that pain, you know what I mean? But by the end of the day, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and this is just how I operate, the whole ancestral wisdom meets modern science thing. I love the best of both worlds, right? Like I love breath work, but I also like to go and just lay down and soak up in the hyperbaric. And I love the sunshine, but I also like I mentioned, the big, blue light box in my office with the infrared light. And, I would love to be able to just wander outside and find a nice natural spring, but it's not out there. So I have a, super nice water vortexer structured filter with a double carbon block, filtration unit that the water passes through before it becomes structured. That's kind of like part of my house filtration system. And so I kind of dig the general concept, even though there's a lot of definitions of biohacking. I like the general concept of it just being a way for us to use technology to better adjust to so-called evolutionary mismatches. And I think that's like one of the best ways to use a lot of these technologies and and hacks and kind of like the modern component is we use the modern to return to the ancestral almost.
Now we're talking about sort of stomach hacks, and I love what you've done, and I love that chia thing, and that was a gift. I'm gonna go try that. Have you tried much of the BPC 157 or KPV or the combination orally? Have you tried that at all?
Which one's the KPV?
KPV is a segment of melanocyte stimulating hormone, and it's kind of an anti-inflammatory peptide, and it will calm down mast cell activation. And so for people with gastrointestinal inflammation, upper intestinal inflammation, and even lower, that one is, you can think of it almost like a bioregulator peptide. It's something that we do, you can do subcutaneously, but that one, because it's small, you can take that orally, and then you can combine that with BPC 157. And I have had myself and a lot of people who all do the chia seed thing. It's kind of funny. Somebody brought me chia seed literally right while you were telling me that story, and holding it up on the screen. You didn't see it, but I'll have people take that peptide stack along with like what we're talking about, fiber and prunes and stuff like that. And I found that to be fairly helpful for some people with GI problems, which is kind of one of those, if you can hack that one, if you can hack sleep, if you can hack pain, basically you're a long way towards success in life.
Yeah, you know, I've used oral BPC. I haven't used that stack before. So no, I haven't, but I do like, you know, the few peptides that, you know, that can be administered orally. I do like BPC 157 for gut stability. And, you know, for me right now, my diet's pretty simple anyways. It's basically, you know, like a largely, you know, like carnivore nose-to-tail diet with some really easy to digest, largely unfermentable things thrown in. Like I do a lot of chia seed slurry. I do a lot of sea moss gel. I do a lot of like pumpkin puree, and I even order the baby food from Serenity Baby Foods, which is like mashed pureed, like olive oil and beets and salmon and grass-fed beef. And I literally have like big, because like I have a princess gut. You know this, Max. You worked with me on gut issues, so I'm pretty dialed in on diet. So most of my vegetables are all steamed, mashed, pureed, like very few raw vegetables, almost no seeds and nuts, almost nothing hard, you know, no corn, no carrot slices, but basically a whole bunch of like mashed stuff, chia seed slurry, sea moss gel, pumpkin puree, baby food. And then it's all just like salmon, grass-fed, grass-finished beef, seafood, shellfish, organ meats, you know, in the morning, that liver and colostrum. And as long as I stick with that and go relatively grain-free as well, like my gut feels really good. And honestly, it's like I could eat like that my whole life, like a couple of pieces of like wild caught salmon with some sea moss gel and you know, and some salt and some nice olive oil, you know, and then like doing the chia seed slurry with the prunes and the quintons for dessert. Like I feel pretty good with that. And some people wonder if you get enough nutrient density. And I gotta say, like there's two of like my go-to condiments aside from all the Primal Kitchen stuff, because I love like the Primal Kitchen ketchups and mustards and mayos and stuff, is there's a guy named Andreas who has a company called Andreas Seed Oils, and they do like pumpkin seed and hemp seed and you know, sunflower seed and all these cold pressed oils that are fantastic. And so I get those, and I get Dr. Thomas Cowan's vegetable powders. And so like those are the two things that I use to amp up the nutrient density of my diet throughout the day. And so essentially I like a nose to tail carnivore-esque diet with a lot of super easy to digest, pureed, mashed, steamed, soaked type of items. And then I throw in the Andreas's oils and the Cowan's vegetable powders. And I feel great on that diet.
That's interesting. And you know, and I think this is a little tip, like a somewhat of a lifestyle tip. You think about, you've been working on this for a while, even since like we started talking about it years ago. And to me, gut stuff, I would say I feel better from a gut perspective than I have felt in my whole life. And it's something that I spend a little bit of time thinking about and working on every single day. And I would actually say also, if you told me, oh, you're going to eat like this for the rest of your life, I would go, that would be amazing. Yeah. You know. Yeah. So part of it is promoting and getting your head wrapped around, because so many people yo-yo into something that is unsustainable, and then they bounce back into, you know, whatever they were doing. And so and that's why I think this lifestyle conversation is so important. And then starting to kind of tweak and hack around, you know, a lot of the people with bad leaky gut, that causes immune dysregulation. And so then that's a place where you can begin to start to think about ways to regulate and balance the immune system. And then peptides would be like one great place to start. And so then this, you know, you get back into a long-term strategy of biohacking and regulating and balancing your biology. But in parallel to that, it's like an entire lifestyle thing of what you're choosing to put in your body.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to out-peptide your way out of a crappy diet or no sunshine or fresh air or grounding or earthing or, you know, having your phone up to your head and next to a Wi-Fi router all day. And so, yeah, I mean, like my view of peptides is kind of back to the whole ancestral living thing. Like they're the icing on the cake of a properly structured lifestyle that's as close to nature as possible.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. That must be why we get along so well.
Must be. Yeah. That, and we're brothers from another mother.
Yeah. What is your new song about? Tell me about the new song.
It's about nature. It's about how the divine, the creator God reveals himself to us through nature. And so it's just like all about colors of grass and the sun and the mountains and the birds and carrot cake and shrimp and coral fish and just like, it's all about colors in nature. It's called Canvas Cries, like the canvas cries.
Well, I'm down in the San Francisco Bay Area of Silicon Valley, but if I had a transporter like in Star Trek, I'd beam myself up and go for a walk with you. It sounds amazing.
Well, we'll make it happen sometime.
Yeah. Well, it was awesome to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking the time. I think this is you're an invaluable source of information for people, and you're helping make the world a better place while you make yourself a healthier person. And so I'm grateful and honored to be your friend, and glad that you're out there figuring all of this stuff out and sharing it with the world.
Awesome, Matt. Well, I love you, and I'm happy to hop on anytime. So yeah, enjoy your chia seeds, man.
You too.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Have a great day. Have you joined the conversation yet? We'd love to hear from you and learn how this empowering information is supporting you and your loved ones. See the comments section below and join the rest of the community in discussing what they're learning in the Peptide Summit. Welcome to the Peptide Summit. My name is Dr. Matt Cook, and today I'm with Dr. William Pawluk. And we have a whole bunch of mutual friends. He's a thoughtful, wonderful doctor who I've been impressed with. And I wanted to use this as an opportunity to introduce people to something called PEMF, which is well, let's just get into it. Tell us, what is PEMF?
All right, well, let's talk about magnets. So PEMF stands for pulsed electromagnetic fields. And electromagnetic. So that's the basis of it, is magnetic. So you can have magnets that are fridge magnets or little horseshoe magnets or bar magnets, things that stick to fridges and metal, right? Those are what we call static magnets. They're permanent. They have benefits on the body as well. In fact, our discussion, we were talking about acupuncture and how magnetic fields can affect acupuncture points. So static magnets applied to an acupuncture point affects the acupuncture point, just like needles do or electrical stimulation does. But they're static. And that means they don't penetrate very deep into the body, and they're hard to move around. And if they move around, they have to be in one place long enough to make a change in that tissue, to affect that tissue. So ultimately, static magnets have significant limitations. On the other hand, if you take a magnetic field and you move it, you start moving that magnetic field in and out of the body, for example, then that magnetic field is now very dynamic. So as opposed to a passive field, now you have a much more dynamic field. The static magnet interacts with the body, but everything's in motion in the body. So you're relying on the motion of the body, not the magnet. And as the body's motions pass through that static magnetic field, you get some action. Pain relief is one of those actions, and tissue reduction, and swelling reduction, and so on. That works. But pulse magnetic fields that pulse right through the body, in and out, are much more active. Let's get rid of the elephant in the room right away. And that's PEMF versus EMF.
Oh, good.
All right. EMF is Wi-Fi and cell phones and all that, in what I call environmental magnetic fields. But they are electromagnetic fields too. They're just environmental. And they're made differently, and they're made for different purposes, so they don't account for biology. The people who made those cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, and microwaves that blast you through the atmosphere, their interest is not biology. They just cross their fingers that it doesn't affect biology, which we know it does. But again, that's different. A pulse magnetic field, so an EMF is broadcast by a tower, a microwave tower, into the atmosphere. And then it lands on whatever's going to receive it, just like radios and televisions. They're out in the airwaves. And then there are receivers. The receiver take that signal, transform that signal, and now you hear it or you watch it or see it or whatever. But microwaves are the same thing. They're just broadcast into the environment. They're what we call open field. Magnetic fields, they're open. Pulse magnetic fields, on the other hand, are produced by a current flowing through a wire. And we call that the right-hand rule. My thumb is the current, the direction of the current. And the magnetic field is developed that's perpendicular to the flow of that current. So every time that current pulses, the magnetic field gets created. And it opens up and collapses back on itself. It's called a closed loop. It doesn't get broadcast into the atmosphere. It's restricted to the environment of that wire. Now, the current can determine the size of the magnetic field that's produced. So a very weak magnetic field, or what very weak current, is going to have a very tiny little magnetic field. Power lines clearly are producing magnetic fields, and they're huge because they're very powerful currents in those power lines. Fortunately, they die off with distance, just like all magnetic fields do, just like sun does, and sound, and heat, and cold. But basically, a pulse magnetic field then is a current in a wire that's producing a magnetic field around it. The current is shielded, as opposed to TENS machines or electrical stimulation, where it's touching the skin. It's not shielded. You're doing it on purpose. You're basically electrocuting the tissue. Control the electrocution, hopefully. Mm-hmm. Right? Magnetic fields don't touch the skin. They go right through. They're shielded. They go right through the shielding, right into the body. And we use that principle then. That magnetic field pulsing through the body then has all kinds of actions in the body.
Okay,
so that's the primary distinction between those.
That's perfect. So then we're going to get into all of those distinctions. And my logic, we've been interested in PEMF, and I think it's a great tool. And on my journey of integrative medicine for the last 15 years, one thing that happens is everywhere I go and all the clinics that I visit and the people that I meet and see, one common theme that you see almost everywhere I go is people working with PEMF from big expensive units to little, handheld units that people use. And so I've been very interested in it. Now, you're a clinician, you're a family doctor, and we have some of the same training. I did the Helms acupuncture course in, I don't know, 2003 or something like that, but you did it a little bit before me.
I finished in 2000.
Okay. Oh, so right about we were like ships in the night.
2 years apart.
Yeah. Okay. So, and so then that was, and then tell me how your experience of that and how that kind of led you into PEMF and how you got going in your clinical practice, because I'd like to hear about that.
What got me into acupuncture was I was a medical director of a group of family physicians in New Jersey. I had developed a practice. Actually, it was a multi-specialty practice, but my group was family medicine, family practice. And we had 14 family physicians in that group. So it was the biggest group of family physicians in the whole East Coast back in 69, 70. But, we all shared patients. We all rounded on each other's patients. We had our rotations and so on. And in a very short period of time, we had 2 patients almost die from GI bleeding. And the commonality for those patients was ibuprofen. Mm. Right? One almost died, and one was, very, very sick from it. Had to have a partial gastrectomy. So I said, this is crazy medicine. We're treating people for their pain with something that's going to potentially kill them. Can I wipe out their kidneys or cause GI bleeding or whatever other problems? I said, I have to find other alternatives. And I looked around at my peers, looked around at my specialists, my consultants, and so on. They didn't have any better solutions for me. So I said, obviously, I have to go outside the house of medicine. Medicine is not going to give me the solution. Mm-hmm. And I knew about acupuncture. So I said, okay, I'm going to really step outside the house of medicine. I'm going to really step outside my group. And they're going to go like, stupid man, what are you doing? This is not right. It's not good medicine. Anyway, I did it. And unfortunately, in 1990, nobody wanted needles. I couldn't convince patients to do needles. As much as I explained it, tried to explain, they wouldn't do the needles. And so I said, well, how can I do acupuncture without needles? And discovered that in the Orient, they were using magnets. There were other ways to do it as well, but I focused on the magnets because now I could put a magnet on an acupuncture point, or I could put it on the ears, or I could put it in other places of the body. And lo and behold, you get benefits. It's not as powerful as a needle, not necessarily, and it's not as powerful as electrified acupuncture needles. So you and I were trained in electrical acupuncture, essentially, right? Electroacupuncture.
Yeah, I love it. I still love that as a modality, because with that, basically what happens is you take a whole bunch of needles and you daisy chain, you basically hook electricity up, and it basically runs an electrical pattern through muscles. And I found it to be extremely helpful for relieving muscle spasms.
Absolutely.
Especially for back pain.
Absolutely. No question about it. Plus a whole bunch of things, all the things that it does with the acupuncture system. But I discovered along the way that the acupuncture system is actually a DC current system. It's That's DC right. current. And we know that acupuncture points have little wells in them, right? They have reduced resistance to electrical stimulation. So that's electrical. But what about the meridians? Well, it turns out that people have done studies now and proven that magnetic field, that basically it's a DC current system. And when you have current of any kind, magnetic fields and current go together, hence electromagnetic. You cannot separate the two.
And so then, just for people who are listening to this, at a high level, imagine that there's a organ, and then an organ in the body has a fairly significant electrical charge because of a concentration of mass. The electrical charge creates the idea is it creates an electrical field around that organ.
Right.
And then that field is mapped onto the body, and then it is mapped, and where it maps onto the body is where the meridians are.
Correct. Now but it's not an electrical field.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a magnetic field.
It's a magnetic field.
That's right. So then this got you into the idea of trying to basically use an external source to map a magnetic field onto the body, which is PEMF.
Correct. What sort of went beyond that? Once I started using the magnets on a regular basis, we know that we put a magnet in or a needle into a ashi point, a pain point. And it's going to do some stimulation of that pain point. It's going to increase circulation to the pain point. It's going to cause a wheel response, or basically a healing response, an acute inflammatory response as part of the cell injury process. Well, I would put magnets on parts of the body or points of the body where there weren't acupuncture points. And there were still tissue effects. And so then the question becomes, what's it doing? Why is this happening? And you go back to electromagnetic. Lo and behold, down the road, I discovered PEMFs or magnetic fields had all kinds of other actions beyond acupuncture at a physiologic level. And I found out basically that acupuncture works a lot more indirectly, and acupuncture doesn't really work so well at the cell level.
Mm-hmm.
It's a much more indirect approach. And magnetic field therapy, because it does acupuncture, if you happen to overlay an acupuncture point or meridian, you're getting that benefit anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you're getting the direct cellular benefit of the
So tell me about your perspective on the cellular benefits of magnetic fields.
So all cells that are not working, all organs that are not working, are subject to what we call cell injury. At the cell level, they're damaged in some fashion, whatever the cause: heat, cold, toxicity, burning, trauma, you name it, whatever the cause of the quote cell injury is. And when the cell injury happens, there's a whole cascade of events that happen in that cell. And you can obviously multiply that to the cells in a tissue locally, a spider bite, or a wound or a burn. So once you get a wound, a cut, it's not one cell. Now it's a collection of cells, and there are different degrees of injury to the cells in that injury. If you can impact that cell damage process, the cell injury process, early in the process, you stop it from crossing the Rubicon. You stop it from crossing the line of no return. You get to a point of irreversible injury. And when you get to the point of irreversible injury, then you can eventually, at some point, you might be able to see it with a naked eye. Certainly a cut you'd see with a naked eye. But if you look at it in terms of microscopes and electron microscopes and then CT scans and MRIs, you can drill down to much more, almost at a cellular level. Now you can see what's happening directly at that tissue. And then you can see the magnetic field effects at those levels. Again, if you start early in the process, you could reverse the damage. Once it's irreversible, apoptosis kicks in or necrosis kicks in, and it's very hard to recover it. But it's rarely one cell, as I said. It's usually collections of cells. So you have degrees of cell damage in the tissue. And again, the cells that are going to die, they're going to die. But you want to get to the cells that aren't going to die, but they need help to do their processes and recover. So for a good example is a non-union. It's a fracture that won't heal. The body has done everything it possibly can to heal that fracture. In 6 months, if it hasn't healed, it's called a non-union. So PEMFs, you could have a non-union for 7 years and start PEMF therapy, and all of a sudden, the fracture starts healing. A completely stalled injury.
I'm glad you said that. That was literally my next question, because I've personally had probably 40 or 50 cases of either reviewing a chart or talking to someone or meeting someone who had a non-union of a fracture, and then PEMF helped them. So tell me what's going on from a magnetic field perspective with a bone that broke and didn't heal, and then what happens with that? What's the process of that healing?
Well, first of all, you won't be able to recover that bone if the periosteum is destroyed. So what happens is that you need the periosteum because that's where the osteoblasts come from, the stem cells come from. So you need to stimulate stem cells basically to cause that bone to start growing again. But you have to decrease the edema. You have to improve circulation. So you need angiogenesis. You need to stimulate the stem cells. You need mineralization. So there's a whole bunch of processes that have to happen. And PEMFs impact all of those in the sense by providing more energy to the cell, to the cells in that area. They now have more energy. They could produce more ATP. The charges
what's the mechanism of the more energy to the cell?
It's electrical. So basically it goes back to Faraday's law. When you pass a current through ions, when you pass a current through other charge flows in the tissues, then that activates and stimulates that charge flow. And that's called Faraday's law. So based on the intensity of the magnetic field, how strong it is, how rapidly it rises, produces that slope going up on the waveform. That slope increases charge in the tissue. That's inductively coupled electrical stimulation of the tissue. Now the tissue has more energy, and then it activates all sorts of processes.
So basically, we're fundamentally batteries. And so when you run a magnetic field through a collection of cells that fundamentally has an electrical charge like a battery, you charge those cells up.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. We're charging the cell. We're causing the cell to make more energy. The magnetic field is not the energy. Magnetic field is like the wind in the trees. It's just passing through. It doesn't get used up. It doesn't stop, right? But passing through, now it's got the ions here. All of a sudden, the ions start vibrating. And they start vibrating, they start producing charge. And then you have your ion cyclotron resonance. You have all kinds of physical phenomena going on that cause charge to build up in the tissue now. And that charge is now used by the tissue. So a cell that's damaged, we know that, right? On the outside of the cell, the charge on the outside of the cell becomes compromised. There's too much negative charge buildup. And that happens because the cell membranes are not working properly. So charge builds up, cell becomes sick. Now you do magnetic field therapy, and all of a sudden you open the membrane channels in that cell, and everything starts to equilibrate, and now the cell can produce more energy and can stimulate DNA production, stem cell production, and so on.
And so then, at a cellular level, those cells are getting healthier. There's some mobilization of stem cells, but then what is actually happening at the mineralization and then the bone healing perspective from that?
Well, if you improve circulation, if you get rid of the edema and you have angiogenesis and you start delivering more oxygen, you start delivering more nutrients into that tissue. Now, if the tissue is mineral deficient, calcium by itself doesn't heal osteoporosis, right? Calcium has its limits in terms of how much calcium you could deliver. Calcium is only one of those things, but increasing circulation to the tissue, reducing edema, all of that is a foundational benefit to the cell. Now, first of all, you have to have the stem cells, and you can create osteoblasts. You can create new bone, but it's very soft. New bones, like a callus. The callus ain't done yet. Right now, you have to mineralize that callus. So once you've got the callus going and you start to improve the circulation, then the minerals start to flow into that tissue. And the body then uses that, the DNA and all the repair processes in the body begin to use the minerals now to solidify the bone.
Now, then fundamentally, this is going to be the case with essentially any tissue in the body. And so then anywhere where you apply a magnetic field, you're going to be working on the charge on the cells in that area. And then you're going to be improving cellular efficiency. So then if you were thinking from peptides or thinking from regenerative medicine or thinking from wellness and just getting supplements there, then you're going to be having a benefit depending on what dose you're using and how you do it.
Absolutely. Go back to the non-unions. What they found is that the FDA actually approved magnetic therapy devices for non-unions, specifically for that purpose, over 25 years ago. And it's a very low intensity magnetic field. And they found that people using that intensity magnetic field over a non-union had to use it for about 9 hours to 10 hours a day. And in 6 months to a year, the fracture's healed. Now, the healing process hasn't finished, but now, like we do with medicine, we put a cast on it. 12 weeks later, the callus is good enough to take the cast off. And then you cross your fingers that don't do something stupid to refracture.
I have a friend of mine who had a non-union type of injury on his leg. And then I looked at it and he doesn't have pain. And it was the one time in my life that I was just dumbfounded because it was so deformed and just gnarly looking in terms of how poorly the bone had been, how significantly it had been damaged, and from a failed surgery. And so then I said, well, what did you do? And so then he had one of those real low intensity PEMF things that he would put on, and he had to put it on for like 4 hours a day.
Mm-hmm. Which is still not enough. Which is still not enough.
But he said he did it for about 6 or 8 months, and then the pain went away, and he doesn't have any pain now, which is crazy.
Right. Well, in that research, there was a study done recently on about 170 people who had non-unions of tibias, tib-fib fractures, or scaphoid fractures, most common fractures.
That's what this was.
And they found that they were recommended to do 10 hours a day. So they evaluated them to see how many hours a day they actually did their treatment. And they found that if you didn't do 9 hours a day, if you did 9 hours or more a day, you would heal about 3/4 of the time as fast. So in other words, 3/4 faster than the people who only did 3 hours a day. So there's a clear trend for how much time you actually use for magnetic therapy. But that was a very low intensity system. So can you get faster healing with higher intensity? Probably. There may be a trade-off at some point where the return doesn't get any better by doing more of a higher intensity. but it's probably going to still be faster than using a low intensity magnetic system because it just doesn't have the power deeper into the tissues.
Now, talk me through then because there would be some home type of units that would be low intensity. And then obviously like in doctor's offices, we're using the higher intensity ones. What's your perspective on how they work and how do you like them?
I started out working with PEMFs because depending on what was available in the market, what I could buy. And I started working with very low intensity magnetic systems. Most people don't even know what the intensity of the magnetic system, the peak magnetic field is of their magnetic system. You got to find that out. But if it's less than 15 Gauss, we talked about the inflammation and the adenosine receptor. So if it's less than 15 Gauss, you're barely getting any action beyond the superficial layers of the skin. So you're stimulating the superficial circulation in the skin, and you're stimulating the acupuncture points or the meridians, which are all very superficial. They tend to be. So you're getting at least an acupuncture benefit, but you're not getting as good a direct cellular injury healing benefit. So you have to calibrate the magnetic field. So the home-based systems, depending on the problem you have to determine the system that you need for your particular problem. And a low-intensity home-based system is going to make you feel better, but it's not going to do much healing. And I gave up on those low-intensity home-based systems early on because, again, seeing a lot of patients, they weren't responding adequately. They felt better, but they weren't responding. I was not seeing fractures healing. I was not seeing wounds healing faster, and so on.
And so then what intensity do you need for a fracture healing?
It depends on where. So as it turns out, obviously the non-union fractures are healing faster with 15 Gauss. That's actually about 60 Gauss magnetic fields. So they're going to heal faster. But if you have a 4,000 Gauss magnetic field, 4 inches into the body, it's now 15 Gauss. You start with 4,000, 4 inches into the body, it's dropped off in intensity to 15 Gauss. That's a natural phenomenon, a physics phenomenon of anything that produces a radiated field. This is a non-ionizing radiation, but it's still a radiated field. So I have a book, Supercharge Your Health with PEMF Therapy. I have 2 books. Supercharge Your Health with PEMF Therapy is the most recent one. And then the first one was Power Tools for Health. So for the scientists and those that want the references, the Power Tools for Health book is the better one. But if you want to know what magnetic system you need for your problem, it's the most appropriate for your problem, then the Supercharge Your Health book has protocols, has tables in it that allows you to sort of figure out for yourself what's best for you.
If I said, it's been my experience too, that the non-union would be number 1. What's your number 2 condition that you've had success with over the long term, over the years with PEMF?
Anything that needs healing. Anything that needs healing. Surgical wounds will heal in half the time. Even a normal fracture. I'll give you an anecdote, case history. My wife broke her right little toe. Immediately, hit it on lawn furniture. Swelling immediately, bruising immediately, pain on motion, in quotes, classic signs. She was a nurse, but she refused to have an x-ray. So I'm guessing that it was truly a fracture and not a dislocation or something minor. But she started treatment with a low intensity magnetic system, a 200 Gauss magnetic system, 200. And she wore it constantly over the fracture site. So I put her in a platform shoe, buddy taped the toe, elevation, although she was doing the magnetic therapy, so she wasn't compliant with elevation and ice. Next morning, so basically about 12 hours later, no swelling, no bruising, no pain. All the swelling was gone. Continued in the platform shoe, continued the magnetic field therapy. The following morning, she walked a mile in tennis shoes. Continued for another 24 hours. She walked 3 miles in tennis shoes. And that was the end of the story.
How long was each one of those sessions?
Continuous. It was a little battery operated machine that she wore in her shoe or in the brace around it.
Oh, okay.
That was continuous.
So then this is the Peptide Summit. So then I'll see cases like that fairly regularly. And then interestingly, if like this was the pinky, then one thing that we'll do is we'll start to inject peptides subcutaneously around where the fracture is.
Right.
Yeah. And so then, some of the fragments of thymosin beta 4, BPC 157, those are kind of traditional things that have been used quite a bit. And we will see a similar thing of swelling going down and rapidly healing. But then that was kind of one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, because I think that is an area where you can supercharge. I like the title, Supercharge Your Health. So then maybe we'll supercharge peptides by running electromagnetic field through an area where you just injected peptides, for example.
Well, fortunately, a fracture is a short-term process. It's an acute problem. Unless you got somebody who's immune compromised and is already horribly depleted nutritionally and so on, then you have a lot of work to do to get those tissues beefed up. But in that circumstance, otherwise, yes, PEMF therapy combined with anything else, including oxygen therapy, including ozone therapy, including ultrasound, infrared, all of these things are highly interactive because each one is somewhat different in its mechanisms and the benefits that it gets.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of your injury, if somebody went home with a PEMF device and they was able to use it continually, they'd heal even faster than they would just with the magnetic therapy. We know that for arthritis of the hip, arthritis of the knee, ozone combined with arthritis of the knee will heal at about half the time as well.
Okay. What's the synergy between ozone and the magnetic field?
Primarily because ozone is delivering oxygen to the tissue. So ozone systemically is not as good as ozone locally, right? And so if you injected those peptides systemically, you wouldn't necessarily get the same value or the same benefit as doing it locally. The same thing with magnetic field therapy. If I'm stimulating the right foot for a problem in the hand, it's going to help somewhat, because we know for example, if I put a magnet in somebody's palm, I can see the palm turn red right away. I can look at the other palm and it's redder than it would have been, but it's not as red as the one where the magnet is. So we have all these systemic reflex changes, and part of the circulation improvement, on the other hand, may also have been that the acupuncture points are be stimulated in the hand.
Right. I remember when that was like one of the initial ideas that I really liked in Chinese medicine, we learned it in the Helms UCLA course. But then when I studied acupuncture in China, they talked about this too, which is that there's always a local treatment, an energetic treatment, and a systemic treatment. So we're always working kind of at all of those levels.
Right. And we as integrative physicians do that all the time. You don't just treat the problem, you treat the person.
Yeah. Yeah. And ozone also is going to be kind of interesting because ozone is an oxidative therapy that donates an electron. And so then your work, ozone will, I think, help the electrical sort of magnet, the electrical charge in an area. And so then I would think that, but ozone is 99% oxygen.
Right. So the oxygen by itself is beneficial, right? And if you have an injury, you have arthritis or whatever, then you don't have adequate circulation.
Do you recommend doing the magnetic field before or after the ozone injection, or both?
Yes. So what happens, the way I think about it, is that if I do it before, then I'm already preparing the tissue.
Mm-hmm.
The magnetic field therapy increases heat stress proteins. And when you increase heat stress protein, then a stressed tissue is then going to be able to heal better, faster. Mm-hmm. Not to mention the circulation, because you can't assume that tissue, even though it looks like it's normal circulation, it isn't necessarily. And when you have a lot of arthritis because of the edema, you don't have good circulation a priori.
Right.
Now, it's micro circulation, maybe, it may not be macro circulation, but you're not getting all the nutrients you need to that tissue at, again, close to the cellular level, at the capillary level or lower.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so then that goes into how, and when I think about treating an area, I'm always thinking about treating the nerve and the arteries and the lymphatics that are either and veins that are either going to or draining a tissue bed. Mm-hmm. And so then, for example, we'll do nerve hydrodissection sometimes to treat a nerve that goes to a knee. Sometimes we'll do a systemic treatment that is going to affect biochemistry overall. But then obviously a lot of times then we're trying to go right into the joint or into a nerve there. But anything that can improve the overall health and blood flow is going to be helpful, and it kind of resets cellular homeostasis. Right. That all of that edema is as a result of kind of a mini cytokine storm in that area, and that has the intention or the reason it's there is to increase blood flow. But sometimes inflammation can lead to a state where it gets a little dysfunctional. It gets stuck in an inflammatory state that doesn't get reset.
When does it turn itself off? When does it become dysfunctional inflammation?
Yeah. Which is interesting. The outside
let me go to that point for a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh yeah.
So magnetic field therapy will help along the entire spectrum. So magnetic field therapy not only helps to amplify the inflammation you need for acute healing. So wounds, as I said, will heal in half the time. Acute wounds, post-surgical wound, will heal in half the time. So you're improving all the factors that go into improving that wound or healing that wound, including stem cells, including DNA, including mitochondrial function, including ATP. All of that gets turned on. But then as the magnetic therapy continues, the body begins to move to the next phase automatically. And the PEMFs then stimulate apoptosis of chronic inflammatory cells. So they not only help with the acute inflammatory process, but then they kick in apoptosis for the stuff that's not supposed to be there anymore.
Right. Yeah, that is an important point then to keep in mind, because then that's good either because when they're in that, if cells are in kind of that zombie state, then they do bad things. And so they need to be either converted out of the zombie state or they need to go.
Right. Well, and magnetic fields do increase apoptosis in healthy cells that are compromised, that have crossed the line of no return.
So then it's a good conversation because it's always kind of like, well, how did you get here? For me, I was an anesthesiologist, and so then all of my early cases that I would pick up would be people, and I would, it was kind of interesting. I was as a anesthesiologist, somebody would have a surgery, and then they would have a problem with their scar,
right?
And it wouldn't heal, and so then because I was doing this, they would send those people to see me, and so then I had done a little bit of work with acupuncture, which was, I would say, minimally helpful. But then when I started doing and this is maybe one of the greatest moments of my life personally, because when you're a young doctor, and I started doing the electrical acupuncture, where you would put basically needles all the way around a scar and then hook up this electrical daisy chain.
Right.
And then you would have somebody with kind of a red, inflamed, painful scar.
Yeah, hypertrophic.
And then next thing you know, that scars, and I did it for a couple of good friends of mine, and then just like miraculously got better. And that was kind of like a sea change moment for me when I realized, oh, this definitely 100% works. And I kind of related it to my own kind of experience of doing anesthesia. And that really was almost the beginning of my practice, in terms of having like a great success with something. And right around that time, also knew people who were using PEMF and achieving similar goals. And so then it kind of hit me it was a really an amazing moment.
Can I share an amazing moment with you?
I love one.
I had a 3-year-old girl cut her thumb off in a door jamb, below the level of the nail, but just beyond the joint. Complete avulsion. The father called me. The plastic surgeon wanted to clean up the wound, graft it. I said, no, hold off. I heard somewhere in my training that in the UK, if a kid before age 11 has that happen beyond the joint, they can regrow. Well, I'd never seen it. Nobody else around me ever talked about that. That's not the first reaction that a surgeon has. Mm-hmm. I said, well, and we know that if a surgeon did that, that child would have an abnormal thumb for the rest of her life. It'll be deformed.
If he operated on it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I said, you got nothing to lose. Basically, I use the same magnet that I did for my wife's toe. 1.5 to 3 hours a day. And I have pictures, serial pictures, not that many serial pictures, but serial pictures. Put it back on again. You can see the suture marks black, as you'd imagine. 12 weeks later, she's growing her nail.
That's amazing. When was that?
76, 78.
Really? And
yes.
She ended up being totally fine?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? It's awesome to go through, for young doctors out there, you get a moment, you get a moment like that. And then that kind of, I remember in the Helms course, I was like, they said, go out and our angels are going to be supporting you, for the next year. I remember that there's a whole bunch of things that were, and that gave me the confidence to go out there and kind of look for more amazing cases,
And you're not going to see them in medicine. We just don't see that in medicine.
But more and more, there's such a emerging overlap between what these different fields, and they're all coming together, and that's why I kind of was excited to have you on, because the synergy between device-centric things, which is nice because it's, I think, lower cost. It's more a simple thing for people to do. It's not product intensive, and then when that can be supportive to biochemistry and biology, then that's exciting. If I was to say next in your career, maybe either like of a similar genre of sort of a life-changing or career trajectory-changing kind of diagnosis or set of things that you've seen people really experience benefit from PEMF, what would it be?
That's such a hard thing to say, because it really depends on the problem that you're dealing with. I'll give you another story. A 76-year-old nurse who had arrhythmias. And she had cardioverted 24 times. And the cardiologist said, don't bother coming to the ER anymore. So he contacted me. We got her on the right magnetic system. And this was 3 years ago. She hasn't been back to the ER once. She hasn't needed to. She hasn't felt like she needed to. So it's not healing. It's not necessarily curing her heart, but it's making it functional enough that she is able to live her life.
What kind of system did you give her?
It was a higher intensity system. I believe it was called a PARMEDS multi-flash.
And what kind of time for a treatment would that be?
In her case, she had to decide for herself how much time she needed, because what happens is when people treat and they start backing off, issues often come back if they're not fixed. So she would have to decide. I told her a minimum of half an hour 3 times a day.
Okay. How long did it take before she started to see a benefit?
she started feeling better and generally more energy and able to do a lot more chores around the house within about 3 to 4 weeks. In some people, you see that happening very, very rapidly. Within a day or 2 days, they already feel a significant jump in functionality and energy.
So then that's a interesting idea to think about, just because what happens is there's an electrical conduction pathway. It just spontaneously creates a beat in the top part of the heart,
right,
goes down to kind of a junction in between the top and the lower part of the heart, and then the electrical wave goes through. We've certainly seen more electrical problems. And so one thing that can happen over time is people can go into an irregular heartbeat, something like atrial fibrillation, or, other aberrant electrical conduction
activity.
problems.
Yeah.
But, we've also seen this quite a bit in the long COVID population.
Right.
And sometimes that's in patients who've had myocarditis, and sometimes it's in patients who didn't have myocarditis, but just started to have a lot more ectopic electrical activity. Have you had patients with similar problems?
So there was a study done in dogs where they had the dogs under surgery, had the chest open, the heart exposed, and they stimulated the heart electrically to cause an arrhythmia.
Mm-hmm.
And then they treated the dog with magnetic field therapy and then redid the electrical stimulation. Nothing happened. So the magnetic field therapy depolarizes excitable nerves. They're already inflamed and excitable. So it causes them to sort of chill down or relax. And again, if you decrease inflammation, then nerve conduction is better. And then atropine or epinephrine or whatever you're going to throw at the heart doesn't cause it to fire off as much. Now, the goal long term is not only to help to decrease that from happening, but to try to repair the heart. And AF, atrial fibrillation, it's now been pretty well established that fibrosis and inflammation are the root causes of the development of AFib. And so the long-term perspective would be long-term treatment of the heart to try to reduce and reverse the fibrosis. Talk about the wound stuff that you were describing. But it's hard to do acupuncture on the heart with a wound, but you can with magnetic field therapy because it's safe enough. It's safe in virtually any tissue.
Right. And so then that one's kind of interesting, because if you imagine that the heart, there's a magnetic field around the heart, the expression of that magnetic field around the heart would be the heart meridian.
Right.
And so then we would used to have try to treat that, or even to try to treat that heart meridian with electricity. But then even then, that's not going to begin to do the type of therapy that you could do by actually treating the actual heart
directly, the muscle, the cells of the heart directly. Correct.
The cells of those heart directly. And I do think that that's going to be a very interesting direction for people to think about, because from the heart perspective, it's been a challenge to be, and I agree with that idea of excitability of those cells. And then if you can begin to regulate that, then that's going to be an interesting idea. And, from the heart, there's on the peptide front, we're talking about peptides. There's a bioregulator, cardiogen, for the heart. And then there's a bioregulator for blood vessels. And then traditionally, Dr. Kavinson, who's kind of one of the, I would say, top peptide gurus in the world, who really fundamentally developed the Russian bioregulator peptides. And he would always give a blood vessel bioregulator with whatever other one you're doing. So you would do, for example, heart and blood vessel. And then a lot of times for people with heart problems, they will sometimes benefit from neurological bioregulators. I think the neurological bioregulators can have a benefit not just and neurologically, but also to peripheral nerves, and then probably
the autonomic nervous system, basically.
Autonomic nerves, exactly. And so then those are cortigen, pinealon, and epitalon. And so then together, the 5 of those, we call them the Fab 5, kind of the heart-brain connection. And so then that would be one idea that you could do things like add BPC. BPC will stimulate angiogenesis to some extent. And so then there's going to be other peptides that can kind of come into play. But these are all fundamentally systemic things that are going into the ocean of our biochemistry.
Yeah.
But then the idea that you could dial in some magnetic field therapy to the
locally
heart
targeted
in parallel to that is interesting. Have you, one thing, I don't know, we haven't talked about this. For the AFib, one population that I see that gets AFib is older endurance athletes. Do you have any thoughts on that? Have you ever noticed that?
I've heard of that. My guess is that they're on adrenaline drive. And that kind of constant pressure on the heart or any other organ, and the heart is like incredibly autonomically dependent. You're constantly pushing it, but then also endurance athletes are chewing up protein. Right? They're breaking down protein, a lot of protein. Are they keeping in balance with their loss?
Mm-hmm.
Are they rebuilding the protein that they're losing? So that's always an issue for us, isn't it? Do you have the right balance? Mm-hmm. And how do you figure out you have the right balance? You wait till you have an imbalance, and they say, "Oh, I have an imbalance." But by the time you get there, can you reverse it? Now, do you have fibrosis?
Okay. Now then, we're talking about the heart, and I was talking about the brain. PEMF in the brain. What are your thoughts?
I did a study actually on concussion using a low intensity magnetic system where people were doing, so we had objective measures, River-Mead concussion scale, and we had a measure called brain gauge, which measures neurosensory functioning of the brain. And we treated them 2 hours a day, basically each side of the brain for an hour here and an hour here, two pads. And they did 2 hours a day. We monitored them for 3 months. They all got better. Everything improved. All their scales improved. That they were off. The scales that were off improved within 2 weeks. They maintained that benefit. Then at the end of 3 months, we had them stop for a month and retested them. They all lost about 50% of their benefit, their gain. So my conclusion, I was hoping to be able to show that magnetic field therapy at the level that we chose of the protocol that we had would be able to repair tissue. So I'm not comfortable saying that we repaired tissue, but we did improve function. So maybe we improved function well enough that they only lost half of their gain after a month. Or we actually did some healing.
What was the dose that you used?
It was 100 ghosts to each side, each temple. So it was not my optimal. Now there's a lot of research that shows the high intensity magnetic fields to the brain does a better job with concussion.
Okay, there's a interesting Sean Berman and his dad, Dr. Berman, at Saul Surgical Network are some friends of ours, and they did a very interesting animal model for traumatic brain injury where they took mice and exposed them to an acoustic shock.
Okay.
And then they did that, and then they did a whole bunch of tests of those, and then they took another group and exposed them to the same shock, and then they gave them stem cells.
Right.
This is Mark Berman and Sean, and I'm not sure. There was, I think, a couple other authors on this. But so then what they did is then they took those animals and then they sacrificed them and then looked at the
brains, right?
And then basically you can see where, and the animals that were not treated
with stem cells,
yeah, exactly. They just got the shock wave, and then you look and you see a hematoma right there.
Okay.
In the brain, you can see it right in the cortex. And then for the animals that got treated, and they got treated with an IV of stem cells that went into, they basically put an IV into the tail vein, and then they gave them stem cells. And then basically the ones that don't get treated have a hard time rolling over and doing the things that they do. The ones that do get treated basically start to move around and start to act like almost like nothing had happened. And then when they sectioned them, the ones that were not treated basically have this hematoma. And then the ones that were treated, for the most part, don't have hematomas, or one of them had one. I reviewed the slides, had a tiny area compared to the untreated ones. And so then this goes back to our conversation that I think is kind of beginning to make sense. You're treating a vascular bed. And so you're treating that vascular bed where there's a hematoma. In the brain, it's particularly challenging because it's under pressure. And so then that hematoma is going to recover more slowly than a hematoma in your leg. And then you can do other.
Well, a hematoma in the brain, it doesn't have the same blood supply as a muscle does, which can more easily and readily remove the volume of blood that's there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also with the brain, with those hematomas, those injuries, you're not only reducing. In fact, there was a mouse study as well where they dropped the weight onto the brains of mice, and then sacrificed them and measured cytokines in their CSF. And they all had significant cytokines after acute injury, bang, just like that, bang. They immediately had cytokine production. So that the injury causes cytokines, and then the cytokines themselves, as you can imagine, then cause their own, further damage, especially if you don't clean it up rapidly. We know that PEMFs increase stem cells. In fact, there was a NASA study on neural stem cells using magnetic field therapy, and they were stimulating these neural stem cells 24/7. And they found that had the right intensity and the right frequency, plus the right wavelength, the waveform, and they had a 400% increase in stem cells, and over 140 growth factors were turned on.
Right, and that's because every tissue bed has a whole bunch of stem cells in it.
Correct.
That are basically waiting to be activated. And so then if we get hit, bam, then inflammation is going to cause an inflammatory response that's going to lead to healing. And part of that healing is going to be stem cells that migrate in, but part of it is going to be stem cells that happen to be there that just get turned on and
get activated, right?
Start to get activated. And so then whether we're dealing in the brain or whether we're doing it in the heart, we're dealing with our vascular beds, nerves, arteries, veins, fascia, inflammation, and then basically working our way through turning that on. And so then it makes, and for me, what I have found is in simple problems, they're pretty simple to fix. And there's 100 different things that could fix
approaches, exactly.
One simple problem.
Each approach does its sort of thing. The better thing would be to have 10 different approaches to address the problem, because then you're going to be sure to cover most of your bases.
Right, but for a simple problem, you might only need one or two.
That's right.
But
that's true.
For these big problems,
especially acute.
But for these big problems, then you begin to say, oh, okay, they need multimodal therapy, and so then that would be how we think about almost everything.
It's peeling the layers of an onion, right? You have one effect at the beginning, and then that gets better. Then the next effect below it shows up. That needs to be regulated as well, and so on. So you're working at multiple layers.
We were talking a little bit about some of the autoimmune conditions like rheumatoid arthritis. Have you had the chance to treat many people with arthritis?
Well, we treat regular arthritis, osteoarthritis on a regular basis. And very rapidly, you get significant increases in reductions in pain. One of the first magnetic field effects is anti-nociception. You get decreased pain just from the perception of pain itself. Then as the healing process, all these physiologic processes start moving through the tissue, then you start to see progressive improvements and retention of benefit with time. So arthritic patients have increased mobility very quickly, have decreased pain very quickly, have decreased swelling very quickly. Rheumatoids are more complicated because it depends on the level of severity. So how much inflammation does a rheumatoid have? So if they have a CRP of 15 or a SED rate of 120, you got a lot more inflammation that you got to quiet down, and that takes more time. But generally speaking, arthritis responds very well. And if you do whole body magnetic field therapy for rheumatoid arthritis, then what happens is that you're decreasing inflammation in the body in general. And if you have 10 areas in the body that are inflamed and you got a rheumatoid joint, MCP joint, say thumb, well, how much of the body's energy is going to dealing with the thumb and how much is going to dealing with all the other areas of inflammation? Right? So then if you're dealing with the whole body, then you can also focus on the local area too, but you have to deal with the whole body. I say the same thing about cancer. So breast cancer, for example, 40 to 60% of women at the initial diagnosis of breast cancer already have breast cancer stem cells in their bones, 40 to 60%. So what do you do with that? How do they get activated? We can go through all the different mechanisms of how cancer stem cells get activated. One of the key factors clearly is inflammation. So where do you treat? You treat the whole body. You can't be treating just the femur or just the legs. Where do women with breast cancer get fractures? Spinal, long bones, ribs. They're not the places you normally expect. But what that means then is you don't know where it's going to happen, and as a result, what you need to do is to do a whole body. And I'm sure that peptides also could be very helpful in that setting too. But now you're really talking about lifetime. So I don't like the concept of cancer survivorship, because I think once you have cancer, you're at risk for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that means you need to be in a preventive maintenance program really for the rest of your life. And we hear this all the time. People change their diets, change their behaviors, change all sorts of things, and they've never felt better in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And the risk of the cancer coming back decreases dramatically.
They're at a high level, I would say that, you think about the major killers. You have vascular and infectious inflammation. And then that's basically heart attack and stroke and cerebrovascular disease and all of those things. And then what is the antidote to that is sort of living a super healthy lifestyle that's a non-inflammatory sort of lifestyle.
It doesn't stress your metabolism.
Yeah. And so there's a metabolic conversation. There's a sort of a resetting autoimmunity, kind of decreasing antigen load and kind of resetting immune system that kind of overlaps with the infectious stuff, because the infectious stuff is such a trigger for a lot of autoimmunity. And so We're thinking about, peptides as a way to optimize and balance metabolic, immune, and autoimmunity. And then that would be like, let's say, a big segment. And then on that whole cancer thing, developing a strategy of living that you're not doing things that are carcinogenic and adding in things that are somehow anti-cancer, or
anti-cancer or anti-inflammatory as well.
Yeah. And then having that as a lifelong sort of journey.
strategy. It has to be journey. It has to be a lifelong journey.
Lifelong. It's a lifelong strategy. Yeah. Well, amazing. Do you have any final thoughts you want to share with people? Where can we find you?
So that's another question. People who want a consultation, they want to combine whatever other therapies, including peptides, with their magnetic therapy. Because how often can we do the peptide therapy? How often are people willing to come in to get their peptide injections? So that's always an issue. So I consider magnetic field therapy to be a home therapy. It can be used in the office setting, clearly, to augment and help what's happening in the office. But with the cancer, you can't, you have to keep doing it. Osteoporosis, you have to keep doing it for the rest of your life to varying degrees. And no matter what you do, if you're treating a joint or arthritis in your hand or your rheumatoid arthritis, you're getting all the other benefits of magnetic field therapy through the rest of the body. So it's still anti-aging no matter what you're doing, especially if you have whole body therapy. So they can reach me at drpawluk.com for a consultation. Now, I don't really appreciate consultations from people who are not willing to spend more than $25 for their health. I don't imagine you see those kinds of people either. Right? And we're talking about serious magnetic field therapy. You're talking maybe $4,000, $6,000 or more for a magnetic system. So if you're not willing to listen to that as an option for you, not willing to consider that, then there's no point having the consultation because I can't help you then. So drpawluk.com, and on that homepage, there's an area that says consultation. The other option is the books that I mentioned. Power Tools for Health is more of the science, and Supercharge Your Health with PEMF therapy. So those are the two sort of best places for resources. And then drpawluk.com has a lot of information on it. It's a library all by itself.
Okay. Now then I'll take that. But then interestingly, one of my philosophies, and I got this in COVID because when, I'm an injection doctor. And so I use my ultrasound and I inject around every nerve in the body or joint in the body. And so then what happened was, all of a sudden I started getting phone calls. My country's shut down because of COVID. And so I can't even come see you. People would call me and they'd say, I'm going to see you in 2022 or 2023 because the whole world got shut down.
Right.
And those people are literally calling back like, oh yeah, hey, remember I talked to you 2 years ago and we're coming out. But the interesting thing is we started teaching people all over the world how to do peptide injections themselves,
right.
And so then one thing you could do is just inject in your abdomen or over your gluteal area to have a systemic effect. And so then that's going into affect all of biology. And then you could do a local treatment. But then a lot of times what happens is people can pinch some subcutaneous tissue and then inject a little peptide in there. And then we teach people how to do that. Now then notice that was just in some subcutaneous tissue by my wrist. But then what I could do afterwards is do a PEMF treatment right there locally.
Yeah. And then amplify it locally, but also amplify the benefits systemically.
Right. And so then we'll use PEMF here in the office before and after treatments.
That's what I would recommend.
But then I also have a lot of people who will use PEMF to activate when they do injections at home. And so they'll have a system at home, and so then they'll do a treatment, and then they'll run a magnetic field through. And I have noticed that is kind of a way to supercharge, to use your terminology, a peptide injection, particularly for things like joints, where we're injecting locally. So if we're injecting BPC 157 or maybe one of the fragments of thymosin beta 4 or GHK, some of the things that are good for pain relief, then we'll do the PEMF there. And then I have noticed that is a great 1-2 combination.
I think that's great. I totally would agree and support that. And then the only other thing about home treatment, again, is that you're getting all the other benefits of PEMFs. So you're kind of, in a sense, you don't have to second guess what it's going to do for you. And the body seems to target where it needs the help.
Mm-hmm. Well, you just seem like a wonderful human being and a wonderful doctor, and that's what everybody says about you. And so it's just totally a delight to talk to you. And thank you. I'm grateful for what you're doing for the world, because this is a important and profound therapy. So thanks for the work that you do.
Well, and thanks for the work you do. I've learned a lot about peptides. I left practice, so I haven't had a chance to use peptides in my practice. So now my focus is almost entirely on PEMF therapy. There's enough work to do there too, right?
Well, I think there's an enormous amount of work, and then as we bring these modalities together and kind of get synergistic with them, I think that it's gonna make the next 20 years a real exciting time in medicine.
I hope I'm around.
Me too. I hope we both are. Well, thanks, and totally have a fantastic week, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Matt. A pleasure.
Before we bring up our next speaker, please make sure to share these powerful health and anti-aging protocols by clicking the button below the video to help get this information to the people who need it the most. Hi, and welcome to the Peptide Summit. My name is Dr. Matt Cook, and I'm with a very good friend of mine, Winston Ibrahim. He's so knowledgeable about medicine, I almost want to say Dr. Winston Ibrahim. But he's been an incredible source of knowledge and wisdom. He's a successful entrepreneur. I know and love his family, and it's just one of probably the favorite people that I've met in my life. And so I'm grateful to introduce you to him. He's a successful entrepreneur. And so I'm going to let him introduce himself, tell you a little bit about his story. And then maybe I'll start by saying Ramadan Kareem.
Thank you, Matt. Ramadan Kareem. And likewise, so impressed by what you've achieved in such a few short years at BioReset. It's just such an incredible kind of thing to have witnessed happen, and to see you help so many people and kind of push the envelope in so many innovative ways. I think this is really kind of the front end of the spear of everything that's going on. And yeah, very excited to be here at the Peptide Summit. We're very happy to be sponsors of the Peptide Summit through my company, Hydros. So I've had, a long history as an entrepreneur and investor, predominantly in consumer packaged goods companies and in various health and wellness businesses as an investor, and then working on my primary company, Hydros, which is a innovative water filtration startup. So a lot of people are familiar with the Brita and how absolutely clunky it is and hard to use. So we created technology for fast water filtration, which will do what Brita does, but 5 times faster. And we're able to put it in a variety of products. So bottles and pitchers. It's very easy to use because we're saving so much on plastic costs. We're able to price parity with Brita and use very minimal packaging. So we're making even less of a dent on the planet. And the goal is really to kind of, make it sustainable and also kind of a pleasurable experience for people to kind of step away from single-use disposable plastic bottles and really kind of enjoy the experience. We think if people kind of enjoy the experience, if it's an enhanced experience, they'll actually stick to that more often. And for our more discerning customers, we recently launched a glass version of our pitcher. This is actually a prototype that we were hoping to launch at the start of the Peptide Summit and give everybody a discount on. It will be coming a little bit later because of what's happening in China right now, but we can look forward to that. And then on the investor side, I've just been very kind of impressed by what's been happening in health and wellness and, seen so many interesting companies. And I think, what BioReset has done has really been, incredibly inspiring, and the type of results that you can get from this type of integrative care and using various regenerative compounds, be they on the stem cell side or traditional kind of vitamins in IV form. And then most recently, very excited to have explored peptides with Matt's help. And that's just been, incredible in multiple ways.
Awesome. Well, today we're going to talk about peptide optimization for entrepreneurs. It's kind of it's a crazy moment for entrepreneurs. I remember we were, I felt like just running around the world, and it felt like such a safe place. You could go anywhere you wanted and do anything you wanted. And that was just different. But I think peptides probably are going to be an interesting tool that now you can begin to use to sort of optimize your health and biology as we navigate sort of new and interesting times.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of potential there, both from, kind of an efficacy perspective and from a cost perspective, because, a lot of kind of the more elaborate regenerative treatments are a little expensive. And even if people can afford them, it might give them some sticker shock. They might have to have some serious motivation. Peptides, on the other hand, could be incredibly effective, and they're not going to break the bank. So I feel like they're a great way for people to kind of get started. I've also seen, a lot of the things I funded as an investor have been, on the supplement side, which has grown massively as a business over the last, 20 years. And my observation has been, while a lot of these things have become successful businesses, there's, some shakiness around the efficacy. And we all know that kind of the efficacy of oral ingested products, even if they're the highest quality, have a lot of bioavailability issues. With peptides, you're getting the best quality stuff in a way that your body will absolutely know how to understand, with very high bioavailability. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs or adventurers, they're not going to mind, giving themselves a couple of injections.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's probably true. What's been your sort of most, maybe dive into what have you found most interesting? What as a person of the world, kind of at a 1.0 level?
Yeah. So, I mean, my whole introduction to this came from you and BioReset, down to my first NAD experience 5 years ago, where I think I actually vomited after the first NAD IV because I sat up too fast. So everything I've experienced has come from BioReset in, that way. And a lot of it kind of seemed very scary or strange at first, but you can't lie with the results. They've been incredible. And I think what's so exciting about peptides is that you're able to get really fast results in, kind of a way that you wouldn't, expect from something so simple. So the way I can kind of, describe it, to anybody who might have some context is that, there's more elaborate regenerative treatments you can get that involve stem cells and stem cell growth factors that have profound systemic effects, and you feel them, multiple different ways across your entire system. And it's because they're kind of rewiring so much of your mitochondria or your anti-inflammatory pathways. You're getting really profound epigenetic expression in multiple different ways that benefit you. That's kind of how I feel from peptides, but peptides are just so much simpler to use, and you can use them at home and travel with them, and they're a fraction of the price. And so you can use them more regularly. And I think that is what's really great, because, we all know that the real mission for so many people who are coming to the summit is to spread wellness in a very profound way to as many people as possible. And it's really a crisis we're facing as a society, as, a world. And how can we get more of these powerful tools into people's hands? And there's a limiting factor for a variety of reasons into, these more expensive regenerative treatments. So I think the first peptide that we experimented with was TB 500 or 400. It's the one that's for wound healing and regenerative stuff. And I think, I have a minor exercise issue or some tissue tear. It wasn't, terrible. And we thought about doing, exosomes, and you suggested, just doing an injection with BPC or with TB 500. And to my surprise, it completely fixed the entire issue, instantaneously, kind of on par with what you would experience with an exosome injection, but obviously for, a fraction of the price. So that was kind of very, interesting, kind of seeing the effect of that over a couple of days. I remember kind of at the start of the pandemic, your office sending me a bunch of thymosin alpha-1 and my whole family. And, my dad and my mom injected themselves with it regularly for a long time. I did as well, when I felt like, I was coming down with something which wasn't COVID, but it definitely, kind of accelerated kind of the passing of a cold. I think, another one that's been very profound that I've really enjoyed using is MOTS-C. You really feel kind of an energetic buzz on that, kind of on par with NAD plus, but in a way that's a little bit more kind of, systemic and calming, where, if people are familiar with NAD, they know that it's a fantastic, therapeutic, but it can give you kind of an edginess. If you've used it, you feel a little, kind of too wired sometimes. I gave a shot to an old colleague, late at night, and he was up all night and wondered if it was like some kind of, caffeine thing or something. Motzi is almost like exosomes from like a mental clarity perspective and energy perspective, but you don't feel wired. So those were some of the kind of early experiences.
So then it's interesting. The TB500 is interestingly is a fragment of the thymosin beta 4. And we, when we first found out about peptides, TB500 was an early sort of branded version. That's the 17 to 23 fragment. And initially people had been taking BPC 157 and thymosin beta 4. And so we started switching to using the fragments of the thymosin beta 4, the 1 to 4 and the 17 to 23 with BPC. And for somebody as a pain injector like me, you have an idea of how effective, like if somebody has pain and you do a nerve block with numbing medicine, all the pain goes away. But then for the most part, it resets pain a little bit, but for the most part, that pain all comes back. And so then, I had my close friends, this is years ago, like you, that you would have like, it's kind of interesting. Like you had a trainer and the trainer would find a problem that had been there for a long time. And then we started injecting peptides, and then one by one, those problems would go away and not come back. And then that was a profoundly helpful thing for me, because it would be like, I think at the time you had been getting manual therapy, I don't know, like multiple times a week, I think.
Like 3 times a week. And after the kind of exosome hydrodissections and, placental matrix hydrodissections you'd given me, those had gone down significantly to maybe like, once a week. And it was surprising because the peptide hydrodissections, or the peptide injections, we didn't even do hydrodissections with them, were so effective that they were on par, with that. And we were able to kind of stamp out the remaining issues, so quickly that, I haven't seen, Bob in, probably like 10 months. He just messaged me the other day. He's like, you still have like 12 sessions you paid for like 3 years ago. We should really figure out how you're going to use these.
Bob is an amazing practitioner, by the way. You always find the best people. Shout out.
Amazing. But, as somebody who's very busy and kind of a workaholic and has a lot of interests, if I can get away not spending an hour doing, manual therapy, I would rather not do it. And it's not because he's not an amazing therapist. He is. He works with, Governor Newsom and his whole family. It's just, people are busy. I'd much rather get a quick solution. I think that's what's so appealing about what you do, Matt. And now the power of peptides takes that to, an even further extent.
Now, the interesting thing for people to hear is that 4 people running around and then, and getting themselves into little injuries and problems, then, to the traditional experience that we were doing was sort of more expensive regenerative medicine. And so I was doing stem cells and we still do. But, I was profoundly impressed and, was early with doing these hydrodissections. And I did a bunch of peptide hydrodissections also, I think, with you. But then COVID happened. And then all of a sudden everybody was like, my country's closed. I can't see you until next year. What can you do? And so then we started coaching people on sort of pinching a little subcutaneous tissue and then showing them the different locations in the body that they could do that. And then suddenly people became empowered to be able to do things that are low cost, that are, we're putting, and I think that this is something that entrepreneurs can use, but I think that this is something that is going to disrupt healthcare, at a worldwide level.
Yes.
Because if you just think about pain, and you're talking about some of these are I think very safe approaches, and then suddenly then you don't necessarily have to come in. Some peptides show up at your house, and then you start to do injections, and then that pain goes away. It's pretty interesting.
The pain goes away, and there's so many other tail benefits, from just kind of general cognitive function and kind of executive function, impulse control, the ability to get over kind of jet lag or, kind of burnout. And I think the real magic, and this is something that I think you also deserve quite a lot of credit for, is the ability to kind of knit all these therapies together as a cohesive protocol. So using the kind of right balance of traditional regenerative techniques to manual therapy, to CBT, if that's necessary, to, peptides, to, things like NAD and the right kind of vitamin injections. I think they all have their place, but I think kind of fusing them and knitting them in is very interesting. And I think it goes beyond pain. I think it goes to kind of, intrinsic healing in a lot of ways. So I remember during the pandemic, my mom burned her hand on a stove and, got some kind of cream from some doctor, something, and it was kind of helping a little bit. And, you sent us some BPC 157 injections, and, one little injection near the site. And I'm not an expert at, injecting anything more than kind of subcutaneous belly fat, and gone within like a couple of days, just like completely healed over. And, she's like 65 and relatively healthy, but still, right? Like that was incredibly fast.
I've had that happen. I can't tell you, in pandemic, maybe everybody was cooking more. I cannot tell you how many times I've had that happen. And the BPC 157 is a really incredible for burns.
Yeah.
We'll put it on topically. I would make up creams at the house just with creams that we had and put it in topical. Yeah. But then injecting it subcutaneously, if there was a burn, and then you could come a little bit of ways and inject. I experienced that so many times, and so many times when Barb burned herself cooking.
Yeah. Yeah. With all for sweet potato roasting, I can imagine.
Shout out to Barb.
Yeah, shout out to Barb. And even for like more benign things like, I think a lot of people experienced during the pandemic, kind of a lot of pent up energy, particularly early on. And particularly if you're wired that way. And I know I was kind of overhitting my total weight set. And, I found BPC 157 incredibly effective for kind of just addressing, systemic soreness, right? And, helping to heal kind of tissue, and TB 500 as well, but BPC 157 in particular, as an injection seemed to be, even more impactful. Also kind of notice an addition in kind of muscle mass, and, not to like an insane extent, but clearly noticeable increases in kind of, muscle mass and kind of muscle tone, as well as kind of, base coordination seemed to have a slight elevation. So there's some really interesting kind of things there where, these aren't quite like, magic powers, but it's like, man, this is kind of, crazier than you would think it would be for something so simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned the NAD, because in a way, everybody with big infections and what do they call that? Chronic fatigue syndrome.
Yeah.
But then probably a lot of people that are healthy are somewhere on that spectrum. And so a lot of entrepreneurs out there, and particularly the harder and further that they go, will be somewhere on the spectrum of immune problems.
Yeah.
And somewhere on the spectrum of having energy problems, because in general, one of the first things that happens as we age, whether or not we have infections, is we start to have mitochondrial dysfunction.
Yeah.
And so then, we were very early in the, conversation on NAD, and, everybody was. And so I love that I'm always going to love that you threw up the first time you did it. And everybody, and at that time there was everybody was so exuberant about it and sort of trying to do it fast.
Right.
Too. And so, but now we have so many people that with NAD, they're just taking the NAD with an insulin syringe and injecting NAD just like a peptide.
Exactly.
And with smaller amounts. And then, I don't know what you felt like, but when you combine NAD with mitochondrial peptides, I find it works way better.
Yes.
And so then the ability to sort of manage and kind of optimize energy, plus when you start to throw in some of the cognitive enhancers, then suddenly the lights come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you touched on some really great points there for kind of like what happens when you kind of overwork yourself and kind of how that kind of hits on kind of a general trajectory with, cellular aging. And I think, there's a lot of causes for kind of NAD depletion and mitochondrial dysfunction. And it could be kind of exogenous kind of, consumption of, narcotics or whatever, and too much alcohol, which can be, a thing you see with entrepreneurs. But I think, the more generalized problem is just people being workaholics and kind of being overstressed and kind of burning themselves out. And that is a pattern that people get used to when they're young, and then they hit a wall. And, what I have found to be particularly effective, kind of having kind of a holistic health practice and a good diet to kind of begin with. And I'm sure a lot of the stem cell stuff that we've done has laid a good foundation, beyond that. But combining things like NAD and MOTS-c and FGC, and then FGL, and doing a little bit of ketamine, and doing that like once a week, because, you're getting kind of a systemic reset of your whole kind of stress system, and you're getting a profound kind of uptick in neurogenesis, right, and dendral arborization, and all these things are kind of, synergistic in kind of empowering different pathways. I think the other thing about NAD is that, I know when it was so in vogue, people were kind of overusing it, right? And I was probably guilty of this for a period of time as well. And I think, in general, you don't want to overuse the same cellular pathways because you're going to degrade their use for almost anything, right? It could be, a basic oral supplement if you overuse it, even infrared saunas, right? You do infrared saunas, every day, you're going to lose the HGH pump that you get from doing it, twice a week, right? And just doing it twice a week very intensely, right? If you weight lift every day, you're not going to get the benefit. In fact, it's going to hurt you. So I think having kind of other tools in the toolkit that can kind of provide, meaningful, measurable benefits, but they're hitting different pathways. It's kind of like rotating workouts or rotating, different things in your diet so you don't build up toxins, right? And I think that's really, really interesting. And then being able to occasionally combine it and get all the synergistic effects at one point, that's another really powerful expression of this therapy.
I love everything you said. I'm actually happy you mentioned the ketamine, because one problem that I've seen is that we take care of a lot of people for major crazy trauma. And so then from the anesthesia perspective for drug-resistant depression and anxiety, we started doing these protocols where you do a series of 6 ketamine treatments, and you can do those at home with a lozenge, or you can do those in an office with an IV or with a subcutaneous or intramuscular needle.
Yeah.
I'm hearing of more and more people who are doing that on a continued basis. And I think that there's a moderately intense susceptibility to addiction. So I encourage people to, if you're going to use ketamine as a strategy for anxiety and depression, do that for self-limited periods and then take a break.
Yes.
But then interestingly, the peptides, because they can give you energy, and then particularly the mitochondrial peptides. And so like the SS31, MOTS-c, humanin. And so then these peptides that can have this impact of giving you more energy actually can make you feel good.
Yes.
And so you have a little bit of more energy and then plus or minus NAD and then cycling on and off of those. So you're not committed to those.
Yeah.
That actually makes you feel really good. And then if you feel good, you have good energy. One of the things I noticed, and I've noticed this for like everybody in my life, and you would be kind of a perfect example of like one of the people that I know in my life that's like the least addicted to anything. Like, you know, and I think that in part is because if you have a healthy lifestyle, then basically it's easy to make great choices around all of that stuff.
Yeah. And I think, you know, to, you know, say, you know, like the ketamine experiences at your office are incredible, particularly, you know, combined with kind of this layered approach, right? I've noticed, you know, because I think I did my first ketamine experience, you know, with you guys like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was profound. It was far more profound than I thought it would be, right? And I wasn't, you know, looking for treatment for anything in particular, but I think, you know, if you have kind of a busy and aggressive kind of lifestyle, you just build up kind of a lot of trauma in general, you know, from stress. And it just cleared kind of the tape. And I think, you know, when we subsequently did it, it was on the back of an exosome IV with an NAD IV with the whole, you know, set of regenerative therapies and with a grab bag full of peptides. So the bioregulators and, you know, the FGLs, the MOTCs, you know, the SS31s, everything. And it was a really incredible experience. I felt like that particular combination that you guys came up with was just really impactful and kind of driving that experience. So I actually don't think people need to do ketamine for very, you know, kind of long. I have the lozenges that you guys, you know, I think got for me. And, you know, what I've done is like, you know, every couple of months use like a fraction of the amount, you know, dissolve it, you know, under my tongue. And that's kind of like it, right? It just gives you such like a bump. The other kind of totally random thing that, you know, I've kind of noticed that just powers a lot here is cryotherapy, in particular cold plunges, which are very accessible. And there's a lot of devices. And I'm so glad you guys are using them now. It's such an incredible way to kind of upregulate kind of mood and positive neurochemicals from norepinephrine, dopamine, and those effects kind of lock in your brain. And I think all the peptides and these other therapies kind of have accelerated that. So I think a lot of kind of aging and kind of deterioration, you know, can come from kind of losing that neuroplasticity in your brain, and particularly if you're going to be kind of creative with your mind and, you know, kind of problem solve, which I think is kind of the core function of any entrepreneur, right? In any field, you're a problem solver, you have to be creative. You need to keep that neuroplasticity, right? We live in a complex world. As we age, we need to get more flexible and more adaptable and picking up new technologies and new ideas that are coming out, you know, all the time. I think that's very powerful. And I think some of these physical kind of related, you know, therapies, the BPC 157s, the TP500s, you know, help from like maintaining your physique. So if you have come off of an injury or something and you were limited by physicality, you have that kind of embedded mentality in your head, right? And it's kind of a, you know, lingering trauma that even if it's not present, it's there, and it's a self-limiting, you know, factor for your mind, and it's holding you down. Once you can get over that and you can actualize that by doing something physically hard that you haven't been able to do in a long time, that instantly kind of reframes the situation, right? You're now the winner in that story. And I think that leads to kind of downstream success, right? And so I think a lot of these things are tools that help people reframe their stories and kind of own, you know, their kind of journey in a very powerful way. So it's almost that psychological empowerment is as important as all the multiple factors of epigenetic expression that are happening under the surface.
100%. How many, and I think cold plunge is something that helps give you that story, because if you get in there and then that first 20 or 30 seconds is hard, and then you stay in and then you keep staying in, then basically it's like what happens for me is I go, oh, and then I kind of get into my breathing. And then once I'm in that state, then basically I'm fine.
Yeah.
Like I basically fine the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, it's very powerful. And it's interesting. I've noticed that combining kind of cold plunges with subsequent injection of like a MOTC, And then, meditation can be very powerful because you're getting kind of a lot of hits, right? You're getting the norepinephrine and the dopamine. You're also stimulating the hell out of your vagus nerve, right? And so if you're, somebody who's kind of wired with too much energy and has trouble sitting down like me, trying to just sit down and meditate can kind of be, an obnoxious experience. You don't really want to do it, and you're not going to do it well. But if you stimulate your vagus nerve, you're changing that sympathetic, parasympathetic tone very quickly. And then the MOTS is upregulating kind of the cognitive, in the calm sense. And then you can, actually meditate. And so you're reinforcing those neural pathways in multiple positive ways.
How many days a week would you say that you cold plunge?
Probably 5 times a week. At least I think, I've learned that doing it 7 days a week is actually not, like everything. Again, you can overuse anything. And even if this is like, a totally natural therapy, it's just, I think it's nice to give a break. You don't want to saturate yourself. You want it to be continually hard. You don't want it to be to the point where you have to keep on increasing the intensity that much more. I know that there's some people who game, just like for how fast can I do my NAD, IV, who would game, okay, I can stay in, a negative, whatever X ice bath with ice floating on it for 5 minutes. That looks great on Instagram. You really just need 30-degree water. It doesn't have to have ice in it. And honestly, you just need 30 seconds, but doing a minute or two is probably good. I have found it to be more effective to be, in there 5 times a week and just submerge for a minute or two. It really resets kind of your whole system. It gets rid of workout, kind of soreness. I combine it with BPC 5/7 injections for that. Very effective combination. Throw in some red light and throw in some, of these other kind of things like astaxanthin and, the typical other, therapies, and you're, really on a good trajectory. So yeah, it's the combination of all these things, but then interchanging them, and be able to be flexible with them. And I think that's an important part of the kind of protocols that BioReset has developed. You guys are kind of rotating your clients around multiple things that are constantly kind of, enriching different pathways epigenetically and neurally, so that they're getting distinct, profound benefits, but they're not overusing any one thing. And I feel like a lot of places will just pound the same thing again and again and again. And while that might be effective for a while, I don't know what the long-term positives are from that.
There's nothing in biology is pounding you with one pathway again and again. All of biology is this diversity. If you asked me, like, if I only had one thing that I could tell you to do, and I only had one thing, you know what I mean? Like pick one peptide or one anything, I think I'd probably just give you a cold plunge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do it every day, but then there probably would be 1 or 2 days where for one reason or another, I'm in a hurry. And so then on those days, I will like literally just walk out and then dunk in that thing and then get out and go.
Yeah.
And then I will do a lot of, probably the minimum I ever do is 2 minutes. And then almost every day I'll do 3 to 5 minutes. And then I just find, but my favorite cold plunge, we went with all of these kind of world-changing sort of entrepreneurs that were interested in climate. And so we went to Antarctica recently. And we're on this boat, and you come into you come into this sound, and the mountains basically go like up like 3,000 to 5,000 feet straight up. It's just ice everywhere, and there's gigantic icebergs. And so then you go down, and they wrap a thing around your chest that's tied to a rope. And so then I dove into the water there. And man, you dive in and you come up, and then you come up, and basically you're swimming around with these icebergs. And there's like seals in the water. I mean, it's crazy. And so then they were like, swim around. And so then I swam around for a minute and a half or something like that. And I was out, you're out swimming around, and then you start to feel yourself. And have a lot of experience in cold.
Mm-hmm.
So then you start to feel yourself, oh, my arms are getting kind of heavy.
Yeah.
So you swam back, we swam back, but it was the coolest cold plunge of all time.
Yeah.
Thank you, the people at Atlas and everybody, and Wow Is Now is amazing.
No, that sounds incredible, but that's exactly the sort of, kind of, intermittent kind of environmental stressor. And I think kind of the difference, between what we have now and what we had kind of, ancestrally as a species, we were exposed to these acute stressors. We evolved for that, right? And those are actually good. That whole kind of aphorism, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's built for those acute stressors. What we have in modern society that's so much more insidious is death by 1,000 cuts, right? And it's, chronic stress, and it's poor nutrition and poor bioavailability, and all of this stuff kind of piles up, right, over time. And so you need to be very cognizant, as soon as possible in life to kind of get ahead of that curve. And even then, there's just kind of a weight on you, right? And, it's just, there's too much around it. So you really kind of increasingly need these kind of out of the box solutions, which aren't really that out of the box, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, most of these peptides, they're found in your body, right? Mm-hmm. They're, in your gastric tract for BPC 157, or, floating around your blood, or in, your heme, right? So yeah, this is just kind of, a natural evolution, I think, for, humans to conquer the new terrain of modern society, right? We've always been good as a species of developing new tools and systems to help us get to that next frontier. And I think this is just the natural, logical progression of things that we need in order to kind of continue to push that envelope, because it's not natural to live under biofluorescent lights and, never have temperature kind of inversions or eat processed foods. And even the best of us, right? I mean, if you're traveling in an airport and in the middle of nowhere, and this is your only meal, right? Del Taco, what are you going to do, right? Like, you might try the more keto version, but it's still Del Taco. It's not that great for you. Or, if you're like me and you have to go to China and, meet, 10 different suppliers, and it's customary to get drunk with every single one of them, and you're just going in a fancy car from one meeting to the other, where you're going to eat the same, kind of rich food, and then have multiple shots of, grain alcohol, and you have to do it, right? And then you have to go out with them that night and have karaoke, and you do this for 3 or 4 days in a row. I mean, you're going to need something to get over that, right? So, if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you need to have kind of that resilience and flex, and that breaks for everybody sooner or later. And I think these modern therapies kind of help you resist that break point. They give you that resilience and that snapback that you couldn't have any other way. And, it's been very impactful for me. I think, the other thing, that we should talk about is just how impactful what you've done has been for my dad, who, had a very traditional, successful business career on Wall Street, ran several companies, saved a company during the financial crisis, turned it around, and ignoring his health for his entire life, thought it was bullshit. Maybe it's why I'm into health and why I started investing in health and wellness businesses, is because he wasn't into this at all. And then, of course, he gets cancer. And he's made a stunning recovery in no small part thanks to your help from this cancer, put on, a huge amount of muscle mass, lost a bunch of fat, and he's exercising more than I am, right? I mean, he's climbing that mountain in Marin County, like every day. He's using his Carol machine, and he's, on all these protocols, right? And he's done multiple versions of this at your office. And I think for him in particular, what's interesting is the ability for him to use certain peptides where he couldn't use things like NAD or stem cells yet, because we're still worried about how that might be an agneogenic to a degree. And obviously there's some peptides that have agneogenic properties, but there's others that can give you that mitochondrial, function and anti-inflammatory and immune system upregulation that could help your white blood cell, count go up, or the efficacy of your white blood cells in scouting for a cancer relapse, right? Like the thymosin alpha-1, or like, some of these MOTS-C, kind of products, right? That can really help him get to that next level. And then, kind of at a certain point in time, add in the next layer of things. So I think, the fact that you can kind of, create a protocol that's, fitting for somebody with his set of circumstances, and have him kind of evolve to be kind of continually more healthy, and now to the point where he can maybe access things like NAD and exosomes very soon. That's just incredible.
Yeah, I didn't know we were going to talk about him, but he's one of my favorites of all time. And as for me, I would say, part of the role of doctor is being a teacher and an evangelizer.
Mm-hmm.
And so then, I nothing could make me happier, because I knew him when he was just vaguely
Right.
interested in health. And so then, I'm pitching ideas about, you can actually do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pitching this idea, oh, it's actually not that hard. And then I like to talk to people in the business community about saying, oh, like, this is one of those things that we're just going to project manage. And then, and they kind of understand that, okay, somebody's going to help us project manage this, and we're going to work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And then the side effect of that's going to have a diverse amount of things. And then these things is actually work.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and he is somebody who really kind of embraced that. And there's really nothing in the universe that really makes me happier than that.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible for him. And I think, the peptides are just lifesavers for him, because he can't use so many of these other things because of that agneogenic fear. So I think there's so much versatility and diversity to peptides. I think, another one that's very interesting is this, your office sent it to me slightly before the holiday season, which was really great timing for kind of overindulgence. Thessamorelin, I think.
Thessamorelin, yes, a growth hormone.
Yeah. And kind of what that can do for, because the way I felt it was kind of, pumping energy, kind of, similar to what you feel from a sauna. So I guess that's kind of, or a Vasper. So that's, I guess, the HGH effect. So you feel kind of that pump, but, you also notice kind of, particularly, kind of shocking, being very inactive and, kind of overindulging even for, my modest taste during the holidays. Wow, I didn't have any impact on like weight or kind of, body composition at all. And that was super interesting. I hadn't, kind of expected that level of kind of, efficacy from just a few, injections, but it was very, very powerful. And kind of also noticed a little bit more kind of efficacy on the exercise recovery, front, right? I guess that's the HGH as well.
So then what happens is that there's this people used as an anti-aging strategy to take growth hormone.
Yeah.
And then we found out, okay, there's this one called tesamorelin, there's one called CJC, and there's another one called ipamorelin. And then people will use combinations of those. But then they tell your brain to either secrete more growth hormone or release it. Right. And then that will then have effects that are more balanced. And so almost everybody that had been giving growth hormone has kind of evolved into that. The side effect of CJC ipamorelin is that you'll sleep a little bit better. Tesamorelin is really great for body composition change. And so it's kind of perfect that I gave that to you at Thanksgiving.
Right. Right.
And so then let's do something to fix the fat gain.
Yeah.
Before you have to take it off in January. Right. It's perfect. But then those are interesting, because then, one strategy is to take something sort of most of the year and then cycle on and off with tesamorelin.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, for, kind of body composition, issues, right? Especially for people who are, kind of less inclined to physical activity, but who are just kind of sitting at a desk all the time, or, kind of engrossed, in something, or traveling, it can be very hard to kind of, not be in kind of bad habits, right? Depending on your situation. I'm fortunate that, I have a lot of flexibility, but, some people don't have a choice, and, they're constantly engaged in, client meetings. And, I talked to, a guy who is the head of research at Morgan Stanley for, many years recently. And he was telling me, when I left Morgan Stanley, I was the fattest I had ever been, because I was just going to Wagyu steak restaurants in every town, like 3 or 4 nights a week, talking to clients, right? And, if you're that sort of position, what can you do? Or I have a friend who I'm sending your way who has a very, kind of important sales job for a major tech firm, who has the same problem. He's been traveling for years, has done kind of a lot on his body, and, you know, he's used the pandemic well, but he's got some lingering issues. So being able to, you know, kind of slim down and keep the negative effects of that body composition, because that systemically kind of hits you more and more, right? It's another drain on mitochondrial function. And I think, you know, it just accelerates the deterioration, right? It's like a Jenga tower and you're pulling out, you know, more stuff. You want to be doing the reverse. You want to be adding stabilization, right? at a point where you're most prone to fall apart, and prevent it from falling apart.
You know, that is so good. It is so good. I always tell people, entrepreneurs find me when they're 54.
Mm-hmm.
It's like crazy. It's like every single time. I even hear somebody, I go, in my mind, I go, I bet they're 54.
Yeah.
And then I go in and they're and that's just when the constellation of stuff starts to hit us. And so then you go, oh, okay, let's actually sort of look at under the hood. And so then it's almost like looking at a car, or you could think about it as a company. So we've got energy, mitochondria, we've got immune system, we've got detox, we've got our actual structure, got diet, lifestyle, all of these pieces. And then basically what happens is, if you can embrace optimizing all of those things and then basically get everything working, then that means you're going to be able to delay finding me. You're not going to have any big problems.
Yeah. Or when, you know, and, you know, I know when we met, you know, I was, you know, healing from kind of a very nasty thing, which was requiring all these, you know, kind of body issues and kind of body manipulation therapies and so forth. But it was fortunate, you know, it was before I was even 30 years old. And I think that's given me an incredible and unfair advantage, you know, ahead of a lot of people. Right. And I think kind of the way, you know, that I've seen it is, you know, it's a source of resilience to kind of be able to use these things, but to use them sparingly.
It's a journey and a balance to sort of learn to sort of manage that. I will, you know, I was telling somebody, I said, I actually, if you come through a fairly significant trauma at a young age, it's actually a huge opportunity.
Yeah.
Because then you end up picking up all of these skills and tools that sort of support you in terms of your ability to manage. And so then what happens is, once you have those skills, then when things happen to you in your 40s and 50s and 60s, it's like, oh yeah, I know how to manage this. I know how to manage that. The people who have some of those traumas hit them later in life, a lot of times it's a little bit overwhelming because they didn't pick those skills up.
Yep. And they don't know kind of where to go or what to do. And yeah, no, hopefully, you know, when you kind of hit something like that early, you can integrate such a holistically healthy lifestyle that you can build that kind of reservoir, right? I think there's a really great kind of, you know, term that you used at one of our kind of dinners with Barb, of kind of, you know, baseline resilience, right? And kind of raising that threshold of baseline resilience so that, you know, kind of problems, you know, just kind of don't hit you, right, in the same way. And if they do, you're just pulling down from a reserve, and then you can top off that reserve, right? But you're never hitting a core kind of issue where you're in a danger zone, right? So I think that's the kind of really interesting thing is, you know, raising people's baseline, you know, resilience to such a high degree that they can shrug off all these hits. And then they can use things like peptides to kind of keep that level of optimization. And then, you know, for kind of more onerous situations as they can arise, you know, BioReset is equipped with kind of more elaborate kind of toolkits to kind of deal with those as they come up, if they come up. But hopefully, you know, they're a lot easier to address if kind of that resilience is a lot higher. So that's what I've kind of seen as my biggest takeaway and the biggest opportunity is just to constantly be focused on, okay, what are the low touch ways that I can raise my baseline resilience? And I think, you know, particularly as we start traveling again, things like peptides become a big part of that equation because, you know, I don't have access to my cold tub if I'm, you know, at a conference in Miami for 5 days and I have to be, you know, at some set of meetings, you know, from 7 a.m. to, you know, 9 o'clock at night, right? And, you know, if I'm traveling even more constantly than that, as I'm sure I will be, you know, very soon, you know, you need these kind of simple, easy, and very powerful interventions that you can use on the fly that are calibrated to you.
100%. And so then I'm looking forward to that because, you know, medicine, this is going to have a great opportunity to evolve and grow with everything that's happening. And so then I'm looking forward to watching your success and your progress as you're out there, and I'll be learning from you and learning with you.
Likewise. Well, thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you. It's an honor, and I'm so grateful to have you as a friend. Thanks.
Likewise. Take care.
Do you feel you might miss any of these incredible interviews? There's a lot of great information being shared, so I'd understand if you did. But don't worry, you can pick up your VIP All Access Pass at a special discount right now. So you can have a lifetime on-demand access to the entire summit and all of its bonuses. So go ahead and grab your VIP access now by clicking the button below, so you can watch, listen, and even read the transcripts at your own leisure. Hi there, welcome to the Peptide Summit. My name is Dr. Matt Cook, and today I'm delighted to have my good friend Mark White with me. Mark's the CEO of Health Gains, GainsWave, and FemiWave, and I think he's probably one of the great medical business minds in the world today. He started at the beginning working in hormone replacement, and I think is probably the most important person to bring the technology of acoustic sound wave therapy for sexual health, both for men and women, to the world. And so he has an organization that teaches and educates physicians. They do business coaching, practice management, and his clinics that I've been to and I've been super impressed by. He's an amazing person, an innovator, and a friend. And so I'm delighted to have him here on the Peptide Summit to talk about sexual health and all of the interesting ways that you can use modern science to kind of help your social life.
Matt, I really appreciate that. And I actually appreciate you bringing me on this show, and also just your general friendship. I think, you know, I've worked with thousands of doctors throughout the decades, and it's very rare to come across a guy who not only wants what's best for his patients, but also is willing to push the envelope to find the newest and most innovative stuff out there. And I just like talking to you about things. So I really appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks a lot. Tell us a little bit about your journey of how you kind of got into, how did you get into sexual health and wellness?
It's funny because I never went to school thinking of science. In fact, I didn't do well in science. I enjoyed the business aspects. Yeah, I love marketing. I like in marketing, it's all about creating awareness around things. And it really started in 2001 when I met a physician who was prescribing testosterone replacement therapy. Now, 20 years ago, testosterone replacement therapy was very taboo and very cutting edge. Now it's very mainstream. You're only given testosterone if you couldn't produce it, if you lost your testicles. And he had a problem getting people into his practice. I was learning about internet marketing, and we created a website to bring awareness to help him. And what happened was that hundreds and hundreds of patients or potential patients nationwide started raising their hands saying, this sounds interesting. Can you find a practice doing testosterone replacement therapy? So we opened up a practice focused on testosterone, bioidentical hormones for women. We were doing some human growth hormone. And that was really our business for, you know, the first 10 years. That was what we did. And a few things happened to get into sexual wellness. First of all, you know, I always thought people that wanted to get on testosterone, the image of people that wanted to get on testosterone for me beforehand was, oh, you want to do it because you want to look stronger in the gym. And that's probably furthest from the truth. What was happening were guys were coming to us in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. They were complaining about three things. They were complaining about mental acuity, mainly their body function. They were getting fat around their midsection, and they were complaining about sex. They no longer had the drive, libido. And I would say libido was the number one thing guys were looking to fix when they would get on testosterone. And what was happening with guys would get on testosterone, they say, my libido is great, but guess what? I can't get an erection. Can you prescribe Viagra? And we were writing more prescriptions for Viagra and sending them off to their local pharmacy. And they were paying, I think it was like $50 a pill. But I'm like, these guys really need help in this. And I think it's like one of our like Maslow's hierarchy, that need for just sex and to procreate. It's something that motivates everyone. And, these guys would get on Viagra, but it wasn't really fixing what was going on. I mean, it wasn't, it would give them the erection, but there were other modalities. And in 2013, we came across a treatment that was using platelet-rich plasma to inject in the penis. It's known as the P-shot, which is a branded product by Dr. Charles Rennells. And he was certifying doctors on how to do the P-shot, the O-shot, and also on how to do the vampire facelift. But he was also one of the first doctors to just bring awareness around regenerative therapy, because I think platelet-rich plasma is a type of regenerative therapy. It's where you go and you are focused on fixing the root cause. And all these guys that wanted to get on testosterone, they also wanted to fly in and get this thing called the P-shot. The funny thing is that when you talk to a guy and you say, what, we're doing this P-shot, and he's like, well, what does it involve? I don't like the word shot. Is it a shot of liquid I take that's going to help? I was like, no, it's a needle that goes into your penis. Now, when you say needle and penis to a lot of men, they cringe and they're like, you know what? I'm not really crazy about that. And Trimix, Caverject's been around forever, but guys don't like having to inject themselves in their penis. So we were looking for another modality that wasn't as invasive. And we came across all these studies that used acoustic wave therapy, or what's also known as shockwave therapy, which also it's not a great marketing name, by the way. I'm going to shock your penis. But it wasn't really a shock, it was a sound wave. And what the sound wave does is it creates microinflammation. And again, you're the scientist, you're the doctor. So I don't even get into all the science behind it, but what it does is it creates more blood flow. It fixes all the microplaque that builds up all of the years. It creates new blood vessels. So it's really fixing the root cause of ED. Nobody in the US was doing it, even though these studies were showing that this thing works. And we knew that if we were going to tell the story and call it shockwave therapy, pretty soon every doctor would be doing the same thing and nobody would know about it, because you can't build brand awareness around like a generic name. It's very difficult to do. But it was funny because we didn't even know if it was going to work, and we brought in this device. It looks like it's about the size of a small suitcase, and it has a wand that creates the sound wave. And what it involves is a doctor going up and down the blood vessels of the penis for about 20 minutes. And it's supposed to result in better erections. So we had a patient of ours who didn't like Viagra because he was getting headaches. He was taking a lot of testosterone. Funny story is he was a swinger. So I assume when you're a swinger and you can't get erections, it's not a good thing, because like if you're a swinger, I guess having great erections and being able to perform all the time is important. And he didn't like the P-shot because he was scared of needles. So I said, you know what, there's this new treatment. You're going to be the first patient we're ever trying it on. And we're not going to charge you for it because we don't even know if it's going to work. And I was a little skeptical at first because I'm like, if this works, this is going to be the next Viagra. So we do the treatment. And I remember I walked into my office the next day and my voicemail light is blinking. And I get a voicemail from this guy saying, it's Ron, call me immediately. It's very important we talk. And I'm like, holy shit, did we did we hurt this guy? Like, I didn't know what to expect. So I call him. He's like, Mark, I don't know what the doctor did, but I had erections all night long. I said, okay, we're 1 for 1. And then we did it on another patient, and he had a similar story. And then I actually had it done on myself. And you know, it also creates, and maybe you can explain the science why it does it, but it also creates, your nerves are more sensitive, so you get more pleasure out of sex. So there's something going on there, but it really, really worked. So what we decided to do was create a trademark around it called GainsWave, which refers not to the device, but to the treatment. Similar to what Dr. Rinells did with a P-shot. Mm-hmm. We started marketing it. Originally, the idea was we could market it, we'll get more patients in our door, but we have people all over the country, California, New York, looking for a doctor in that area who can do GainsWave. So I said, you know what we're going to do is, why don't we certify doctors, teach doctors how to do this, and then the doctor, when he goes home, if we get any patient referrals, we'll send them to the doctor. So that's how GainsWave started. And it was slow at first. And when I say slow, like slow in terms of how many doctors we had. And then I get this call one day from our friend, Mr. Ben Greenfield, who said, you know, I heard about this treatment. I want to come to Florida and see if it works. And, you know, if it works, I'd like to have a discussion about it on our show. And if it doesn't work, you'll never hear from me again. And so he comes in. This was December of 2016. I meet the guy, most amazing guy. He's a brilliant thinker. He's a very deep guy. And I know you've been on his podcast a few times. And he comes in and gets the treatment and leaves. And, you know, I took him out to lunch. He's like, let's see how it goes. And then that night I get this text from him saying, I was having dinner with my grandma and I started popping boners at dinner. He's like, this is amazing. And then he talked about it on the show with our medical director at the time. And then we started getting patients from all over the country saying, where can I get this done? And we started getting doctors on board. Dave Asprey was another person who wanted to try it. And that's how I met you. I think you were working with Dave at the time.
Yeah, I love Dave. I love Dave and Ben. So both of you.
And both of them said, you know, or I think Dave was like, God, you got to meet my this doctor I work with. He's this creative guy. And then I remember you flew down, you took the red eye here, and we hit it off right away and got trained. You're a GainsWave provider. But that's how GainsWave got started. Okay, great.
So there's a few things to unpack there. So then, but then I think within just a little bit of that story is then a little bit of the secret of some of the stuff in sexual health. It's not one thing. Sexual health is such a multifaceted aspect. And so then suddenly you're hearing hormone replacement, the acoustic wave therapy, and a diversity of different things that are working on sort of creating a total package. I also teach for Dr. Reynolds. I'm the P shot and the O shot, which is, and it's interesting. The P shot is, if you pull blood out and spin it down, platelets, it turns out, are full of growth factors. And so then if you inject those growth factors into the penis, then all of a sudden they release, and then they have a regenerative effect of kind of making the connective tissue there healthier. And they can have platelets and growth factors can be helpful both to nerves and to blood vessels. And so then, you know, we inject it into the corpus cavernosum, which is the kind of the vein part of the penis that gets all dilated during an erection. You asked what's the mechanism of the shockwave therapy. I think one mechanism is that if there's a shockwave and there's one shockwave that is kind of almost like a little tiny jackhammer, where there's a little bullet that's going back and forth and it creates a sound wave. There's another one that creates a piezoelectrical charge that creates kind of a sound wave. But I think that what happens is you probably break down some platelets, and so it's kind of the equivalent. It's a similar mechanism of a P shot, because but then also it may help break down some of the plaque and some of the blood vessels. And then you create a healing response as a result of that trauma, because it's a measured response. So it's the combination of all of those things.
Yeah.
We had been P shot people, and then we found that when we did the P shot and Gainswave together, it was a much better combination. And I think that's almost everybody that I've ever taught has told me that.
Yeah, they're very synergistic. I think it's like 1 + 1 = 3. And to your point, like, I think with sexual wellness, and again, this is somebody who kind of got into this via backdoor. Like, I didn't ever think I was going to be doing anything around sexual wellness. Is like, we've noticed that there's like 3 reasons why guys get ED. One's hormonal, which is really addressed by having proper hormone levels, optimized hormone levels. One's physiological, but I think the thing that has been understated is the psychological component of why we get erections. And it's much more complicated than any other type of treatment because of that psychological component.
Mm-hmm. Now, you guys are using PT141, which is peptides, and there's a variety of different ones, but that one has come into play. And interestingly, that one it affects arousal. So, what's been the experience out of your clinic with that one?
So PT141, we heard about that maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It was a sub-Q injection people were taking. A lot of guys said that they get nauseous when they take it, but their sex drive increases. It's funny what we do for our penis. Like, I'll get nauseous as long as I can get an erection. The other thing, this is a hormone, but I think it helps on the psychological component, is oxytocin, which is that bonding response that women produce a lot of oxytocin after they give birth. That's why they bond with their child. But what we've noticed is that when guys have high oxytocin levels, their arousal also seems to increase. So, we've been marketing PT141 along with oxytocin. We've gotten a good response on the psychological side. We've also made alliances with sexologists, which I think is interesting because I've never really heard of sexologists, but it's essentially a psychologist that focuses on sex. And if a guy has a bad experience early on in life, it can affect the drive. If a guy's addicted to porn, it can affect his ability to get an erection. And they use like a combination of CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and talk therapy. And that works very well in conjunction with what you do in your practice on hormone optimization and what you've been doing with peptides, and also with regenerative therapy, which is really what I've seen is beyond the platelet-rich plasma, this world of stem cells and exosomes, which are the messengers of stem cells, and the amniotic fluid. That's been also really good. I know the FDA is trying to crack down on it, but I think that in the future, we're going to see a combination of regenerative therapies, treatments like Gainswave. I think you're going to see peptides. Like there are a lot of exciting peptides, and that's why I'm excited about the Peptide Summit, because people don't know what peptides are. But peptides can be used to target different, like whatever snippet the doctor's giving you, it can target whether you want better mental acuity, better sleep. And the peptide of PT141 and CJC1295, along with ipamorelin, that's kind of been the go-to peptides that we've been using for sexual arousal and sex drive.
So then I'll give you, it's, one interesting thing is just to hear what people are doing, and then they kind of then go back and say, okay, let's defrag that and think about that and understand that, because if something's working, then it's useful to understand what's happening there. And I always like to come to you to know what's working, because you guys are so success oriented that if you guys are doing it, I know it's probably working. So then now this one's so interesting, and I'll explain this because it's going to be useful for people who are interested in the PT141. So it turns out that there is a protein in your brain called MSH, or alpha MSH, and it's called alpha melanocyte stimulating hormone. So one of the things it can do is it stimulates you to get a little bit more tan, which is going to be good in Florida. But and so then it turns out that protein then helps to manage inflammatory stress in the brain. And so if you start to have an elevation in inflammatory cytokines and markers, what will happen is the MSH will help manage that inflammatory stress for you. Interestingly, what happens over time, and this is like just as an aside, but then it's going to, I think, be relevant, and I wanted to kind of talk through this one a little bit. A lot of the people who we see who have Lyme and mold and kind of complex illnesses have low MSH. And so then one of the sort of the major strategies is working around diagnosing for patients who are sick. You'll see high inflammatory markers, and we'll paint this picture that is what a lot of people describe as something called chronic inflammatory response syndrome. Well, so MSH is this protein that's all over in the brain and has these diverse effects. Well, it turns out PT141 is a subsegment of that. And so then that's where it works. It works up in these deep brain areas. And so then, and interestingly, the mechanism that PT41, it turns arousal on in the brain, which is interesting. And so then it was, the early uses of it was actually for female arousal. And so it kind of came out as more of an arousal thing. But it turns out it also has a side effect from the brain, actually not from peripherally, of causing a little bit of an erection. So it kind of turns on arousal, and then for men it has a side effect of an erection, but it also has an arousal, probably a physical arousal aspect for women as well.
Plus now, you get a great tan.
And then it also has the side effect of a tan. So, but what can happen is because it's stimulating in these deep brain areas, then it can cause nausea. And so then there's going to be a percentage of people that have nausea. It turns out it's subcutaneous. There also are some people who have a nasal spray from the compounding pharmacy. You can get a little bit more hypertension occasionally with the nasal spray, and but the nasal spray can be quite effective. And so suddenly now you've got this thing, and just for people who are thinking about dosing, the dosing usually is 1 to 2 milligrams. Most people don't like to do it all the time. I know a lot of people who will do it maybe once a week, twice a week. And interestingly, as you think about some of the other drugs that we use, Viagra and Cialis vasodilate the blood vessels actually in the penis. And so then when you take Viagra or Cialis and PT141, they kind of work synergistically. And then as you were saying, then sometimes people will take oxytocin, which can kind of increase with that bonding. And so suddenly now you're bringing a whole bunch of things together to create kind of a great kind of mental, emotional, spiritual kind of experience.
Well, one of the things we've been trying and we've been testing it is there are troches or sublinguals you can take that combine tadalafil or sildenafil with oxytocin and PT141. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, and I'm not sold yet, that you can get a response from PT141 if it's taking sublingually. But I know people that have been trying this are getting a good response. I mean, they're also getting it from the oxytocin and from the tadalafil. But I think if do you remember when we were little, there was like this whole thing called the Spanish fly?
Yeah.
Spanish fly was like this thing you would take, or a woman would take it and they would get really horny and excited and all that. It was like this mythical thing. And it's like, well, you know what, if we can create this troche where you can combine everything, we now have, scientists have created the Spanish fly. And I always look at things through, does this have demand? Because like I'm on the demand side, you're more on the supply side. You know, can we do it? Can science do the R&D? Can we make it work? My side's a little bit different, which is there a market for it? And how do you bring awareness to it? And I think when, you know, you see these things like Spanish fly going around, there's already demand. It's just like, can science now meet that demand? And every day we're seeing that come true.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, you know, they say they when you do, because I know you're a great person in terms of understanding some of the business metrics, but when somebody told me, they said people in terms of cash pay medicine will only pay for three things: to look good, to feel good, or to have good sex. That was like an old term that people used to say.
It's funny, like on the you know, like going back to like what we do and what you do is, you know, guys will have, they'll have chest pain. They'll say, you know what, I'm going to put it off, or they'll have some other thing that can indicate serious illness and they'll put it off. But the moment a guy has a bad night, the moment a guy can't perform, he's like already on the internet searching for a solution. And it's almost like a lot of times what we find is ED or a poor erection response is almost the canary in the coal mine. So, you know, we've identified guys who have come looking for Gainswave or looking for a solution for his ED, and he has a serious cardiovascular issue because he has other blockages going on. So, and I think that's interesting because that's the way you get guys to really look at their overall health. That's where functional medicine comes in.
Right. And so then imagine, so imagine I had that person. And so then let's say 1.0, and because at 1.0, people just want to do something and they want to do something to feel better. And so then that might be that person, it might be the Gainswave, because suddenly, you know, regardless of a cardiovascular status, the Gainswave is going to be 100% safe. And I actually have seen some people who kind of are metabolic syndrome, and they've got a plumbing problem, not enough blood flow to the penis. And so they do Gainswave and shockwave therapy. And next thing you know, all of a sudden the penis is getting more blood flow, and that will help. And that often is kind of like, if sexual dysfunction is a canary in the coal mine, that was a conversation starter for a lot of people that really helped us because it gave us something to do. You know, I remember I had somebody who came, a good friend of mine that I worked with, and he came in and I looked at his penis and it was gray. It was, and you know, he was 65, but it was like gray, all ashen. And we use that term, you know, as a, like if you see somebody in the emergency room, but I was kind of shocked when I saw it. And then we started doing shockwave therapy, and next thing you know, I would see him and it would be pink. And so I was like, oh, that's got to change. He didn't get any better, but it started to look better. And he could tell that. He says, you know, it's not working yet. And he was doing injectable therapy with Bimix, with Trimix. And so then which is an injectable vasodilator that causes erections, but I think also it probably causes scarring. And so probably if you can possibly avoid doing that, you want to. And so then we sort of started to work our way through and ended up helping him. But, you know, then you think for that person that, let's say we do shockwave therapy and then we say, okay, let's try something else, Viagra. Viagra is good, but some patients with heart problems, it will vasodilate in other places too much. And so they can have issues. A lot of those patients will do great with PT-141. And then interestingly, PT-141 can cause nausea sometimes, and PT-141 is very similar to another peptide called melanotan-2, both of which are analogs of MSH. And so they both cause nausea. With the melanotan, what you do is you start at a real low dose and go up, and then you can make a nasal spray out of melanotan also. And the way you make, I'll just drop some pre-knowledge here. The way to make a nasal spray out of melanotan is take 10 milligrams of melanotan and put it in a 5 milliliter nasal spray, and then do like 1 or 2 sprays. Melanotan and PT-141 can both cause a little bit of anxiety, and then and because they're such central stimulating, and melanotan quite a bit more, which is why we usually say do PT-141 over melanotan. And then, you know, I had a friend of mine called me this weekend on Sunday morning. I was like my first call. And I'm like, what's going on first thing in the morning, Sunday morning?
A bad night Saturday night.
And he goes, the Cialis and the melanotan work, and the PT-141 worked. So he's called me to tell me that. So I was happy to hear that one.
I'll tell you, one of the things we do when people come into our practice here to get GainsWave, we always test their testosterone levels. We have a lab in-house that gives a real-time test. And what we've noticed is over 50% of the people that come in because they want to get GainsWave have suboptimal testosterone. And, you know, I think a lot of times it's like that hormone optimization is, you always want to have those optimal hormone levels for everything, because if your hormone levels, if your testosterone levels are low, you don't have the libido. So you don't, you know, that sometimes fixes the libido. PT-141 enhances it. You don't have the not only the sex drive, but you just really have no interest in sex, and you're probably an asshole, like grumpy, and women don't even want to be around you because you're just grumpy. So I think a lot of times fixing the hormone markers and optimizing hormones is always the best base to build upon. And we see that all the time.
Yeah, there's a idea that I have that how you feel is actually just an average of your hormonal and biochemical balance. And so then, for example, a lot of the people with Lyme and mold, and especially mold, will have really low MSH and a variety of other inflammatory things going on in their brain. And so as a result of that, they feel bad. If you're running around and you've got a testosterone of 100, one of the side effects of that is people feel bad. In fact, you know, it's interesting, just as a side little note, you know, I've probably written like 100. I've probably written 100 narcotic prescriptions in like the last 5 years at the most. And I do complex injections, but being on pain medication lowers testosterone. It's like a classic thing. So then that's one of the reasons why we're so against being on long-term pain medication, because you see people who are on long-term pain medication, they'll come in, their testosterone will be 50 or 100. It'll be like totally in the tank. And then one of the side effects of that is you feel terrible. But then, and you have just for people should know, if they want to work with you, you've got a great telemedicine service for testosterone, right?
Yeah, it was actually funny because during the pandemic, we had to close our office for a couple months. Even though we are in Florida and there's a myth that Florida didn't close down, we did have a couple months where we couldn't see patients. But we continued to service them via telemedicine, which is really sending a person out to your house to get labs, and then having your physical exam done. Either you get a copy of the physical, or that person who does the labs does vital signs, and then you do a call with a doctor via Zoom or via some sort of asynchronous communication. And people like that. So it does allow us to expand our reach. So that, and I think telehealth is going to be the future of healthcare, along with, I mean, everything we're seeing now, just in general, is using technology to be able to make a connection. I mean, we couldn't, 10 years ago, you and I couldn't do this summit via Zoom. We would have to sit in our room and you would be asking me the questions, or we'd be on a phone call you're recording. So I think that's going to be the future of medicine. Things like GainsWave, you really have to see a doctor in person, but you see more home devices coming out. And I actually read something the other day about, you've heard of Neuralink, the hat that Elon Musk is building that you put on your brain and it's implant. They said that that's going to be able to give people orgasms because it stimulates parts of your brain that help with sexual function. I thought that was super interesting, but I think there's so many things people can do where they don't even have to see a doctor in person, and that's going to be the future of healthcare.
100%. Another peptide thing related to that is there's a peptide called Kisspeptin.
That's for, I was reading about that. It's for women.
Well, that's for men especially, because it causes it stimulates your testicles to make testosterone. So then you can take testosterone or you can take Kisspeptin. And so there's people that will take, I've got a lot of people who take Kisspeptin to support testosterone levels. And so we'll work with that. And then other people, we also, have people all over doing, testosterone, both with creams or injectables. What are most people who take testosterone with you guys? How do they like to do it mostly?
I mean, typically when they're doing testosterone, everything's personalized. It's generally 100 to 150 milligrams a week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually injections. There's a gel that they can take daily,
mm-hmm.
which I actually prefer because it helps me with dosaging. If I feel like my testosterone levels are getting too high, I'll just take a couple of days off of taking testosterone gel. But you definitely want to combine it with an aromatase, something to keep your estrogen levels in check, because you don't want your estrogen levels to go up. We were doing a lot with human chorionic gonadotropin, which I think acts in a similar manner to Kisspeptin. It stimulates your testes to produce more testosterone, but it also prevents your testes from shutting down while you're on testosterone.
Mm-hmm.
So generally that's been the bread and butter of testosterone replacement therapy. A lot of guys were doing growth hormone, but now with the peptides that are out there, you can, especially with like CJC and ipamorelin, you can get the same benefits of growth hormone without having to worry about the side effects. And that's very exciting.
Right. So then these basically are either causing you to helping either with synthesis or release or both
mm-hmm.
of growth hormone from your brain. And so then the nice thing about that, it's interesting, when I first started doing functional medicine, I always say there's functional medicine gangs. And the biggest gang was always like the hormone replacement gang. And, everybody was trying to get people on. It's interesting sort of thematically to think about functional medicine and you see kind of what people are doing is one of the reasons I love talking to you, to find out what people are doing. At the beginning, everybody had people on human growth hormone. And now almost everybody that I know has stopped doing human growth hormone, because why be stuck taking something that's an exogenous source of a hormone when you can just tell your body to make it? And when you take the CJC and ipamorelin is one combination. Another one is tesamorelin. There's a whole bunch of different ones, but the CJ-cinepromorelin, one is that it helps you sleep if you take it at night. Can help with athletic performance in the morning. And then the sexual health conversation is this multimodal thing that we're an average of all of our biochemistry. So if you can balance growth hormone and you can optimize testosterone, and so suddenly we got a variety of ways to do it, either by giving your testosterone or stimulating your body to make it. And then we can kind of do some actual work down in the penis and start to turn that on, and the vagina for that matter. And so then suddenly you realize this is kind of awesome. It's awesome that suddenly people feel like they've got some hope.
You know what I like about functional medicine versus allopathic medicine is, functional medicine, people ask me, well, what are doctors doing? And I think it's like asking a chef in a restaurant, how do you make a hamburger, or how do you make a dish? And there's so many different ways to make a dish. Versus like allopathic medicine, it's like, okay, if the person is sick, you give him this pill and it's 25 milligrams, like Viagra. It's like, okay, he's sick, here's the pill. With functional medicine, not just around sexual wellness, but around everything we do, is there's so many ways a doctor can create a program for a patient. And I think that's where the artistry or the creativity of, and I think what separates really good doctors from other doctors is their ability to do the research and come up with, and also through compounding pharmacies too, because they're the ones who will actually create the compound. But there's so many different ways to tackle it. And every patient's unique, and every way a doctor approaches a problem is unique. So I think it's funny because I go off on these tangents sometimes, but what I can't stress enough is I think the most important thing when you're doing sexual wellness or any type of functional medicine is that the doctor really does matter. Really matters. And it's just having a guy like yourself who does the research and puts in the hard work and really personalizes a program around the patient.
And then that brings up a good point, because to go back to something you said earlier, erectile dysfunction may be the canary in the coal mine, because to have great erectile function, a whole bunch of things have to be happening well. So your brain has to be working well, it has to be making hormones, it has to be and then vascularly, your blood vessels have to be working well. They've got to be able to dilate and send blood flow. Structurally, the ligaments and tendons and fascia and everything like that in the penis all have to be working. Everything that we said's, kind of interesting and good. However, sometimes we'll see people with actual metabolic inflammation. So their blood vessels, they have systemic inflammation. And so then we start to work on hacking that. And the reality is a lot of that is just biohacking. A lot of that is learning to kind of get healthier, manage things that are going to help your actual blood vessels work and the cells that line your blood vessels work. And so then we do that with a lot of, testing, basically with micronutrient testing, with metabolic testing, looking for inflammation.
What are you looking at? It's, homocysteine, C-reactive protein mainly?
So you're looking at those, and so then C-reactive protein can be a marker of vascular inflammation. Homocysteine is a surrogate marker that looks at something called methylation, and methylation relates to basically just a lot of times a molecule like a B vitamin will be inactive, but if you put a carbon group on it, that carbon group is called a methyl group and it activates it. And so if your body is working well, you can shuttle carbon around from one molecule to another, and so one of the side effects of that is your blood vessel health is good. When people can't do that, sometimes there's a little bit of a genetic cause, and sometimes there's um, uh, uh, maybe they're not getting enough in their diet, then they can struggle with methylation, and then that can be associated with heart disease. And I think one thing that when we see people who come in with erectile dysfunction, some of them are somewhere on the spectrum of cardiovascular disease. And so that, as you said, that's just a little bit of a canary in the coal mine. So then what we're doing is trying to broadly kind of look at them, gather a history, understand all of that, and then basically build programs to optimize and dial in their total health.
I think there's two things that came to mind. One is like one of the Gaineswave practitioners. He's actually a really good cardiologist. He's a holistic cardiologist, Dr. Joel Kahn. And he likes Gaineswave because when these guys come in, he's always working up their calcium score and does echocardiograms. He's like, Mark, you'd be surprised how many people have blockages in other places. Because if you have blockages in your penis, you're going to have blockages to your heart. And the worst case is if you have a blockage in your penis, you can't get an erection. But if you have a blockage in your heart, you're going to die. Mm-hmm. So he's using Gaineswave to save lives. The other thing that, as you were talking about methylation, have you ever heard of True Diagnostics? They're doing a lot with epigenetics.
100%. Yeah, we just started using them.
It's really cool. And I think you're going to see a lot more in epigenetics and looking at methylation, because you can actually determine how well or how slow you're aging. And I think that's really a great place for any type of functional medicine, any type of functional doctor to start, because when you know what the baseline is, you can actually work towards a goal.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've been very impressed by their technology. And then also, and that just goes to show you to get buy-in, something has to happen. On the sexual health front, it's kind of easy because there's a problem, and so it's easy to kind of get buy-in. But a lot of times, if you can tell a good story and and show, hey, look, this looks like a problem right here, and then here's the solution, and so then that can be helpful. One thing for if there are any doctors out there, and we kind of came up with this, but I'm sure other people did too. I do everything. I do all my injections all over the body with ultrasound. Mm-hmm. And so then we started, when we do injections into the penis, we started doing them under ultrasound. Yeah, and when you look at the penis under ultrasound, it looks kind of like a double barrel shotgun. And then over on kind of the medial side of where the corpus cavernosum is, there's a little tiny blood vessel. And you can see that in there. And when I first learned how to do penile injections, you would just kind of hold the penis and do the injection. I have kind of a funny story. I was with one of my great kind of regenerative medicine mentors is a guy named Bill Paspalarius, and he's founded a company called Tython, and is a adipose stem cell guru, and studied B cells, and it's super interesting. And so I was over working with him in Malaysia, and he says, "Do you want to do a stem cell?" And so I said, "Sure, why not?" And so then, and so then we did it, and so then it was an IV stem cell, and then but he said, I've got some more left over, so he said, well, we will inject that. He says, "Is anything going on?" So he injected my hip because I had a sports injury, and which it totally fixed. And then there was like 4 cc's left over, and then he says, "You can't let this go to waste." I go, "I don't really have anything else going on." He says, "Well, in that case, I'm going to have to put it in your penis." And I was like, I was a little nervous, but I didn't have enough time to back out of it. So he did that. And then that was how I got my first P shot. And I found it to be super helpful. But now that I know what I know, I showed a friend of mine who is a urologist, and he said, "You don't need to do he said, you don't need to do an ultrasound. I said, come watch me and you can watch me do it and then tell me if you still think you don't need ultrasound. And so then he came and watched me. And then he said, I'll never do another one without it. And then he bought an ultrasound the next week.
Yeah, no, there's a doctor up in Canada who uses ultrasound, but he can also measure the blood vessels. He has a machine that not only do you get the ultrasound, but a software program that measures it. And he showed us that after you do a series of Gaines waves, where you can actually show the patient the blood vessels are expanding. And it's pretty remarkable because you've seen guys get off of Viagra, and this fixes it truly does fix the root cause of ED.
So then that's an interesting one. If you look at this, imagine this double barrel shotgun. So imagine you were looking at like just one side, and then you stick a needle in, and the needle actually is so small. They say nobody wants a needle in their penis, but the needle is actually about the size of a hair. So it's a 30 gauge. So it's a tiny needle that's only half inch long. And then interestingly, with when you inject peptides, so if you inject BPC 157 or thymosin beta 4 fragment or thymosin beta 4 or GHK, but not GHK copper, it will, you'll see the penis just engorge right in front of your eyes. And the same thing will happen with exosomes. And then interestingly, when you see it, it will engorge. And then what will happen is, as you're sitting, you will look with your ultrasound. And I always do one shot on each side, just so that I get a balanced effect. But then by the time I get to the other side, both sides are really engorged. So it's very interesting to see. And I think that if I was to say in terms of fixing root cause of inflammation in the penis, I would say peptides are probably more effective than anything we've found, including regenerative medicine for penile injections. And it's amazing because, they're a lot cheaper too. So I think it really creates an opportunity to help you. I've had people who were on Bimix and Trimix. And so that was kind of considered end stage. And basically once those stopped work, basically what happens is people would start their journey taking Viagra. They would do Viagra shockwave, PT 141. Then they would start to have to do injection into the penis. And then they would do Bimex, that would fail. And so then they have to keep going, and then they would do Trimix, and then that doesn't work anymore. And so then I had, you have, of the people that come to see you, you have 85% that you help. Almost everybody that's going to come to see you, you can help, because of those things are all helpful. But when you have somebody that everything has failed, it was kind of the end of the road. But we've been helping those people. And to me, that's like one of the greatest things we ever discovered. And it's kind of like a side gig for us. Like, you would think that I would probably do 10 of those a day. But when we get them, they seem to do well. So it's kind of interesting.
What was interesting though, is like that 15%, generally what you see is you kind of have an idea before you get started. I mean, they're either extremely obese, they're diabetic, they haven't had a good erection in years.
Mm-hmm.
And there are doctors, especially functional doctors, who will address the metabolic syndrome. They'll get their diabetes in check. They'll talk to them about healthy eating and a healthy lifestyle. And then as these guys get healthy, you can then now affect the penis. Because I think in those cases, what we usually see now, granted, there are people that there's a root psychological issue to their ED, which I think it's a different category. I can get started with the porn on the internet, because I've seen that a lot. Especially you get these 21-year-old guys that have no problem masturbating to like some kinky porn, but they can't get an erection. You know, and I don't know if what we do really helps versus, you know, go see a psychologist. But when it's a person with like really serious health issues, or especially around diabetes and obesity, I think fixing the body will lead them to an erection, really gives them hope, versus a guy who's diabetic and he just goes to his normal doctor who says, okay, well, you need to eat better. And the guy doesn't really care. But when you motivate him by, look, if you do all these things and we can get you living this healthy lifestyle, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have great sex. Because that's, you know, and again, on the demand side, what motivates people is like this core drive we have to procreate, to like the sex drive. I was reading that the strongest desires we have are eat, sleep, drink, and sex. Right? That's animal instinct, that's hardwired in our reptilian brain. And I think the sex part gets them in, but what gives them hope is, hey, we can get you healthy so you can have the sex. And that motivates these people.
Right. And so then, you know, with my journey on this, now I live such a healthy lifestyle that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that I love that. Before, and this is, I'm always kind of trying to figure out like a psychology way of kind of talking people into a healthy lifestyle. Before, I thought I was going to give something up. And I think if you were going to give up fun by living too healthy of a lifestyle, and now the side effect of a healthy lifestyle is basically everything in your biology works really great.
Yeah, I mean, for me on my own personal journey, and again, I did not start thinking I'm going to live a healthy lifestyle. I never, you know, like I was always the kind of guy who really didn't care about that as much, especially when I was in my 20s and early 30s. But ever since being involved in this whole industry of functional medicine and holistic health, my personal medical doctor, I have stopped using him, and I see a functional medicine doctor who really talks to me about how to stay healthy. Like if you think about baseline is absent of disease, like we have this baseline, 95% of your practices and 95% of what you would call like Western medicine operates below the line. Okay, you're sick, we're going to get you the baseline. But I think the biggest shift you're going to see over the next few years, and you see it with great doctors like yourself, is let's focus not so much at getting sick people to baseline, but let's focus on taking people at baseline and teach them to be up here. Because when you're up here, you just don't get sick. Like I really, knock on wood, I haven't had any illness in 15 years. I mean, it's really amazing. I eat healthy. I do intermittent fasting. I'll do keto diet. I just bought this Levels. I don't know if you heard of Levels.
No, 100%. And for all of the people out there with kind of metabolic and blood sugar things, tell them about the Levels. That's so great. We use the glucose monitors for a lot of people.
I think this whole idea of the quantified me and using technology to know what's happening in your body. I use my Oura ring to make sure I get enough sleep, Levels to make sure I'm eating right. Just being aware and having a doctor who is aligned with that, which really, you know, like people like yourself, and I think you're the best people can get, but finding doctors who really buy into that can have a good discussion about why we sleep, what we should be eating, you know, like this whole concept of how our environment's killing us, and even the fish we eat. Like I've shifted, like I love fish, but now I'm really cognizant of, is this fish source I'm getting, does it have toxins in it? Because like most fish that we're getting is farmed fish full of toxins. Beef, if you're like, I only eat grass-fed beef. I do not eat beef that is being pumped full of antibiotics. And, you know, like the thing is that mainstream media doesn't talk about it. They're like, take a pill when you're sick, but they don't talk about the importance of little life shifts you can be doing. And I really think that starts in your doctor's office, and it's picking the right doctor who understands the importance of all these things. And I think most importantly, is on the front line of gathering information, because this is happening in real time. They're not going back looking at 30, 40-year-old studies. They're getting the studies as they come in and making recommendations in real time. And I think that's important.
So then this, for people, sort of for doctors out there, and then also for patients, what kind of, to summarize what you're hearing Mark say is kind of like 100% what I think all the time. This is not a peptide summit. This is a life summit. What's the secret? Optimal lifestyle, doing these things. If we want to fix a problem, sexual health, there's probably 4 or 5 ways, and those, whatever the tools we use may change. But then as you kind of the constellation of those things get better. And I think probably the most important thing that you do that just inspires me is you're creating the branding and awareness of something that is a need that hundreds of millions of people in the world are struggling with. And so then it's kind of amazing to begin to think that now we have a chance, because of the work you've done, to kind of go out and communicate to those people and put together kind of packages that are going to be helpful.
But it starts with the work that great doctors do. I mean, we don't have anything to talk about unless great doctors can show with real science and really good clinical studies and actually treat the patients. So I believe we're all in this together. Like any practitioner that's in functional medicine, any practitioner that operates above the line, every doctor, and again, I'm not going to get political on COVID, but we hear about what we should be, we hear about the vaccines we need to be taking, and we hear about the masks we should be wearing. But what we don't hear about is that we should be raising our vitamin D levels. We don't hear about the fact that we should be checking inflammation. We don't hear about the fact that the number one way you can cut down on any negativity to COVID is to just live a healthy lifestyle. Nobody's really talking about that. Those voices are silenced. And what people are talking about is, again, wear a mask, take the vaccine, that stuff you hear. But people should really be talking about the overall body and what we need to do to stay healthy. And it's really, I think the internet is an amazing platform for amplifying it. And I think as practitioners and as people in this field, we all have a responsibility to talk about the things we need to do to live at an optimal lifestyle, because it's really the best way to have great sex. That's the best way to lose weight. That's the best way to stay healthy. That's the best way to have high immune function. That's the best way. I mean, I read something about how diet affects dementia as we get older. I mean, and people don't talk about it. They talk about the treatments. They don't talk about the prevention. And that's where we all need to be.
Yeah, that's why they call dementia type 3 diabetes. So, well, it was awesome to talk to you. You're one of my heroes, and I'm so grateful to have you on the show, and grateful for the work you've done to make the world a better place. So thanks, and have a totally kick-ass week.
I really need to thank you too, because you opened my eyes. Like, you're my go-to guy when somebody asks, like when I hear about a new science, you're the guy that when I call you've already read the studies and say, yeah, that's real, or I don't know about that. So you are one of the true pioneers on the science, and the fact that you're putting together this peptide summit, nobody knows really what peptides are. So this awareness you're creating for people, not just doctors listening to this, but like just people who want to know more. This is really important stuff, and there's so much more than peptides, but peptides is going to be the next frontier. So thanks for putting on the summit. Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Okay, have a great day. Thanks so much. Before we bring up our next speaker, please make sure to share these powerful health and anti-aging protocols by clicking the button below the video to help get this information to the people who need it the most. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the Peptide Summit. My name is Dr. Matt Cook, and today I'm actually super excited to be with Kashif Khan. And he runs the DNA company, and I think it's the top company out there that is going to help you understand how to use functional medicine to impact your genetics. And so this is going to be a super interesting conversation to get into. Welcome to the podcast today.
It's a pleasure, man. Good to be here.
We've been delighted to get to know you. It's been a challenge to try to figure out how to understand the role the genetics play, and then how to begin to impact that. And I think you guys have done more to clarify this and break it down into bite-sized pieces that people can understand than anybody else. And so I'm grateful that you took the effort to do that.
No, thank you. That was exactly what we saw was the gap. Was we have this human instruction manual that tells all of our cells what to do, and nobody really knew what it was saying. Like, we knew all the words and letters that were in it, but nobody was reading the story. Like, what are all these paragraphs? Like, what's the point of all it, right? And that's where the interpretation, I would say that's the number one word, the key thing that was missing. Anybody can go test for DNA, right? You can literally go buy a machine, put it in your basement, and start testing tomorrow. What does it all mean when you print out a report? That's what was missing and broken, and kind of what we went towards in our research.
Awesome. Tell me, and this is a peptide summit, but I think of our philosophy is that we're trying to break down and introduce people to functional medicine and strategies of thinking about the body biology. And then how can we begin to influence it? And then what factors may impact how we need to influence and point us in a direction of where to go. And then I think genetics is a big area. Within genetics, there's two aspects: straight up genetics and then epigenetics. Just from the genetic piece, why don't you tell me a story about how your algorithm begins to think about genetics?
Sure. So the gap has been, and I'm sure a lot of people listening here have done some kind of genetic testing at some point. There's a lot of companies out there doing it. I think like 80 million people have done an ancestry test. So, 30% of the American population. What was missing was the context of the human body, meaning we already understand, somebody comes to your clinic, for example, you're going to get to the why, not the what condition do you have and what pill do I offer you, but the biochemistry of how did you get there? How do we reverse this? How do we prevent it? Because we truly know why it happened. Root cause medicine. Right? Genetics wasn't doing that. What it was doing was, first of all, trying to identify genetic conditions, which is really important. You're born with something, some genetic switch was turned on or off, you have it. You have that thing, something like sickle cell syndrome. You're born with it, you have it. That's like 2 or 3% of healthcare. 90%, at least according to this CDC, 90% of the $4 trillion healthcare budget is spent on chronic disease. Things you're not born with, things that happen later in life because you made the wrong choices for too long. And what are those choices? That's what we were trying to figure out. Because it's not the same for all of us, and it's not always intuitive what that choice may be. And if you make the wrong choice, misaligned to your genomic capacity, that's what leads to chronic conditions versus the genetic condition where there was a switch turned off. So the way you look at genetics isn't this gene equals diabetes, this gene equals breast cancer, this gene equals et cetera, because that's not the way the body works. We, people like yourself know why breast cancer happens, why diabetes happens, why cholesterolemia happens. Now let's look at what genes instruct each step of that process and use the map that already exists, the human biology map, right? Instead of trying to reinvent it, which only pigeonholes you to things that genes can inform that are direct. So that's the work we did. We spent 3 years studying 7,000 people, one by one, to say there's enough science out there about DNA. We know what each gene means. Now, why did this person who fits in you have an 80% chance of Alzheimer's bucket get sick? And why did this person stay in the 20% that didn't get sick? It's the exact same genes that we're telling you have an 80% chance risk of something. That I'm also telling you have a 20% chance risk of not getting that thing, whatever it is. So what were the choices made by those two people? with the exact same genetic risk where they had a different outcome. And that's kind of what was missing.
What were those choices? What did you typically find?
So so this is where we get into epigenetics, the thing that you mentioned. And there's two ways to look at epigenetics: to actually measure in time how your genes are expressing, right? Which again goes back to what I was saying before, isn't as actionable as to understand what are the environment, nutrition, and lifestyle habits that got that gene to express that way, right? So we're in this habit of taking new science and then putting it into the existing context of measure your blood, do stuff that's reactive in nature and disease centric as opposed to health centric. How do I keep you healthy? And so even with epigenetics, the way we look at it is about the disease, or about let's measure the expression of the gene, but not ask what caused that expression. So what we look at is something entirely different. First, the profile. You fit in this 80% bucket. There's some risk there. There's propensity, right? Then we say, what are the environment, nutrition, and lifestyle habits of the people in the 80% and the 20%? And there's areas where it's not, like I said, always so straightforward. For example, cardiovascular disease, the number one killer. You would think that you follow your doctor's advice of go exercise 4 days a week, which means running on a treadmill or getting on your bike. For some people, that would be the cause of their cardiovascular disease because genetically they don't deal with oxidative stress so well. So when they're getting into high cardiovascular output, they're taking in so much oxygen, creating so much oxidants, which is the byproduct, which are toxic, that they cause inflammation. Then you have to look at, well, what quality of hardware do they have? That endothelial lining, the inner lining of the blood vessel. If it's not so good, the inflammation is going to happen a lot faster. If it's highly resilient, maybe it won't happen at all. So this is where you can look at the pieces, answering the questions that we already understand in biochemistry, as opposed to you had an 80% chance of cholesterol problems. Well, what does that really tell me? I don't know what to do with that, right?
And so then along those lines, then, and this was the confusing thing, because you have somebody that like Jim Fix that was out there running and then dies running. Yeah. And right. Then we thought, so you wonder if I could go back in time and study and kind of figure that stuff out. The way that we begin to sort of layer upon that is then we say, oh, okay, so if there's an issue we find from the endothelial perspective, we have a whole bunch of things that we're trying to do to work on endothelial function.
Yep.
And so then this is just further data that's going to help us in terms of how we organize our model of applying things. And then I think it's also helpful because if you see some risk in your portfolio, then it becomes a little bit easier for me to convince you to take it to that next level from a diet, lifestyle, and wellness perspective.
Yeah, it gives you that sense of it's if somebody's not symptomatic, if they're not sick, we feel invincible, right? You go to the doctor when you're sick, and that's not the right way to deal with your health, especially when it comes to chronic disease and aging. We're learning that now, especially through functional medicine. But if you do a test of this nature and you understand there is a big glaring red flag, right? Your endothelial hardware is the worst quality, which, by the way, is not a 2 or 3% problem. It's actually more rare to find someone with a good, resilient endothelial than it is to find bad quality, because we aren't designed for the current environment we live in. What we've inherited ancestrally, our current DNA that's in our bodies is somewhere between 200 to 250,000 years old. So we are like people of 200 to 250,000 years ago. We haven't shifted in what our genetic map looks like. The way we live today is a blip of like the last couple hundred years. Industrialization, how old is that? A few hundred years versus 240 something thousand years of what we're actually designed to do, which is why we don't have robust, high quality endothelial linings that are designed to deal with pollution and chemicals, and sort of what's lacing our food that may now enter our bloodstream, and why cardiovascular disease is so prevalent. We aren't designed for those epigenetic factors. So, and going back to what you said, this is why you have this crazy phenomenon of soccer players that just drop dead while they're playing, Olympic sprinters who are in the best condition of their lives, best doctors, best training, best everything, 32 years old, they dropped dead of a heart attack because they aren't designed for that oxidative stress level, and nobody's measuring preventively how inflamed are you. You're 30 years old. Why would I check? You're a top athlete. Why would I check? Well, I can tell you if you're 5 years old, your DNA doesn't change, what you should be doing for training, what you should be doing for diet, what you should be doing for environmental exposure to either reduce or supplement with certain things to manage where you're at. Your DNA is what the cards you've been dealt. Now you know what to focus on. Right.
And 10 years ago and 5 years ago, that was even more true because there was not much that could happen that could affect from it. For example, for a cardiovascular perspective, a young, healthy athlete, other than, for example, like cocaine and drugs and stuff like that are toxic. Right. But now we've got COVID and you know, you hear more about cardiovascular stuff now with young athletes because COVID can really affect the endothelial lining. And so then this would be an example where we get a patient and then we're applying this algorithm. And then we go, oh, okay, so, oh, look at that. There's a little bit more endothelial risk. And so then now we're gonna within our algorithm, set up a plan of how we're gonna work on that.
Exactly.
And then that, and then now we're managing that. And then we're thinking about inflammation and then thinking about that and then communicating that. And then I find that to be fairly helpful in terms of influencing health behavior.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because now all of a sudden it's empirical. It's not like I don't feel sick, so why are you telling me to do this stuff, right? Which is our belief. But there's data sitting there that you can't argue with. You have bad hardware. You don't detoxify. You can't metabolize fats and you're on a keto diet. You made the wrong choice. You shouldn't be a vegan, as an example. There's certain enzymes required to break down chickpeas, lentils, legumes, and you don't produce them. So it's the data's in your face and hard to argue with, and all of a sudden you make the right choices.
That one's an interesting one, and I'm really enjoying kind of the food conversation in a way because we're just kind of not emotionally triggered by it. And then I've got vegetarians, pescatarians, paleo, carnivore, vegan. I have everyone on my team, and so then we've created this sort of centric accepting sort of spot that we're in, but then we're doing that testing. Like I have fairly good genetics for being able to be vegan, and so but I'm not.
Yeah, it's often the first place we go with people because you're going to eat anyway, right? It's one of the things where we're not telling you how to exercise, we're not telling you what supplements to take. You're already eating. You're going to do it. So let's at least do that the right way, the way you're designed to do it. Mm-hmm. And the impact is quick. Like you feel it right away if you do things right. And all of a sudden you can eat a little bit more and fuel yourself. You're not bloated. You don't have these gut issues. There's no, call it digestive type problems. The really cool thing we did in our research when it comes to food is we understood when we were trying to help people coaching through, eat like this, you should be a keto, whatever. We found that the failures were typically behavioral, not the diet itself. Mm-hmm. Meaning understanding the neurochemicals of the brain and what drives your personal mood and behavior, your personality, changes the outcome of what we're asking you to do. So do you lean on food as a coping mechanism? Are you a binger? Are you an addict? Do you graze at the pantry and you don't even realize you're doing it, right? Do you feel satiety? Literally, there's a gene that deals with the ability for your gut to tell your brain you're full. And some people have a slow signal, and that's why they're going for seconds and thirds, thinking that they're still hungry. There's another gene that determines the satisfaction of the tongue and the palate. And if you're not doing well there, it's actually designed as like a survival mechanism that it drives you to want more variety so that you're getting the nutrition you need. And for people that don't have variety, that are the poor version of this, are constantly snacking. They're done with their meal, and now I didn't get the salty, I didn't get the crunchy, I didn't get the soupy. I need a little bit of all of it, right? So we always first deal with the behavioral genetics. How do you actually perceive food? Are you more reward seeking? Are you more flaky? Call it a naysayer, right? Then we know how to build a plan that you're actually going to stick to and that you understand and it feels correct and the outcomes are so much better.
Mm-hmm. And then on the food thing, to me, it seems like historically, and even for myself, if I went back 10 years ago it seemed like a little bit of a black box.
Yeah.
I knew a lot, but I don't think I was in total control of
Right.
what I was eating. Whereas like now I'm in about 98% control.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. Like the fact that I've learning how to totally overcome that. And I think part of that is having a whole bunch of conversations and getting data and going, oh, okay, oh, I have that.
Yeah.
And so then that and having that data stream in begins to kind of affect consciousness. And then I go, oh, okay. And then somehow the amount of that and the organization and the clarity of that came up more and more and more to the point that I start like now I eat like a super moderate amount, not too much, not too little,
Right.
fairly balanced. Meat or fish only once a day. And then I eat and I start to be full. And then I feel like I love that feeling of being full.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of relax into that. And then it's like, but I remember 10 years ago, I would be like, I probably would have seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. What you just described is kind of the journey people need to go through. It's the challenge is when people are expecting to flip a switch and overnight everything's changed. You first have to make it a priority or a habit. Like, does food matter? First of all, right? If you're being told today you need to shift your diet, don't expect that tomorrow you're a different person. You've shifted your identity. It starts with even thinking about food and thinking about how do I feel and thinking about, am I bloated, and thinking about, am I still hungry? Am I satisfied? And you start to have a better relationship with those senses, right? And you start to become more aware of them. And then all of a sudden, like yourself, you're just more sensitive. You won't make that mistake, right? And I've been through this myself. I've learned that my carb metabolization is the optimal, the absolute worst. So I can't convert carbs into glucose, which causes me to have a crazy carb crash and bloating and all this stuff. And my insulin response is also horrible, which would almost guarantee me to have type 2 diabetes if I, went down the carb path, and it would just make me feel horrible. So that good feeling that I was getting from eating what I was supposed to eat pushed me towards, oh, this is how I'm supposed to feel. But it took months of that feeling to realize I'm actually supposed to feel like this, right? And now when I don't feel like that, I'm so not used to feeling bad anymore that it actually feels really bad, right? When I even eat, like, for example, my kid has like a candy that somebody gave them that I couldn't control, and I take a little piece of it, that flavor of that, corn syrup stuff that's going into my mouth that I before didn't even notice. Now it's like, feels like poison, right?
Oh,
So that, yeah. So it's that shift, that realizing it takes time, but those habits develop, and sensorially you're in a different place, and then it's permanent. It's a new identity, right?
And then the the genetic piece is a lifestyle conversation. Like, to hear you say, and now this is going to be an unusual thing, to hear Kashif say that it took months for that to happen is a victory. That is a victory. Like, and not a lot of times he said like, oh, I'm going to tell you something, and then you would know it, and then you would start applying it like tomorrow morning.
Right.
But this is a very sort of intimate sense connected thing where you're paying attention to how you feel and then being able to control that, which is I have a friend named Raj Jaswat. He's a successful entrepreneur, and a shout out to Raj. And and he was a successful entrepreneur, an Indian entrepreneur, and his religion was that he's a Jain.
All right.
And then when I came to Silicon Valley, he was the early person I met who I did yoga with, and I just 100% love him. And he said, look at every religion that has a rule where they control what food you can or can't eat. He goes, those are the most successful people in the world. He goes, because it's very challenging to be able to learn to have any control over that. And I recognize that was like one of the most important things that anybody had ever said to me in my life.
Yeah.
And so then I started trying to pay attention to that. And I realized, oh, I wasn't in 100% control. And then it took me, honestly, 10 years. And Arkady, this other teacher of ours that we loved, talked about it 24 hours a day. But then that's a good one.
You know, that you speak to something that I've learned genetically. I'll actually dive into the genetics of why, of what you just said, right?
Okay, good.
So, and I'm a prime example of this. So, you know, we were chatting earlier about warrior genetics, you know, before this started. So the way I'm wired is literally to be a warrior. I'm not sitting here with a sword and shield, and I don't look like one, but ancestrally, whatever my ancestors went through, a lot of stress, a lot of fighting, constant, you know, striving for something. So what does that look like is my ability to bind dopamine and experience pleasure and reward is the absolute minimum, right? My density of receptors is really low. They're sparse, right? Then the MAO gene, which is the gene that kind of breaks the dopamine down to bring you back to normal, I have the fastest possible version. Then the COMT enzyme, which deals with hormones and so many other things, I also have the fastest. And that's what breaks up that metabolite and cleans it away. So I feel way down here and it lasts super fast. So when it comes to pleasure and reward, it's very challenging for me, which leads to potential addiction because I go down that pleasure route and I find the thing that gives me pleasure. Or it can lead to depression because I don't find any pleasure and I just don't get I don't get satisfaction from the sort of status quo. Or it leads to achievement because dopamine also allows you to feel reward, right? So, and that's kind of what happened to me, that when I was younger, I was kind of in and out of depression, in and out of various addictions, not anything super nefarious, but just not productive, right? And we also grew up in poverty, and that's why the depression kept coming out. Life wasn't good. Then my father died when I was 17, and I had to take care of the family. And I became super entrepreneurial and reward seeking because I needed to. And I never shifted back to any of the other buckets, but my dopamine made me, whatever I did today, tomorrow it had to be more and bigger risk and bigger reward and bigger risk. So why am I saying all this? What you just talked about and what's happening there is people that are, and I've experienced this myself, this new reality we just talked about, new identity. It used to be, even for myself, that food would give me pleasure, right? That dopamine hit, the tasty pizza, the whatever you could smell or think about and plan the next meal. It was pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. And that feeling was too good to let go. So it's hard to stop. It's very hard to stop, especially when it's in your mouth. When you start learning to say no, and you start actually enjoying that no because it's giving you a sense of reward, you're actually replacing the pleasure because dopamine does both, right? And this is what's now happened to me, what's happened to you, the Jane phenomenon he was talking about. And Jane is a very difficult diet. Like you can't eat anything. Right?
So difficult, I know.
Yeah, it's super difficult. You literally can't even pluck a fruit. You can't take the life of anything. It has to be naturally just fallen from the tree or whatever, right? So that reward that you get from saying no and the enjoyment of that reward becomes now your replacement for pleasure. But you have to create that shift. And that's why I said it takes months of changing one habit into another habit. But that's where I'm now at, that I actually enjoy saying no so much. It gives me more reward than the yes of eating the tasty pizza that I don't like anymore, because I know it's going to make me feel bad. And I know that I got past it. Oh, wow, I did it again. I achieved something again. And now I'm on a different path. Achievement is opposed to pleasure. And that's what happens to people when they change their identity and change their habit. And that's why I'm just advising people, allow it to take some time. But once you're there, you're there. It's permanent.
Right. And then that part, there's also then another, imagine like we're having this genetic conversation. Yeah. And so then the next conversation is functional medicine conversation that could be microbiome. It could be an imbalance between the good and bad microbiome. It could be like infections and parasites in the gut. People can have bacteria or yeast living in the small intestine that sort of disrupts everything. Mm-hmm. So then imagine, as a doctor, we're having this conversation that's kind of an emotional identity, genetic, spiritual conversation. And then you're also over here having this other conversation that is a infectious disease, inflammation, microbiome sort of wellness conversation. And both are relatively complex, and there's a whole bunch of aspects going in. And so then the next step that we try to do is begin to merge those two conversations. So then, oh, okay, that food makes me feel this way, or that food could drive SIBO, or do I have SIBO or do I not? Maybe I'll do some testing. But then the what you guys have done in terms of the way that you organize the genetic testing that I really like, I feel that it helps contextualize your understanding overall of everything, and then helps to tell a story that you can tell to yourself about yourself. And that is a hero's journey story that is ultimately like the story that has you on a trajectory of healing.
That, it's funny you said that, because we actually call it genomic storyboarding.
Oh, really?
We say that we don't provide genetic reports because reports need interpretation. It's just a bunch of data. We provide genomic storyboarding. We take your genetic profile and we tell you the story of anxiety or weight loss or hormone problems or recovery from exercise. How do you do that? Let's look at, because it's not one thing. It's a system or a pathway. And if you're not looking at from A to Z, the whole system, then you're not telling the story. And so using gut microbiome as an example, our belief is that gut microbiome and DNA are kind of like the two halves of personalization. One is how you're wired. It's your human instruction manual. Here's your DNA. We can look at your blueprint and figure out how you're made. The other one is kind of like a stamp in time. Here's where you're at, at a very personal level. Let's look at your gut microbiome, figure out exactly what do we need to work on, right? So the one challenge is that a lot of people that are working in these sort of buckets are taking a siloed approach. Is gut microbiome better than DNA? Is epigenetics better than gut microbiome? Pick one and then we're the best at this and you don't need the other one. The reality is, like you mentioned, SIBO or inflammatory issues of the gut. If you're not putting them all together, you're, again, just like what medicine does right now, the osteopath or the cardiologist or the endocrine, everything is separate and siloed. And so you're only ever dealing with symptoms. Because if you don't get to the system level, which requires integrating all of it, you can't get to root cause. You can only mask things. So the only reason I say this is because it's people like yourself that can take these pieces from the various sort of providers of the science and create the map. And gut microbiome is a perfect example. If you're doing the wrong thing and you're causing the wrong flora to flourish, and all of a sudden there's like a toxic excrement or some kind of, a byproduct of that, which is causing some kind of inflammatory issue, you then also need to understand the genetics of how do you deal with that. Maybe you detox it so well that you're not noticing what you're causing yourself and there's no symptom, there's nothing to complain about. Maybe you detox it so poorly that it's a giant red flag that needs to be dealt with as an emergency before you get IBS, Crohn's, colitis, and all this other stuff, right? So you got to sort of converge and merge all these pieces of science that we now have. But that requires a quarterback, someone like yourself in the middle to take all of it and turn it into a plan, right?
I like that. And or you could decide, I'm going to be Tom Brady, the Tom Brady of my life, but I need a coach,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he's kind of doing that for himself. He's saying, I'm finding all these pieces, but they're pieces. So I'm putting them all together. Now he has his own protocol, right, of what he believes in.
Well, I'm interested in that whole story that you said about the dopamine and reward. So then is because you're less, what's the logic on the low dopamine? It makes a great warrior.
So it's not ending there. There's other pieces to it. I'll tell you the whole profile, right? So that's step one, is that I strive towards reward, right? So I'm looking for that dopamine hit. If I don't go down the pleasure and addiction route, which is why you often find high achieving people become suicidal or become alcoholics, because it's the same pathway that leads to both, right? That but it depends what context you put yourself in. Is it striving for reward or striving for pleasure, right? So one is that I seek reward highly, and whatever I did today is just not good enough anymore. I need to take a bigger risk and a bigger risk and a bigger risk. So I'm very easily able to make those crazy decisions, be in the front lines, and go for it without thinking, especially because my COMT enzyme is really fast. So I don't get stuck in thought for very long, which is sometimes could be a crutch, right? Because I'll just make rash decisions and just go. But it also allows me to make the decisions that nobody else will make. They don't have the kahunas to do it, right?
I see.
So it appears to be this sort of warrior mentality of, no, we're getting it done. Let's go do it, right? So that's one. Second pathway is serotonin. And because my serotonin receptors are somewhat dysregulated, I'm a little more sensitive to stimuli than the average person. So whether it's good or bad, I notice more. So again, given the context, it could be I'm irritable, I get annoyed easily, I complain a lot, if that's where I use it. Or it could be that I'm super highly detail oriented and I capture everything, and every little T and I that gets crossed and dotted, I notice them all, right? There's been times where we're in meetings with our team and somebody will say, no, we didn't talk about that last week. And I'll say, can you open up your notebook to the second page and look at the top line?
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly, because I literally remember the guy writing it down and at what time of the meeting he wrote it down, right? Mm-hmm. And it's not that I'm more intelligent. It's just I'm so much more sensitive to stimuli that I'm constantly capturing it all, right? So that leads to this fast decision making, but by processing a ton of detail, which allows me to make good decisions, which allows me to lead and be that warrior, right? Mm-hmm. The last part, which is probably why I'm a CEO, I'm wired to do it, right? The last part, actually, there's two more parts. So the third part is my noradrenaline response is also somewhat off. So when it comes to both negative stimuli and positive sort of pursuit of adrenaline, I'm a little more sensitive to it. So when it comes to that rush, that fight or flight or whatever, I feel it more and I strive towards it, right? Like think of like that endurance runner that is constantly wanting to win, right? That adrenaline is important to me and I get lost in it. But at the same time, I also imprint trauma more, pain, grudge, negative stimuli. And so I remember all the bad and all the bad feelings and what that person did to me. And, it means more. So I do more about it. Right. Mm-hmm. The thing has meaning to me. I remember not only the logic, but the feeling. So I can read the room. I can kind of sense where people are at emotionally, come to them at that level. Which again, there's good and bad to this. The bad could be that I'm suffering from PTSD and trauma. The good can be I'm using it towards my goal. All of this comes down to context, right? The last of it is brain-derived neurotropic factor. I have kind of optimal version of it. So it's very easy for me to develop new neural pathways and neural connections. So the clinical of it is that I would recover from a concussion quickly. But the mood and behavior of it is that I appear to sort of not have a neurotic or drama queen response, quite the opposite, where give me the worst and I just deal with it. Mm. It's not a weight on my shoulders, right? Lawyer letter shows up in the mail. I enjoy coming up with a strategy on how to deal with it. Not, I can't think or eat for the rest of the day, which is a typical response, right? Mm-hmm. So I strive for reward. In that path, I'm seeing all these detail and nuances in my quick decision making and making good decisions quickly, which allows me to lead. I have a sense of feeling, right? So I remember the mission, the feeling of why we're doing this, because there's some emotion to stuff. And it's very easy for me to sort of learn new skills, process information at a level where it's not a weight on my shoulders. It doesn't mean a lot. It's more like, let's get it done. So that speaks to a warrior, right? Our co-founder is the flip opposite of me, and we call him a warrior, right? He has a maximum dopamine expression, the slowest COMT enzyme. So he gets stuck in things. He's constantly binging, where I need to like get it done. He's like, yeah, let's do it. And then he goes right back to his laptop to play video games, right? But I can never dive deep the way he can, right? Give him a project on, I'm not the scientist in the company. I'm the CEO. I'm the guy that pushes things along. He's the guy that creates amazing stuff. I call it the artist, He's the guy that will dive deep, come back with a stack of paper like this, but the other 8 things he's not interested, he never even starts.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it leads to different outcomes. And if you understand this about yourself, imagine how much more impactful, you're getting to your outcomes is knowing why you feel a certain way, or I didn't get it done, or I overdid it, or it's all wired up here, all driven by DNA.
Okay, perfect. So then how then I'll take that one is that then imagine, so we're talking to the Peptide Summit. So then now imagine I'm working with you and we've got this warrior gene kind of mythic kind of character that I have you as. There's aspects of metabolism and stuff like that we're talking about. There's aspects of neurology, how you think about and kind of process trauma.
Yeah.
And so then we would have an example of that warrior. We take care of a lot of warriors who come back from war, and we're still fighting in the same places for the last 1,000 years, or 5,000 years, crazy. And so then interestingly, then as we have our conversations, like, are they stuck in fight or flight? Or are they balanced? The vagus nerve not optimally working because of some combination of stuff in the gut and choices that are being made, plus maybe some infections, plus neurologically what's happening from a dopamine and a reward perspective or serotonin. And so then I'm sort of love the genetic storyboarding conversation, because that becomes a thematic idea that is somewhat artistic, but it's super scientific at the same time.
Right.
It contextualizes the whole story, and then it can begin to give you some impact and understanding of how you feel in your gut, how you feel in your brain, why you might be paying a little bit more attention to other people on these. And then if you're paying more attention, but you can tell yourself a story, oh, I'm a person that pays attention and I do that, then that becomes an enjoyable thing. And then you can reference it, and then people recognize that you're paying attention, and then they can connect. Whereas if you're just sort of paying attention, but like without the context of why that might be, it might seem like neurotic behavior.
Right.
And so then we'll do things like vagus nerve hydrodissection. We'll, for people with infections, we'll use immune peptides, like thymosin alpha 1 or LL37. We might use mitochondrial peptides or supplements that work on mitochondria and strategies sort of to detox the body. And so then suddenly we're designing an overall approach that's going to help you contextualize both within your role as an identity of a human being, with your identity as your job, with your identity as of how all of your organs are doing things and how they make you feel and how your biology makes you feel. That's constant, and it's all impacted by genetics.
Yeah, that's the way you laid it out is perfect. Like, that's exactly what clinicians should be doing. I mean, a lot of people don't have access to the knowledge or training that you do, but it's, it starts with who are you, where are you at, what are the red flags, how do I actually intervene without trial and error, without one size fits all, right? What does this person actually need? Then what are the best tools? And you've curated that. I mean, when it comes to peptides, which is kind of new and emerging, and I would argue that most clinicians, if you talk to them, don't know where to start. Right? Like, maybe don't even know, can't even tell you what the definition of the word peptide is, right? So, and then all of a sudden, if you have these tools curated that are so targeted, you know what to use, you know how to solve the problem. I have an anxiety issue. What does that mean? Do you need to get on a pill? Is it a hormone thing? Is it a neurochemical thing? Is it a gut brain thing? Then you know what to target, and you're resolving the root cause, and you don't need to be labeled as an anxiety patient that's on a pill for the next 20 years.
Tell us so who has anxiety? Like the whole world, tell us how you think about anxiety from a genetic perspective.
I'll give you a very specific example, which is actually the reason why we went from being a research company to like out there with the public commercially, because this was the epiphany where it's within my own family that I was like, wow, everybody needs this, right? We were a research company. We were studying DNA. We were interpreting, plugging into other healthcare companies to help them do a better job. We weren't out there trying to work with people. So my niece, this is now going back to winter 2020. My niece, my sister, and my mother live together. And this is again a genomic storyboard because it's not one thing, it's multiple systems interacting that leads to an outcome, right? So she had an anxiety attack at the age of 13, right? So I got a call from my mom. It was October 2020. And she said, we need your help. Call, what pediatrician to call? Who do we call? So I went over there. It's not far from my office. And she was having trouble breathing, but she had kind of recovered from what they saw, the worst of it, which she like fell over, couldn't breathe. So anyways, I called my pediatrician friend. He said, it sounds like a classic anxiety attack. If it happens, you can let me know. I'll help you out. Because she had somewhat gotten better. So some time goes by. My mother calls me again and says, you need to get over here because it happened again. But this time she fell over and she hurt herself. She can't walk. So I called my pediatrician friends. I said, can you please get the urgent care like ready to like check us in so she's not waiting because she's in a lot of pain. He said, no problem. We get there. We spent a good 6-7 hours there. And this is Canadian healthcare. It's free, but you got to wait, right? So after this 6 or 7 hours, there was blood tests. There was a scan on her leg to check if she fractured it. And there was a bunch of questions asked. And the answer was, if it happens again, let us know. And I realized at that time that meant that if it happens again, she's being labeled as she has anxiety and we're going to tell you what pill she has to take. Right. That's when I jumped in and said, I have her DNA. We did it for diet nutrition for the whole family. Right. So let me look. I didn't look. I went back to work. Some time goes by. My mom calls me and says, your niece is gone. I don't know where she is. I said, what do you mean? And she's like a sweet, innocent girl. This is completely out of character. But she said she's run away. She's gone. I said, that makes no sense for her. So I drove over there. They're in an apartment building. And my niece is standing outside, like at the lobby, like not knowing where to go. Because for her, that's far enough, right? So I asked her, what is going on? Is this like a social media thing, bullying, like a boy thing? Like, what is it? She said, I don't know. I just needed to get out of there. And I understood she was running away from like the feeling. There was nothing causing it. Nothing to complain about. It was just that feeling of being there. She had to leave and go outside. That's when I literally, at that moment, opened up her genetics and remembered that I didn't do it earlier. And I asked my mom, wait a second, you've been calling me like clockwork monthly. Can you tell me about her menstrual cycle? She said, you know what, now that you mention it, it just started each time, right? So what do we know about the circadian rhythm of the menstrual cycle is the beginning is your lowest level of hormones, right? Slim to none because you just finished clearing them, right? So she was already low. She was also what we call androgen dominant. So a lot less estrogen, more testosterone. So she was going even lower, this giant valley, as opposed to like a speed bump, right? So that was one where I said, this is something to do with it, because when I look back at the text messages and calls, like chronologically, they were happening like clockwork monthly. So again, it happened now. So why not before? Because this wasn't the first month of her menstrual cycle. So then I realized, because of COVID, fall 2020, she was being homeschooled. Everything was closed in winter in Toronto. So she was getting 0 vitamin D, literally 0. So I looked up her vitamin D pathway, and vitamin D isn't as simple as, let me give you a blood test and see how much there's in the blood. That's step one. There's one gene that does that. Let's take D and put it into the blood. There's another gene that transports it to the cell where it's actually used. She had the slowest version of that. There's another gene that binds it when you get it to the cell. She had the worst version of that. This is the only micronutrient that's so complex, because if you have too much, it's toxic, right? And everything else you just kind of pee out or store in fat, whatever. And so she had this horrible vitamin D profile, and she wasn't getting enough. So this combination of hormones are slim to none. There was already a propensity towards mood and behavior issues at that time. 0 vitamin D. Of the 22,000 genes in your body, 2,000 require vitamin D to function. 10% of your human biochemistry is dependent on this one thing, and she didn't have any, right? So now systems all whacked out. So why then did it lead to an anxiety issue? So we already know systems like under a lot of pressure, but why here? Like her uncle, she's wired as a warrior. Same genetics. She has no dopamine, right? So hormone shift, which was already happening. now the extra load of the zero vitamin D was like kind of exaggerating that hormonal roller coaster. And now this sort of cellular, this system failure body wide led to that low dopamine taking you over the edge of, I have a crazy anxiety issue, the world sucks. And it literally led to breathing, panting. Something probably triggered it each time, but it happened on that day of each month. So now her outcome would have been, and you think about so many young girls that anxiety, depression, and they talk about this stuff and they end up on a pill, very common today. The day we figured that out, she has not had this problem since. It is not repeated once, because all we did was boost her dopamine levels with L-theanine, a simple supplement you can buy anywhere, right? We high dose vitamin D regimen for her, which was 5 days before her cycle started. She was on 10,000 IU, and it was split because she can't transport it fast enough. So she was taking 3,000 IU 3 times, right? So getting her 9 to 10,000. And so right before the cycle, 10,000, first week of the cycle, 5,000, and then a maintenance dose of 2,500. Those 2 things, she has not had the issue once since then. That's all that was missing. So you understand the storyboard, you understand the genomics of not the vitamin D causes anxiety, hormones cause anxiety. It's like we need to see what systems are failing that lead to different spokes, right? This central hub leads to problems. The problem is not rooted in you have an anxiety gene, right? There's many, many ways you can get there. And I can speak to 10 other ways why anxiety happens, right? This is just one of them. There's many reasons why it happens, all of which we can resolve at the root cause level.
Right. Anxiety is and this is the interesting thing. Anxiety is a symptom. It's just a symptom. And so treating a symptom is like the worst strategy.
Yes.
Because that is not treating the cause. It's this, in what I do, I take care of a lot of patients with pain. Treating pain is a terrible idea with pain medication, because then that doesn't do anything to treat the cause of the pain. And so then what happens is you just get used to the treatment of that symptom.
Yeah.
And anxiety also is the same thing. And then if you're the type of person that has a situation like she has, and then you treat that with a benzodiazepine, then what happens is those patients become very dependent on that benzodiazepine. And I have probably talked to 1,000 patients in my life that basically told me the worst thing that ever happened to them in their life was when they had an experience basically like your niece had, and then they went to see a doctor, and that doctor put them on a benzodiazepine.
Yeah.
And then basically they never got off. And I run into those people at 20 years after.
Yeah.
And we have some pretty good strategies to help them get off of it. But I credit you. You're a CEO and a healer, because that was very, very good thinking. That was amazing. That's an amazing story. I love that story.
Yeah. And that was literally the day, that we said that, like, every young girl, every woman, like, by the way, the area that we found needs the most work is female hormone health.
Yeah.
Of the thousands of people that we worked with in research, the area that just straight out sucks the most is female hormone health, because it's just taken for granted. You're supposed to have problems. It's your hormones. Right? Women have hormone problems. That's part of life. Infertility, crazy menopause, PMS, all this stuff, fibromyalgia, PCOS. It's so black and white if you understand it genetically. So that hormone cascade and knowing why these things happen, it's very, very clear. But again, we're not looking at the genetics of hormones. We're looking at fibromyalgia and infertility and trying to resolve all these little, spokes, like I said, as opposed to the central hub. So that's a big area of focus for us. Because the delta value between where it's at and where it could be, such a big gap. So we spend a lot of time there.
What would be like on female hormone health, maybe one of the top couple things that you see that from a storyboard perspective that you could share with us?
I would say that the estrogen toxicity being the root of so many things and never being treated as a problem right? The thing ends up being the problem as opposed to the root. There's so many issues. Breast cancer is a big one that we deal with. We have an investor, one of our early stage investors, where we did their whole family, and we had said that it seems like your wife, based on her age, is very high risk of breast cancer, and there's things that we can do to prevent it. So they went to their doctor to verify this, obviously, and the doctor ran a genetic test on them, another test that he wanted to do, and they said there's no risk. These guys don't know what they're talking about. So I said, what do they do? They said, well, they tried the BRCA gene, and she has the good version. There's no problem, right? So which is, there's some truth there, but the wrong truth. What does the BRCA gene do? The BRCA gene is a tumor suppressor. It goes and fixes things. It fixes broken DNA, it repairs stuff. So if you have the bad version, you don't repair stuff well. You don't suppress tumors well. But nowhere in there are you getting an answer as to why did the tumor happen in the first place, right? So the reason we thought she had risk, we didn't even look at BRCA. That's genetics. This gene equals this. This gene equals this. We don't do that. We look at storyboarding, functional genomics, right? So what we looked at and why we got the red flag was that she is estrogen dominant. So in that hormone cascade, she just nets out a lot more estrogen than the average woman. Big pool of estrogen, right? So you could progesterone to testosterone to estrogen. It's all converting into estrogen, this big bucket every month. She was also estrogen toxic, which meant that that bucket of estrogen all got converted into a toxic metabolite as opposed to a clean one, which you have there's three potential options, right? One is clean, two are toxic. So she was toxic. She also didn't have the right detox gene. So just like me, her COMT, the opposite me, I should say her COMT was slow. So that it also works on hormones. So that the toxic stuff stayed there for too long. And her glutathione and oxidation pathways are also horrible. So none of the detox pathways were working, right? Estrogen dominant, estrogen toxic, can't get rid of it. Even then, this doesn't equal the disease, right? This equals more risk. Why at that age were we saying that she may have a problem? Because once you get into menopause, you no longer have a menstrual cycle to clear all this stuff. So your body, to protect your organs, will go stored in fat. And where do women have fat? In the breasts. And you wonder why so much breast cancer happens at the menopause age. Not all of it, but a lot of it happens at that time. So even then, it doesn't mean breast cancer. There still has to be the epigenetic factor we talked about, which is what was your environment, nutrition, and lifestyle? What did you do with these cards you've been dealt? What was she doing? Like your Jain friend, she was a Hindu sect, and her primary protein source was tofu. So she was eating an estrogen-dominant food daily, right? She was also using a lot of chemicals and stuff that were what we call hormone disruptors, which I'm sure you deal with a lot, but things that mimic estrogen as they enter your body. Something as simple as a Teflon-coated frying pan mimics estrogen when you use it, the chemicals that are required to make it, right? So now all of a sudden, she had their bad profile. She was at the age for which she was now at risk because she doesn't clear it, so it's going to get stored in fat. And she had the wrong epigenetic choices to fuel that estrogen fire and then cause even more estrogen toxicity. That's why we said this looks like breast cancer. You got to change your habits. The answer she got was, you got the good BRCA gene. Don't worry about it, right? This is the point. Now that cancer is there, that's when BRCA gets to work to go fight the cancer. So yes, once you have breast cancer, you may not do as well fighting it because you have the bad BRCA gene. But what is the answer to BRCA? Go cut a piece of yourself off, right? Go get a mastectomy, prevention. Go get them. That's what is told to people, as opposed to why did the cancer happen in the first place? Nobody answers why. And you go to most cancer research websites, they'll actually say, we don't know why. We know what it is, and we're working on treatment, but we don't know why. And we're not even trying to figure it out. Right. So it's another example, and just easy tweaks. What is it? So what are the genetic tweaks for everything? It's either reduce load, get rid of that epigenetic choice, environment, nutrition, lifestyle, that would be something you can handle, or increase capacity, supplement, peptide, some other thing that makes you do this thing better that you don't do well, right? Those are really your two options. And if you do a little bit of both, you end up in the middle and you shouldn't have the problem, or if you have it, you can potentially reverse it.
This would be a good example. So then in functional medicine, we have all of these different tests. And so then one thing that we will do is we'll do a 24-hour urine.
Right.
There's these different tests. There's a test called the Dutch test. And then what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to look at those estrogen metabolites, and we'll see how you're breaking those down. They call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's like an old Western
Right.
TV show. The old Westerns, in a way, are probably emblematic and reminiscent, probably similar to like how it was in the old days with Genghis Khan running around in Asia. Same concepts, but so then we will begin to look at those. We'll begin to look at estrogen dominance and then basically paint a functional medicine storyboard about the hormone story, and then superimpose this on top of that. And then as we look at that, then just like you said, what is happening right now, we are exposed to more toxins than we've ever remotely even been exposed to. Right. And our genetics haven't evolved to be ready for that. And so we may have all of those problems and no glutathione. And so then we begin to say, okay, maybe we'll give you a glutathione IV. Maybe we'll take some glutathione supplements. Maybe you need a little bit of support in terms of detox. From a peptide perspective, sometimes we'll notice that mitochondrial peptides will help people detox better.
Right.
So sometimes bioregulator peptides will help people detox better. It's pretty interesting. And so then suddenly just those little influences and then having the architecture of this whole conversation in the back of your mind can help you organize your thoughts and choices in terms of lifestyle. Once again, because and it's not just lifestyle, diet, food, nutrition. It's lifestyle in terms of your menstrual cycle. It's lifestyle in terms of everything.
Everything you do. How do you sleep? How do you exercise? It's all impacting your outcomes. So, I mean, there's a ton of gurus out there talking about everything. They're all right. All of these things matter. I'm the sleep doctor. I'm the mold doctor. I'm the, every one of them has a point to make, and you have to be cognizant of all. First of all, what are you designed to do? What are you capable of? And then all of these threats that everyone's talking about, they're all real threats, right? We're not designed for the reality we live in, the way we sleep, the way we eat, what we're exposed to. Something as simple as going golfing, which seems so healthy and pleasurable. How many toxins does it take to make that golf course look so beautiful the way it does?
Oh my God. And
you're breathing it for 4 hours at a time, which you weren't designed for that, right? You were never exposed. The grass of our ancestors did not have, it didn't look like that because the chemicals weren't used to make it look like that, right? So you have to start to be cognizant. This goes back to the very first thing we said of starting to make those little habits that change the way you think, that change the way you behave, right? Because knowing is one thing, doing something about it, right? That's your behavior change, implementing little things, and you start to now make it like a constant for yourself. And you are aware of chemicals, and you're like, well, I smell something here. It's an industrial facility. I don't want to be breathing this stuff in. I'm going to wait outside, and things you wouldn't have thought about before, right?
100%. How do you break down from a genetic storyboard perspective sleep?
Yeah, sleep's a really cool one because we landed on it completely unintentionally. So we didn't think, and again, we were a victim of our own industry where we didn't believe genetics had anything to do with sleep, right? If you ask a geneticist, there's no sleep gene, right? So the funny thing is that in our research, one of the number one things people told us as the outcome was, wow, I'm sleeping amazing. Once we dove into their genetics, we fixed whatever needed fixing. The way we look at things is, it's kind of like when you go to the Chinese herbalist and they take your pulse on your wrist. They don't even ask you what's wrong, right? They just take your pulse. They're like, I don't need to talk to you. I'm going to give you what I know your body needs. Because they don't care what the symptom is. They care what kidney or what organ is failing, and I need to support that, right? So it's same thing genetically. We're not so concerned with the problems. We're concerned with what gaps and holes we see in the genes. And if we support those, you become the optimal version of yourself, and everything kind of goes away, right? So in sleep, this also happened completely unintentionally. And what do we find? That there's people that can't fall asleep. There's people that fall asleep but can't stay asleep. And there's people that sleep through the night but wake up feeling like garbage, didn't get good quality sleep, right? So the first one, the second one was actually the most common, but people all believe they're in the first bucket. I can't fall asleep. That one is circadian rhythm. So there's a gene literally called clock, which determines your relationship with your circadian rhythm of time, day and night. BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which we already talked about, which develops your neural pathways, also is highly implicit when it comes to a circadian rhythm and that clock. So if you're not doing well there and you have the wrong habits, right, that aren't aligned to you producing the right amount of BDNF, then your circadian rhythm is horrible and your body doesn't know when to fall asleep. And it's the stimulation of blue light or the stimulation of stress or things that other people can sleep 20 minutes after that, you can't, right? That scrolling on, Instagram on your phone or whatever you're doing wrong may cause you to need another hour then to fall asleep from the time you put your phone down. And you're saying, I can't fall asleep. I can't fall asleep. No, you did things that are triggering, preventing melatonin production. You're not doing the things that your ancestors did, which was amber light, candlelight, fire, a dim, there's no pot lights in a castle, right? So you're not doing the things that you're designed to do to trigger to your body. It's nighttime because your circadian rhythm sucks. So you need to do that. So that's one. The second one is I sleep, but I can't stay asleep. That actually has to do with serotonin. So melatonin is your go to sleep chemical. That's what knocks you out. The people that can't stay asleep, they'll often have no problem with that first part of the night. They'll sleep deep. Great. Have nice dreams. Then they kind of wake up. All of us wake up. We sleep in cycles, right? So all of us wake up after that first cycle. They have a challenge going back to sleep, where some of us don't even know we wake up. Some of us get up, go to the washroom, go back to sleep. These people kind of get up, and then the second half of that night is nowhere near the same quality as the first half. So what's happening there is melatonin is your go-to-sleep chemical. Serotonin is your wake-up chemical. And like I said about myself, if you're dysregulated for serotonin, you're much more sensitive to stimuli. So the first sort of ray of sun, light, is what's meant to trigger to your body. It's time to produce serotonin. It's time to wake up, meaning stimulus. So now any stimulus does this to the person that's ultra sensitive. Hubby pulls on the blanket. There's a weird smell. Somebody walked down the stairs and there's a creeping noise. If it happens in that second half of the night where your body's waiting for the stimulus and you're hypersensitive, it doesn't know that that was the wrong stimulus. And it starts to wake you up. And then you're struggling between trying to sleep and serotonin being produced, trying to sleep and waking up. And the quality just isn't there. So there are things you can do about it, right? There's very simple things you can do. First of all, creating the lack of stimulus, blackout, no temperature problems, maybe a separate blanket. You got to do the right stuff, but then there's also supplements you take. The third one, which is, and by the way, any one of these, we can talk an hour about just on its own, where I'm trying to go like high level, right? The third one, if I sleep through the night, but I feel like not so rested when I wake up, typically has to do with environmental and chemical response or metabolic response. So sleep is when your glutathione and all these processes are firing, like that detox stuff happens in your sleep, right? It's happening all day, but the bulk of it happens in your sleep. So if you are, again, North American lifestyle, I sleep on a memory foam mattress because it's nice and it forms my body and the contours are nice. Well, it's also made of toxic chemicals. And every time you roll over, you're popping little bubbles and off-gassing chemicals, right? Or I have a nice pillow that contours my neck. And guess what? It's made of a foam that's really toxic. Or my cleaner just showed up today and sprayed my whole room down and now I'm breathing this stuff. The time where your body's supposed to be resting and recovering, you're adding an additional load of toxins and it's struggling so much, you haven't recovered. So what you were supposed to do from your exposure the day before, you've added another 20, 30% load, which you're not capable of handling. And all of a sudden you're struggling to get that quality sleep, or you needed more because of that load, right? Metabolic is another problem. Some people, their metabolic rate just isn't the same, or the way they deal with carbs or fats or vegan food, the things we're talking about. And if you're eating late into the night, which so many of us do, and you're not allowing your body to sort of reset metabolically, that's another thing will give you poor quality sleep. And we know genetically who those people are that can sleep till midnight, eat till midnight and have no problem sleeping. And some people eat till 9 p.m. and they struggle, right? So again, knowing where your risks are and then knowing what to do about it, those sort of epigenetic factors. So these are sort of the three big buckets that we see.
And for that bucket that is the most common one, just to save me from email questions. So I got somebody who says they're in that second bucket, and if they hear something or wake up, then and they've got the serotonin issue and they can't fall back to sleep.
Yeah.
What have you found helpful for that group in terms of interventions other than black out the room and do all the obvious things?
So, so I would say the number one thing, going back to the blackout things, I just pointed out one thing. Temperature is probably the most important that people struggle with that they don't realize. So something as simple as a mattress cooler, of which there's plenty of companies that do that now. Chili Sleep is a great one. You're probably familiar with them. That is a awesome thing that will get you into deep, high quality sleep and prevent you from waking up, because it's probably the number one reason, other than light, which you can deal with, get a mask or whatever. It's the number one reason why people struggle staying asleep. It's temperature, right? You need that perfect, you need your heavy blanket for that sensorial weight because your serotonin is screwed up, but you also don't want to overheat. So you need the cool from underneath. It will completely change your sleep. But going to supplements, so the gene for serotonin is called 5-HTT-LPR. There's supplements, which you're familiar with, called 5-HTP, right? Which is a serotonin regulator. So if you take that at the right time, depending on how screwed up you are, like if you're like me, you probably need more and a little later, right? That's something that helps you sort of balance your serotonin levels, right? We actually make a product. So the funny thing is, in the middle of our office, we built a compounding pharmacy to experiment with all these various nutraceutical products to see how we can manage gene expression. So it's not, I can't fall asleep, give me some melatonin, your standard supplement. There's a very specific reason, like we just detailed, that I can't fall asleep. So how do we deal with that at the genetic level? So we actually built a product that we call Sleep Optimizer, that the ingredients in it aren't about knocking you out. They're about getting you into a deep, high quality sleep, where when you're there, you're beyond the point where you notice the stimuli, right? You're so deep asleep that the stimuli doesn't, and I use it regularly. And I find like I'm having these dreams, like I'm watching a movie at night, like it's like an IMAX theater. It's pretty crazy. I don't take it every day, but I do take it once in a while. So there's things you can do, and there's other products like that. Qualia makes an awesome sleep product. There's a lot of people out there. You want to take something that's not about knocking you out. It's usually something you're taking around dinner time that prepares your brain to get into deep sleep, as opposed to putting you to sleep. Right.
That's a home run. A home run. A couple things on the peptide front that are sort of interesting. The pineal gland is sort of the source of a lot of our circadian rhythm cycles. And so then there's a peptide called pineolon from the pineal gland. There's another one called epitalon, and there are even oral versions of these. These are small peptides, but these are called bioregulator peptides.
Right.
And people can take these. We're liking to sort of microdose these at like 1 milligram a day. And so then like 5 days a week. And so then that's a micro dose of those. And often we'll take it with Vesigen, which is the bioregulator for blood vessels, and then Cardigen, which is the blood vessels for the cortex. And then we'll find people will sleep well with that. Some people that we need to rebuild their circadian architecture, then at a higher level, traditionally, there had been a higher dose of epitalon where people would take 10 milligrams a day for 10 days and do that twice a year. And then I will have some people who can't sleep, nothing's worked, supplements never have worked, and I'll have them do that as a 10-day cycle. And then I'll cycle them down to 1 milligram a day. And then we'll combine then nutraceuticals and supplements and sort of a sleep hygiene algorithm and try to put together a comprehensive story that's going to help them as they sort of design their life from a sleep perspective.
Yeah, that's really cool, because you're coming in with this kind of acute response and solving their problem, but you get it to this maintenance phase where, you know, it's kind of like aligned with whoever they are, and they need that little bit of support, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, super interesting. Final question for you. I think anytime I ask and have a conversation about genetics, I just need to say, and I should have maybe said this at the beginning, but now I'll say, what is methylation?
So it's honestly when you talk about genetics from the functional medicine perspective, everyone talks about MTHFR, right? That one gene. That's the sort of starring character in this methylation process. It's phase 2 detox. It's another layer of detox. There's certain toxins that are either not or are water soluble, and they need a methyl group attached to them. So methylation is literally the process of sending a methyl group. So there's genes that do that to attach to this thing to allow you to be able to clear it. And its primary outcome is reducing inflammation, right? So if you think of it outcome based, it's call it an anti-inflammatory response. What is it actually doing? Sending a methyl group to attach to something to get rid of it, because your body can't get rid of it on its own. So it's a key metric for inflammation. The sort of nuanced problem that we don't look at it properly is this MTHFR gene, which I'm sure a lot of listeners would have heard here. I have the MTHFR gene. It's one of 6 or 7 things going on in that methylation process, right? It's the most studied of the genes in terms of what exactly it does, and it has that SNP, or that spelling mistake that we're all looking for, and that's why you see it as this siloed individual thing in reports. But if you don't understand, again, the whole pathway, the whole storyboard of step A to Z, what does methylation actually look like? I can tell you had the best MTHFR, but you still have crazy inflammation. I could tell you have the worst MTHFR and you're an inflammation superstar, because everything else is either good or bad, right? So you need to understand the full storyboard and pathway, and that's where a lot of tests get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, at BioReset, we're exclusively using your algorithm, and I think I wanted to interview you because I think as we take a look at all the silos that we have been in, I think the genetics piece is probably one of the most important silos, and then being able to correlate that with everything mentally, emotionally, spiritually, biochemically, physiologically, and help to tell a story about your health. I found it to be extremely helpful for people. It empowers them to make the changes that we need to make to take our health to the highest possible level. And I think that it's doable and achievable and easier than I thought. And so I'm grateful that you are a warrior and had the tenacity to be able to figure it out and pull it all off, and you did it. So congratulations.
Oh, thank you. That was that key word you use is we wanted to make it easy. That was missing from genetics. And you get a stack of paper or a bunch of gibberish that nobody can even understand. Even your doctor doesn't know what it means. So our whole goal was make it easy, and that's where we feel like we have something to offer. So thank you for sort of appreciating what we do.
Yeah, and then I'm going to have you come on our podcast, and then we're going to start to pick apart one by one a handful of these topics like anxiety and sleep and hypertension and diabetes, and we'll do a little series where we break down some of these common things and begin to unpack them and see what are some of the pieces at a genetic level that are influencing those important things that impact society and health so much.
Sure, look forward to it. Sounds good.
Okay. Hey, I'm delighted to know you and talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
So there you have it. This wraps up day 1 of the Peptide Summit, and I hope you've learned as much as I have. And to make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we have another set of amazing speakers ready to share their expert insights and breakthroughs with you on how peptides can change your life. But if for any reason you feel you might miss any of these inspirational and life-changing interviews during the summit, I do encourage you to secure lifetime access by purchasing a VIP all-access pass today. That way you won't miss anything, and you can watch and listen to these interviews again and again at your own pace. Simply click the button below to order your VIP All Access Pass at a special limited time discount right now. And before we wrap up, please leave me your comments in the section below and let me know what inspired you the most about today's interview. Thank you once again for joining us for the Peptide Summit.